Hello, Wildo.
Hello.
How are you today?
No, I'm good.
Nice. So, you found anything new? Any
Uh,
proof?
no, nothing much. I'm just sort of just talking and conversing.
Yeah. So, what's your best proof or evidence that you live on a spinning ball?
I'm
Hello.
still gonna go with a space program.
With the space program.
Yeah.
Oh, like things in perpetual motion.
Perpetual. That's well,
Yeah.
I guess you could say that, like on paper, it looks like that could be the case, right? But I think it's difficult to
But
achieve.
physical in physics. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Does
it looks good on paper, right? But
perpetual motion, does it exist?
does it exist? It's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Well, no,
Has anyone
it does
achieved?
exist, right? But it depends on.
Yeah, you mean spinning around something without an energy input?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're gonna have decay. Like things
Because
will slow down eventually.
that's what they claim with the space program, that they are spinning around the ball, you know, and they don't need any rocket propulsion, any sort of propulsion, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, so
I mean,
how
I think the International Space Station, because it's in low Earth orbit, I mean, it can do a
mm,
certain amount of orbits before it needs
yeah,
to
yeah,
fire it. It
yeah.
has reaction
You
control.
see, yeah, they are saying, yeah, you need this much powerful rocket to launch you up in the sky, you know.
Yeah.
But 50 megaton hydrogen bomb is 100,000 times more powerful than those silly NASA rockets.
Yep.
Correct. Yeah. So why, when they detonated that bomb, why didn't that explosion throw a rock uh, up in the sky and never fall back?
Yeah, so that's because how rockets work is that it's directed the energy, right? Whereas a bomb doesn't exactly direct the
Yeah.
energy. The energy
Well,
is in every
the
motor.
bomb was made of um, hard steels, hard metals.
Yeah,
Yeah, it had tungsten in it, cobalt, and many other heavy metals, and very hard. You know, and
yeah. It's just that bombs don't really direct their energy in a specific point. It's sort of everywhere. It directs its energy everywhere, right? So it's spread out across a much larger area.
yeah, yeah. So no piece of that bomb uh, is still found to be spinning around the Earth.
Yeah. Well, you can't actually achieve because it was thought of that you could actually. I mean, in the early days, they thought that you could get a cannon and achieve orbit, but you actually need
Yeah,
a thrust vector that is outside of the atmosphere to achieve orbit. You can't achieve orbit through one energy input, just a singular energy input from within the atmosphere. It has to be energy input gradually. As in, you can't fire a cannon like a super infinitely powerful cannon. I mean, you could
so
do it from use Earth's gravity well,
you
but
mean something like because of the air pressure gradient, the higher you go in altitude, you have a lower pressure, and you need more energy input to propel yourself.
no, not that. The fact that is so your thrust vector. If you were to fire, say, like that bomb wants to put a
Yeah,
piece of the like cobalt or something that was attached to
yeah.
it. It wants to
Well, it
find
was
orbit.
attached 360 degrees all around it, you know. It wasn't
Yeah,
a ball-shaped bomb, but
yeah,
it was a cylinder, and both ends were sealed. It
yeah.
was a closed system. Yeah.
So
So that
if
metal part from the top of it should
yeah,
be propelled upwards in the sky, right?
yeah. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't achieve orbit. It might achieve an altitude at which is pretty high, and obviously it might come close to a vacuum, but it's not going to achieve orbit because orbit requires a lateral thrust vector. You need lateral speed relative to the Earth, and that it wouldn't be able to achieve that because it would need a second source of thrust vector at a higher point.
Oh, you mean like they make these rockets in stages?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the first stage pretty much gets it out of the atmosphere. It starts its roll or its
Yeah.
parabolic curve, and then at the top of that,
Hmm.
at its apogee, it'll do a second stage burn. With that burn, it'll create the orbit, create that lateral speed relative to the Earth. So essentially, the payload, once it's deployed in orbit, is essentially just falling around the Earth perpetually. Well, not. I guess you could say perpetually, right? But eventually, the orbit will decay because it's not a perfect
Well,
vacuum.
if you do the math, yeah,
Yeah,
you will see that a 1 kilogram piece of metal was supposed to be thrown beyond orbit.
or what, like outside of
Yeah,
yeah, like achieve escape velocity.
yes,
Yeah. Well, I obviously I haven't seen the math myself, but
yeah.
uh, I think it would be pretty hard to detail that happening, right? Like it could have happened and we wouldn't know. or it might not have happened and we won't know.
Yeah, and another interesting thing is the electromagnetic rail gun, which is sending projectiles, aluminum projectiles, with velocities of about Mach 17, Mach 20, something like that. And this kind of speeds is actually the speeds which are inflicted by these powerful bombs, which they call them nuclear bombs. But I'm not 100% sure about nuclear bombs, that they are real, but I do know that the military does have very powerful bombs, and hydrogen bomb is one of the most powerful, and helium-3 bombs are considered to be even more powerful than that. But we have not ever seen or witnessed a helium-3 bomb.
I'm not too familiar with
Nobody
how nuclear devices work, like the bombs and stuff.
Yeah. Well, you see, the hydrogen and these powerful bombs, what they do, the explosion is so quick and violent that it starts generating a electromagnetic pulse.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. It can create
EM pulse, yeah. And
EMP.
what this electromagnetic pulse does is actually when you have ungrounded metals present in that area, that EMP makes these metals enter violently in a gaseous state, hot gaseous state. So if you have a building with a metal structure, concrete, armored concrete, the metal inside it will explode, literally explodes inside the concrete. So it destroys everything, you know.
Yeah, I do know they're pretty violent. I knew of the EMP as well, but I didn't know what implications, structures and stuff. So it's interesting to know.
And one interesting thing which the Russians, I speculate that they are experimenting is these bomb detonations at hypersonic speeds. See, when you have a explosion in hypersonic flight, those heavy metals in a gaseous state, they propagate through air with a very high speed, and because of this, they will conform with the laws of motion of gases. So they will form that kind of donut circle, like when you smoke and you make smoke circles. Yeah. When you have high velocity gases, that's the shape they want to, they will take that kind of shape. Because that's the shape which is the most easier for gases to travel at high velocities.
Yeah, the least energy cost and shit.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And those are very interesting things. Yeah, they did that experiment in Chelyabinsk. They launched the rocket in 2010,
Oh, you think
and
that's what Chelyabinsk is?
in
Or you
they
speculate?
launched the Russians launched a stealth bomb
Yeah,
missile in 2010, and they were also testing nuclear propulsion for these missiles,
yeah,
which they can achieve this hypersonic uh, flight.
yeah,
And in 2013 or 12 in Chelyabinsk, they just detonated above that city, and yeah, people saw.
yeah.
It
Yeah, I
wasn't a
remember
very
the
powerful
Chelyabinsk.
bomb, but the purpose was to see. Uh, you see, when you look at that video, you see that long line of fire,
Yep,
but that is a very far away distance. The
yep,
surface area of that explosion is like 20 times more than a normal explosion, you know. When it happens, when an explosion takes place at subsonic speeds, and in comparison with hypersonic, it increases the explosion area 20 times more. Yeah.
yeah. Interesting to hear your thoughts on that.
And if you were to detonate that kind of missile at in a city, what will happen was all these metals that are in the buildings and cars and everything, they instantly get enter a hot gaseous state, and they will be absorbed in the middle of that donut, and that's where is a nuclear fission kind of process, and it constantly needs to be feeding with these metals, but it's it's not going to be moving forever. It will switch off after, I don't know, couple of miles, of
So you're saying
traveling.
like it expends its fuel source and dies off?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So the Chelyabinsk incident, I'll call it. You would think that's that's like a
A
test,
military test,
right?
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Weapons test.
Yeah. Those videos are quite interesting from Chelyabinsk.
Yeah. Well, the Americans, when they saw the Russians in 2010 launching that missile, yeah, they saw it launching, and the Russians said, okay, you will see it for 20 or 30 seconds, and then it's going off, because it had the stealth technology. And yeah, when they switched on the stealth, everything, all that technology, yeah, they lost it from the radar, and that's what made NATO scared, so much. And that's when they started all this propaganda with Iron Shield and stuff, anti-missile shields, um, installing it in countries in Europe, Eastern Europe. Yeah. So, well, it was nice talking. I have to go back to work. Have
Yeah,
a
no
good day.
problem. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah. Enjoy your time in here.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
You too.
I see Ville Dom is in here. Are you there, Ville Dom? I've seen you in the lobby, so I just
Yeah,
wanted to see what's going on.
nothing much, just chilling.
Did you talk to these guys this morning yet?
Yeah, I spoke to Get Be Get.
Oh, okay. Yes. How did that go?
Yeah, it was a good little talk.
Yeah. So, what is your current position regarding the nature of the Earth where we live?
My current position is that it's a spheroid.
Okay. What has brought you to that conclusion?
My biggest one is probably space exploration.
And how have you validated that this space exploration is legitimate from an organization such as NASA, which has been shown to be fraudulent and, in fact, on their very own website admits that they use CGI and artistic renditions to create the images that many believe to be, photographic documentation of these alleged space images?
Yeah, I mean, I'm already aware that for artistic licenses and PR reasons, they do like to spice up the photos a bit.
Why do you think they do that? Why do you think they have worse footage, worse CGI than Hollywood?
Oh no, I don't think. So obviously, when you're talking about CGI, I know the CGI when you're doing Mars landings, right? Because they don't have actual.
I'm sorry. When you're doing what? I didn't catch that.
So have you ever watched like I know you guys like watching live streams of some of NASA's like events.
Some people like doing that. I'm not really into science fiction, so I don't really pay attention to their events. Like, I don't even like regular Hollywood science fiction. I used to watch Star Trek years ago when the TNG, The Next Generation, first came out with a new episode every week. Mostly I liked the human drama storylines. NASA has such bad actors that I don't really like their science fiction as much. You know, if I'm forced to watch science fiction, I need something with better actors than, Don Pettit and his colleagues.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same in a way. I don't actually watch science fiction or anything. I don't really watch much TV, but when they do the Mars landings, they'll put obviously an animated rendition up of what is actually happening on the ground. Because obviously camera feedback it's going to take 15 minutes for that video feed to come back to NASA.
See, so you think what they're showing people, you acknowledge that it's not portraying what's actually happening, but you're coming up with this excuse for why they're doing it that way. I see. So what is your answer to the actual, like, laying all that aside, the science fiction of NASA and their production values and so on, and their excuses for doing it? What do you think about the actual measurements that show that the WGS-84 globe model with a radius of 3,959 miles is a complete impossibility based on what we actually see, such as the long distance observations that I just put into the live stream voice text?
Well, the long distance observations. Well, there's a extreme variable that gets in the way and changes what the observation can be, right?
Hold on, I'm sorry. You're saying there's a variable that gets in the way? Is that what you said?
Well, there's a variable that changes what you can see.
There's a variable?
Extreme variable.
That is
it's an extreme variable because it can change over distances, right?
What is that variable? What are you talking about?
It's a variable I'm not very too familiar with and discussing in depth, but I do know that there's refractive indexes that can change how light propagates through a medium.
Okay, so your excuse for this one is something you admit you know nothing about or how it works, refractive index. So what has led you to, even though refractive index has been, refraction does not work in the way claimed to produce any of these images. That's not the way refraction works, and you admit that you're not able to describe it. So you're just hoping that someone, that's looked into it more can explain it, even though we've never had anyone be able to explain it here on this server, or as far as I know, in any of the YouTube Flat Earth community. I've never seen any globe believer adequately explain how refraction can cause even one of these images by drawing us a ray diagram, describing why refraction will work differently in this instance than it's been demonstrated to work in every other instance on Earth. Never actually shown a demonstration of refraction working in this way in any real-world demonstration, but you still believe in refraction, Bill Adam. Why is that?
Well, I know refraction. Well, I live by the sea, right? And there's a wind farm not too far away from the coast. Well, I guess I say it not too far away. It's invisible sight, and the far mast of the wind farm on an average day, or most days anyway, I can never see the bottom pillar, which is yellow. There's a yellow bottom pillar that's I estimate around about 15 feet high, just off looking at them. On the average day, I usually can't see them at all. Even if I get my binos out, I can't see them. But some days...
Okay, so because you can't see one thing, you're going to have that as proof of globe, even though reasons for things to be not visible fully to the human eye can be extended to multiple reasons. It doesn't. In Earth curvature is not one of them that's ever been validated. But continue. I'm sorry if I interrupted you. What was the rest of your statement?
Yeah, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying is this is how I know that light changes through the medium, right? So on some days, for some reason, I can see the yellow mast of the the far wind turbines. I can see that yellow mass, and I don't know why. So I asked why that was, why I can see those masts sometimes, and the answer I was met with was refraction. So obviously I know that it does affect, but to what degree? If we don't know how refraction actually does affect our visibility, then we can't really make. Then if we factor it into a variable, then how can we really be sure that our observation?
Yeah, see, I mean, my, conclusion there would be that you're reasoning in the wrong direction. You're looking at some random site, reasoning backward to try to figure out why it is you can or cannot see things on different days, even though we know visibility varies for different reasons, including atmospheric conditions, as well as the original aspect of just the limitations of the human eye in general, as well as various, when you're talking about looking over water, as well as actual conditions of the water and so on. So, but do you understand how, for example, just taking one of these observations that Indio compiled, which would be the city of Chicago as seen across Lake Michigan, which is the one I have seen, myself. I'll try to get the picture for you. I can never remember if I capitalized Chicago or not. Oh, yeah, I did not capitalize it. Too bad, because I would have thought I would have. Anywho, that's why I can never remember that one. Do you see that image there where it says 52 miles away should have over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely, and yet we see the entire skyline? So, and this is just one example of the many observations you can see there. So the point of it is that this globe model predicts a curvature value increasing at 8 inches per mile squared, which we do not see when we test it in reality. So your whole thing about why you do or do not see the mast, which is that your word for a flag? Is that what you mean by mast? Or there's some kind of flag on them?
No, they're like wind turbines, right? So the central pillar, I guess, that holds a turbine up.
Okay, mast. Okay, okay, now I understand it better. Okay, thank you.
I used the wrong word, my bad.
No, it's probably the right word. It's just we don't usually use it for that reason over here. Like we use that for a sailboat, but it makes more sense to me now that you're saying that. I don't know that we use that for a turbine. We might, and I might just not know it. But thank you for clarifying. Yeah, so you're saying you sometimes can't see the mast at all? Is that what you're telling me?
No, there's a bottom section on it. It looks like bottom a service. Section. It looks like a sort of service, like a balcony that runs around it, and it's yellow. Sometimes some days I can see it. Most days I can't see it on the far ones. And then
and how does that explain why I can see the city of Chicago and have seen it on multiple occasions when it should be entirely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth? The globe model was a valid explanation of reality.
Yeah, you see, I mean, you mentioned, what did you say, 8 inches per mile squared?
That's the rough estimate given by the mainstream scientific model, which is what you will find if you Google what is the curvature of the Earth. Google will give you 8 inches per mile squared. If you don't want to do that for yourself, I have a meme about that too. I'll try to see if I can remember what I called that one.
Yeah, it's just in my head, 8 inches per mile squared rings out to me as a parabolic, which I know the Earth is not a parabolic.
Yeah, well, it's not a prediction of the shape of the Earth. It's a prediction at the rate at which the curvature will increase. So you're absolutely right. It increases it has exponential growth.
Yeah,
which is what a parabola indicates, because it is increasing at that rate. So you can see that's the predicted curvature, by so-called mainstream, so-called science. 7.98 is what they said. Sorry if I rounded it a little bit. When you're talking about thousands of feet, it really doesn't matter. But in the case of what you're talking about, yes, it's a rate. So that is why you will see that it increases not in a linear fashion, but in an exponential fashion, which is true. A parabola will show you that exponential growth. That is what is well known to be an exponential rate of increase, which is why, you can see at 10 feet, 66 feet of drop is predicted at 20 miles. 10 miles. 66 feet of drop is predicted at 20 miles. 266 feet of drop is predicted. And then, of course, as it increases at a exponential rate, when you increase by only 10 miles, the drop increases way more. So from 10 to 20 miles, it increases by 200 feet. Then from 20 to 30 miles, it increases up to 600 feet. So, increases by over 300 feet. And then when you jump all the way up there to what we're talking about the city of Chicago skyline, 1,000, 2,000, at 1,000, it's 667, 824 feet, and then you get all the way up there to 2,000 miles, which is the ranges we're talking about at the city of Chicago skyline, and then you can see what the drop in feet is predicted there.
Yeah. So
which is what we do not see.
Yeah. So on the Chicago one, it uses the 8 inches per mile squared. Is that just raw? It just uses that.
You can put it into any curve chart you want. I shouldn't see the skyline of Chicago. If you would like to argue with me about a few decimal points here or there, depending on which formula you use, by all means.
Oh yeah, I'm not arguing about
your own formula.
I'm sure the formula's sound in its reasoning of that range, I guess. I don't really know because I don't often calculate the Earth's curvature, but
and yet you already come in here telling me you're a globe earther, so you really don't have any solid reasons. You just believe it because you want to believe. Isn't that right, Ville Dom?
No, well, my biggest bone to pick with it is that it still doesn't account for the refraction.
And yet you haven't even, in all this time, that you've been looking into it, you haven't even tried to teach yourself. You can get on eBay textbook on optics, I'm sure, for just a few bucks if you get an old one and, it hasn't changed. The human eye and optics hasn't changed since they started writing textbook. In fact, an older one's more likely to give you better information with fewer comic book graphics. So I'd recommend right now just go on eBay, find the cheapest optics book you can and study that up so you can actually know what you're arguing about instead of coming in here making a claim.
There's actually on that wiki, there's a page, 2 pages on refraction with citations.
Oh, I'll find that for him, Indio, because that's the kind of mood I'm in. I'm ready to do the work Ville Dom is not willing to do.
Did you drink like 3 coffees? Because you seem fired up.
Only one so far, but watch out. I might drink more. There's more in the pot.
I haven't got to mine yet. Give me a moment. I'll be there.
Yeah, you better get there. You might need it for Ville Dom. That's right.
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit yesterday.
Did you? Oh, you've already
had a question.
Oh, Roger's got a question. Go ahead,
yeah,
Roger.
I've got a question. I mean, it's a bit of off topic. It's about because I'm interested, right? So you think the simulation theory is valid, right, Ville Dom?
Valid in terms of probability, yes.
Okay. So can you? So what if? So are you the same person, right? So if you wake up at this simulation, would you be the same person or somebody else?
No, it depends what type of simulation it is, right? I could just be a few lines of code, for all I know.
Right. Because
and I might not actually be fully conscious outside of this universe, but rather this universe is the consciousness.
So, because you are a different person, Ville Dom.
How do you mean?
How do you mean? Yeah, why would they lie, Ville Dom? That's the main question. Why would they lie?
Well, why do politicians?
You are a different person, Ville Dom. Or rather Kessler syndrome. Right? Ville Dom? Kessler?
Kessler syndrome's a problem of...
Yeah, that's you, Ville Dom.
That's
right?
me. What?
Yeah.
No, Kessler syndrome is a syndrome. It's about...
Yeah, I know. You talked to Dandelion at Ladies' Night, right?
I don't think I have before.
You don't think you have?
My first time in this VC was like 2 days ago.
Okay. You sure?
Yep.
Okay. So, let me pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up, Roger. I saw. Yeah, I don't know. Like these Brits, they're a dime a dozen to me. But if you got it, then I would like to hear it because I might. That's right.
do I
Except
sound
for
like
Chad.
like
Chad's
someone
the
else
only
did it?
one. Chad's special.
These Brits. Now, this guy is a total turd and a waste of time. I mean, how can anybody say it's simulation theory? He claims not even to be a glober, but he clearly is. He's just total bullshit.
So this guy's got the same accent as me.
So you are not this person.
No, you've clearly got the same accent as me, but it's not me.
Mm-hmm. You sure about that, Kessler?
Who?
So
Oh
this
yeah,
guy.
I listened a little bit. He does sound like a ton like it. We should get Crypto on the case too, because he's very good at this kind of thing.
You sure that's not you?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Could be my doppelganger, right? It sounds like he's got the same
Right.
accent from the same place.
Mm-hmm. Rather peculiar, right? Put I down.
It's very peculiar.
Because- Yeah,
that could
because
be the simulation right there.
Yeah, because you told us, well, my voice is very recognizable. Maybe you could. And Vlad on Flat Earth yesterday, right, was like, oh, you were here last week, right?
Yep. Good for calling him out, Roger. I was just gonna say, dude.
Why would
Kessler syndrome.
Why would they lie, man?
To be here as your original account, I don't know. You probably got banned or something like that. I don't even know. Did he get banned? Yes.
I don't think Kessler got banned. He left on good terms. He's just a die-hard globehead.
Yeah, that day at Ladies' Night, we let. I'm pretty sure we let him out of Cogdis to come to Ladies' Night to entertain us. But he might have not been hard banned. I don't know. Foxy Cleopatra agrees that it's him.
Looks like me. What?
Looks like you, talks like you, sounds like you. Just not like you, right?
I don't know. It's not me. I mean,
One more chance, Villadam. One more chance, bro. You want to say the truth or not? Is that you or what?
One more chance for what, sorry?
Are you a Kessler syndrome or no? Because we'll find out, bro. We'll listen to your voice again. I remember your voice yesterday.
So if I say it's me,
So I know I heard you before. So let me ask you this: were you here before yesterday?
before yes, I've been in the server for I think a week. But if I say that's me, what happens?
Okay, and you had a different name. It wasn't Villadam, right? And you spoke here, correct? Because I remember your voice.
I spoke in this live stream like 3 days ago, 2 days ago.
Under a different name. It wasn't Villadam, right? Just be honest, bro.
Yeah, why would play this game, man?
Listen, right? If I say it's me, what happens?
Nothing, just be honest, bro.
Yeah, the person who
You already lied. Now you're going to be honest, and that's okay. We'll move on.
The person who hard banned you is here, so I don't know. I mean, there's always, a way to go through, honest channels and just ask for a second chance, And so I guess I would say it's up to that person.
So the
Honestly,
thing is,
the way you're reacting right now, it's already showing that you're lying, bro. Because you're asking what happens if I say like
no, he isn't. Why? You don't know why he's lying, so he's not. That's how it works. Remember? If you don't know why
that's right. If you don't know why, then they're definitely telling the truth, right? And if we don't know why, absolutely.
That's our standard.
I forgot about that.
It's actually pretty ironic because, the reason I banned him was for calling me a liar.
That's funny, Marta. Yeah, I didn't want to mention it was you unless you wanted to, but since you mentioned it, yeah.
That's fine. I'm even fine with like coming back on his original account. Just don't call people liars or any bullshit like that.
What
Did you hear
intrigues
that,
me is
Martha?
why he knows all the Glober arguments. He even knew about the yo-yo thing on the Go Fast rocket.
Yo-yo
Yesterday.
And he's on
suppressors, yeah.
defense.
Yeah, it's like
So-
only Globers that have been in this a couple of 3 years know about that. Know
Not
about
many.
that argument at all. It's not something you just pick up.
So what do liars gain, right? That they won't be trusted when they say the truth. That is what they gain, Philedon. Like the boy who cried wolf, right? Never to be trusted, even when he said the truth. Don't play these games, man. You were reluctant when I was in the VC check-in. You were reluctant to talk, right? You slipped by. Somebody recognized your voice. I went back to Ladies' Night. I re-listened. Right.
Well, I don't know what to say. You got me.
Thank you.
Admitting it, I'm actually impressed. Oh, yes, Roger said thank you. Very good. I'm impressed that you conceded that. Very nice. Very nice.
So you want to come back on your original account or just stay with this one?
I'm not really too concerned. I guess the original account, but I was just pretty pissed off that I got banned, that's all.
Well, I'm glad we got this out of the way, Philedon. Right? When you
now.
And it's funny, right? When you're confronted, you still lie, and it's weird,
So I might be able to blag it and get away with it. I didn't think
So,
my identity had to matter. You know.
I'm curious.
It
I want to.
Go
Isn't
ahead.
he a simulation guy? Isn't that what you're just saying? So,
Yeah.
what's more likely? The resurrection of Jesus or some alien teenager programmed you and you're just a simulation in the machine?
Well, it wouldn't be an alien. It could be an alien teenager, but it could be humans, right?
Think it's just an Earth teenager? Think it's just like
I don't think it
someone
matters
like in
who
the
made
next
the simulation.
house?
I guess it does matter who made the simulation, actually. But I think it's more likely humans will, because we have no proof of aliens.
Would you believe in simulation if Jesus made the simulation? How about Muhammad? What if a deity made the simulation?
I guess it's more about the advancement in technology rather than religion.
Well, I just think it's hilarious. And as long as it isn't so most simulationists are atheists, and it's just as long as it isn't a supernatural deity, I don't care. It can be anything.
Well, it could be. We don't know who made the simulation. We don't know if it is a simulation. The point about it is that you can't prove or deny.
Well, certain things can't be proven. You know, accept that.
Simulation cannot be proven. Well, who we know of, the simulation can't be proven. It also can't be disproven.
How pointless is that? I mean, what? How would it make any difference then?
It wouldn't really make a difference. It's just a philosophical argument, right? Because you would not be able
It's not
to
an
distinguish.
argument. It's not an argument if it's exactly the same. If everything is exactly the same, then you're not saying anything.
No, the point is that we are capable. So the implications it has is if we do live in a simulation, then we know that civilizations are capable of reaching a point of which they can create them. If we're not in a simulation, we know that it
But
might
you
be
can't
possible.
you can't prove it one way or the other, so it's totally pointless.
Yeah, that's why it's like a philosophical argument with
It's not
yourself. I guess.
philosophical. It's total bullshit.
Fair enough. I mean, it's subjective, right? Hold up, I'll be back.
Hi, Dandelion. If you can remember me.
Who is that?
It's Nanu, but I changed my name. But yeah.
Oh,
Do you
okay.
remember
What was your name before?
Nanu?
Oh,
Yes,
of
Nanu.
course I remember you. Of course I remember you well. Yeah. I didn't know you changed your name. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, how are you doing? How was your exam?
Oh, it was fun. It was really fun.
I bet you got an A. Did you get an A plus or an A?
The results haven't come out yet, but I really hope that I do. I
I bet
really
you
want to
did.
stand out.
Do they actually
Hopefully.
like rank you in like they used to in the old days here in the United States of America, like put the results, of like who did the very best, listed down to maybe
Oh,
they didn't go all the way the worst. But now we're not allowed to do that because we can't make people feel bad. But do they still do that where you live?
Oh yeah, they do that. I think now they do it like 10%. The top 10% gets listed.
Okay, and they put you by name.
Yeah, by name.
Good, because recognizing
agree with that.
achievement encourages people and encourages more achievement. Imagine that. Yeah, that is part of human nature. And yet here in the United States of America, a lot of times we're not allowed to do that anymore. They'll do things
Actually, I
like not,
disagree
yeah,
with
it's
that.
very sad. Oh, you do not think recognizing achievement encourages more achievement?
Not like that. I don't agree with publicizing achievement marks because it just I can understand how so many kids feel discouraged from that. Actually, I've seen so many.
Oh,
So many.
okay.
of
Well,
them.
you would fit right in right over here then. You would fit right in over here.
What do you mean?
That's what they don't do anymore. Like we used, like valedictorian, it was used to be when I went to school, valedictorian, salutatorian was recognized, honored, allowed to give speeches at graduation and so on, the top of the class and the second of the class. Nowadays, in many schools, including the school where my daughter graduated with, they don't let the valedictorian just automatically give a speech. They have people audition to give speeches, and the best speech giver gets to give a speech. And the valedictorian is just kind of like, off to the side. Maybe they get a few lines in the program, but, actual academic achievement, we don't want to make anyone feel bad by, elevating that to any kind of status. But if you're the best at, football, basketball, and so on, then we'll still elevate you.
Well, I disagree on the idea that scoring high in your exam means you're smart. I think it doesn't represent it doesn't represent wiseness. Oh, sorry, wisdom. It doesn't represent wisdom for me. I don't think well, that's my opinion.
Yeah,
And
no, I totally agree. It doesn't represent wisdom. It represents sometimes discipline, hard work. Although some people can get good grades, especially over here in the United States of America, with putting in like zero effort. But in that case, if they're getting good grades with putting in zero effort, that does indicate a certain raw intelligence, but not necessarily wisdom by any means. Yes, you could be totally wise and fail because you're like, I'm wise enough to see this public school system's a joke, so I'm just going to clock my hours till I can get out of here and have a real life. Yeah, I totally agree with you. It does not measure wisdom.
Yeah.
Well, can I say something real quick?
Oh, please do, Indio.
Yeah. So, are we supposed to teach to the top or teach to the bottom? Because if we don't recognize achievement and try to push the top up, and we just go, yeah, you guys, good job, but we're not gonna recognize achievement like that, and we're gonna kind of like pander to the bottom, and we don't want to hurt their feelings.
I am back.
I think there's a way to balance it out. I think I totally agree on the idea of encouraging students to achieve or rewarding people who have studied really hard and scored really high in exams. Totally agree with rewarding them, but I don't agree with publicizing them. So there's no problem at all by just letting the kids individually know what they've achieved and what percentage are they at. Most students don't publicize their achievement. I don't think so. And I think that's where the balance come in. they feel encouraged to do to improve. They don't care about how they're looked by other people, and they just care about how they look at themselves.
Ooh, that's a slippery slope because public humiliation is a strong motivator.
Not all the time. I don't agree with that though. I don't agree with that.
Well, most people's biggest fear is speaking in public. Something like 85%. Their biggest fear is to speak to a group of people in public, which tells us that how we appear socially is very important. It causes a lot of fear and anxiety in us. So, publicizing, I don't think people should be denigrated, but I think, I don't know, it's a tough problem. I'm not saying I have a solution. My solution to the public school system is one-room schoolhouses, but, we're never going to go back to that. Because the smart kids teach the lower kids. The upper kids teach the lower kids. And you really understand something when you can explain it to somebody else. That system of schooling, which was most prevalent during what we call the Victorian era, the late 1900s, the late 1800s, when, you can just look at who's who are the smartest people that ever lived in that era. Right? So that method of education worked probably better than any other.
Yeah,
Did they ever have that in your country? One-room schoolhouses? Did they have that, like where you're from?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Did they have that? One-room schoolhouse where all the kids, all the ages are all in one classroom.
They tried to make that happen, actually. They gave us a couple of questions to do together and sort us by group. And in the group, there would be one student who scored high in exams, and the rest is the ones, you get the idea. But it never succeeded because it just never did. I don't know why.
This was not separating by age or grade, right? So you have first graders with sixth graders, with fifth graders, third graders, fourth graders, all together. Now they all get their individual curriculum for their grade, but the sixth graders would help the third graders learn their stuff, right? And the upper kids would also teach the class at the same time. The older children would teach the younger children. Yes. And it's come out that children actually don't learn socialization from parents. They actually learn it from older kids. Yeah. They learn it from the other children. They don't learn it from the parents. They ignore the parents. What? Say that again? Sorry?
The only reason I sent my children to school is so they could just meet other kids. The teaching is absolutely disgraceful.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty much the only reason I send my youngest to school, public school at least. It's just the socialization aspect. Bad enough with the internet as it is, social interaction is way lower than what it used to be.
Yeah. For a child to learn how to deal with idiots,
Exactly.
All sorts of different people, different intellects, different skills, bullies. They've got to learn how to deal with that. If they can learn how to deal with it at school and help them through it when they've got your support, hopefully they'll be able to do it better as an adult.
Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with fools in real life, so you might as well get used to it.
But I appreciate, Conan, you taking the opposite position there, because that's what we like to do around here, is discuss things. So, and plus, you haven't seen the results of it. It sounds like over there, because you're telling me they're still going to publish the results of your exam. Post them or whatever for everyone to see. So you haven't seen the results of what happens when you don't do that. So I understand how ideally it could sound nice, but the thing that I noticed is that because what goes along with that over in our education system here is, just kind of equalizing everything. Like, Indio asked you to start with, you teaching to the bottom, which is, and they kind of teach, I would say, to like the middle bottom, like not the way bottom, not the average, like just slightly below average. That's where it's pretty much gone to, because they also at the same time are like letting everyone access all the classes. So instead of like, I know a lot of countries still have what we used to call tracking, where you'd have like the college-bound people would have certain classes. Over here, the agricultural people would have certain classes. The people who wanted to be like electricians and mechanics and so on would have certain classes, and the people who just kind of didn't really know what they wanted to do would have other classes. But now it's like, oh no, we got to let everyone go to college. So put all of them in the college-bound. So then what happens is the people who in the past would have been most likely to have the skill set necessary to be doctor, lawyer, engineer, whatever it is, that does take, a certain skill set that not everyone has, which is perfectly fine. Not everyone has to be a doctor, right? But some people are more suited toward that. And I don't even have a big, respect for the medical profession at all. But to get that, you have to be able to work very hard, memorize a bunch of stuff, have a certain mindset, be disciplined, and so on. You have those people in the same class with people who will never, that is not their inclination. They will be way better working with their hands, like my brother used to be in high school with, in the machine shop, making stuff, doing really well with it, and so on. Now you've got those people like with these people who are wanting to be doctors, striving and failing every single day to do this thing that they're told everyone should be able to do because everyone should go to college. And so instead of this method making these people feel better about themselves, I saw every day that it makes them feel way worse about themselves because they're not allowed to do something that they're good at because they're told that's not good enough. That's not good enough to graduate from high school and immediately become a mechanic or an electrician or a plumber or whatever, which is a perfectly respectable profession and very well needed and often will be making more money than some of the people I knew who became doctors and were sitting there struggling, when they first became a doctor because they still have like hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans, whereas the guy who went and became an electrician probably has a nice house and a nice car by now, 12 years after he graduated from high school or whatever. So they're lying to these kids, they want to keep this thing going with the money-making institutions known as universities. Just keep the the grist mill going. It doesn't matter if you enter it, maybe you won't even finish. You just go 2 years, at least we got your $100,000 or whatever out of those 2 years. We still got money out of you. And then, you can go and, instead of becoming an electrician, because now also your self-esteem's shot, you are like completely lost in the world, just go get a job at Walmart and that'll be perfectly fine. And then use your minimum wage to try to pay off your student loan. So yeah, it hasn't worked out too well here in the States of America.
Yeah, there was a New York Times article that a plumber makes more over his lifetime net gain versus a doctor because he doesn't accumulated the debt and plus they start working almost immediately. So they got 10 years of gainful employment while the other dude is going in the other direction. The doctor's losing $50,000 a year while the plumber's making $50,000 a year. And by the end of their career, they're making $75,000 to $85,000 a year.
Right, or owning a company and making even more than that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what
when I
would
was growing up, so he says the shop kids used to get all the girls when I was growing up. I'm sure that is not the way now.
Oh, I know, because back then, my brother was very popular, but because back then the science kids were the nerds, right? And then
That's
they
right.
just had to comfort, and people were always telling them like, oh, just wait, after high school you'll be the cool kid, or whatever. And now it's like, oh yeah, science is just the thing that everybody has to do for whatever reason because it's popular, political, and non-scientific anymore, and because that's how what they're pushing everyone, because it all has to do with, the religious nature of science these days. Back when it actually was science, nobody cared.
Not everyone is a scientist. They're trying to push everyone into college to get educated. I think is dumb.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what would happen if a doctor with so much debt, right, with this chain of debt around his neck, figures something out, right, and he wants to say something about it?
Yeah, forget about it.
He loses his job. And then
they have to go in private practice, and then you have to build up your. They have to go into private practice, and then the reason doctors will go into like these institutions, like corporations, corporate medical institutions in the United States, is because of the insurance. That they pay a lot less money. Their overhead of practicing is a lot less than if they enter a private practice, because then they're paying everything out of their own pocket, plus the risk factor and all those things. So there are doctors, at least around here, that do what they would consider non-standard medical practice, but they can't go out and advertise like TV commercials for these non-standard medical practices. It's all word of mouth, right? You got to basically cure somebody, then they tell somebody else that, yeah, this guy's good, and then somebody else goes to you, and that's the only way you can build your practice. So from a business standpoint, they're behind the 8 ball, and from an economic standpoint, they're behind the 8 ball. Or, like you said, you have to toe the line so you can pay off this exorbitant debt from education that you racked up. It's somewhere in the order. It's close to $500,000 to become a doctor. Somewhere in there. I think it's average between 250,000 and 350,000.
In the USA.
In the U.S. to become a medical doctor.
Jace.
Right, and these doctors all have big houses, big cars, and then you find something out and you want to say something, right? Which might cost you your job. What you gonna do?
It'll definitely cost you your trophy wife.
Yeah, plus they get bribed by all these companies to prescribe certain stuff.
Like OxyContin.
Yep, that's one of them. Which is that was a total scam.
It's a scandal. The fine. Who was it? Was it Purdue? Who came up with OxyContin? It's either Pfizer,
Purdue Pharma, Sackler family.
Yeah, Purdue. So they paid, I think, a $2 billion fine, but they made something like $80 billion profit off of it.
They had to pay $8 billion, but they've still got much more than that. They made much more.
It's just the cost of doing business.
If my country is giving out free injectables, where's the gain in that? I don't see it yet.
Sorry, they're giving away. Where do you think they come from? They just make them out of nothing. It's not free.
Yeah, no, I understand that our government paid for it.
The government,
us as citizens.
The people who run
pay for it through your taxes.
The people who run in the government make up companies, charities, and stuff, which then the government pays to give out all this free stuff. So they just sell it to themselves. It's just another scam.
I know you're young. So how does the government fund its operations? Every government, pretty much every government in the world.
Yeah, Texas.
Well, initially, like the whole shebang. So when the government, for the government to fund operations, they issue a government bond, right? And then private people, other sovereign countries, they buy these bonds, right? They pay for them in cash now. They use that cash to pay for operations. But that bond has to be paid back over time, and your taxes go to pay back these bonds, pay the interest and the principal of the bonds. Being in the United States, since we're like, the world's reserve currency, we get the ultimate scam. We get to print it out of nothing. And, just we roll over the debt forever. We never pay anything back. Rolling over debt is like, to pay the bond, we issue another bond which somebody else buys. We take that cash and pay off the old bond. Basically kiting a check, but at the government level. You know what kiting a check is? I don't know if you know what that is.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't even know what bond is. I'm truly apologize for the question.
It's a loan. It's just a loan. So the government, they say, well, we need a loan, guys. And then a central bank or a private party or whoever wants to give the money to the government, they give it. And then they can get their money back with interests, right?
Okay, like an investment.
It's like a promissory note, but it's long term.
Okay.
So a promissory note are typically like redeemable on demand, right? You can just bring it in and say, or some short period of time. A bond is something like 30 years. So what they'll do is they'll say, okay, we're going to print up $1 million bond. Boom. Who wants to buy this for $1 million? But that bond will have interest accrue over that 30 years. So they'll pay the interest on the $1 million. So that's the incentive for buying the bond, right? Is that you're going to get an interest payment.
Yeah, and then
well, I was just going to say that this type of debt is considered AAA rated credit. So the chances of default is really low. So it's like the people that in like retirement funds, pensions, things like that, they're forced to invest in really good debt, right? So they can't make risky investments. So government bonds are considered, low risk investments. They pay low interest. Basically, the way it works like this: the higher the risk, the more interest you get paid. That's how it's supposed to work.
and at the end of the day, they just fill one hole with another hole. Right?
Yep. There's a hole. They take the dirt out of the ground, fill that hole. And then, a couple years down the line, they take dirt out of the ground somewhere else and then fill that hole. And so on and so forth forever and ever. There's still outstanding Civil War bonds in the United States. So like I said, they just roll. In the United States, at least, we roll over the debt because we're the reserve currency, and we can do that. In other countries, they actually have to pay that stuff up.
And that won't last forever. That will end someday.
Yeah.
When there's too much debt and somebody wants to reclaim it, then the whole card. So in 2008, you had that period where people wanted to reclaim their debt, right? They wanted to reclaim it, and nobody had it, right? Nobody had the money to pay it. So the whole card house came down, and what did they do? They started quantitative easing. So they dug the hole to fill the other hole. And they're still doing it today, quantitative easing. But it's now not only big companies, right, that need to be bought up. So also the middle companies, right? Everything is being bought up because everything needed to be saved. Airline companies, cruise companies, food companies, they all got a hit when they shut down this economy the last 18 months. Everything needed to be saved, quote unquote. So they all got subsidized money that is basically from the government, ours, right? This will end one day.
The mathematical certainty that it's going to end someday. It's funny. Everybody believes in math until it comes to finance. And they don't believe the math anymore.
And there are new systems already in place, right? Cryptocurrency is a brilliant example of new systems already in place. I think Bitcoin is now 12 years old, something like that. No? Anyway, it's like 15 years old.
That long? No, it's about. I was messing with it in 2011, and it was like 2 years old back then. Right. So,
okay, so 10 years, 12 years old. So
yeah,
so that is already in place, right? It's already 10, 12 years old, already doing its thing. Every fiat currency ever existed once collapsed, right? Because they debased the currency. Wasn't it in the Roman time? I forget, but they used to pay with gold and silver, and then they debased the gold and silver by making alloys. So they had more gold and silver. So effectively increasing the money supply, increasing inflation. Bam. There goes the system.
See, this is what they should be teaching you in school. That's serious. They should be teaching you like how money works in school, because if they're going to use money as like what's functioning, right? You need money and it helps you function through life. They should teach you exactly how it works. But they don't want you to know how it works.
Yeah, they teach you Keynes, right? Keynes, inflation is good. It fires up the economy. We need inflation. That's not true.
Mm.
And the thing about the government, when they borrow money like that and inflate the money supply, they're what's considered the first spender, right? So they get to spend the money before inflation kicks in, right? But when that money that they spend gets into the economy, now the money supply is increased. Now you got a lot of money, same amount of goods, but more money to divvy up among those goods. So now you get inflation. So by the time that trickles down to the average person, you know, the price of everything has been inflated, 2 or 3%. Right now, I'd say inflation's got to be at something like 6% year over year or something. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they don't. So what I've heard is that they don't count pieces of it today. So
yeah, they stopped doing that.
Seems low. Yeah.
They stopped doing that like about 20 years ago. It's called M1, M2, and M3. It's the data on the money supply, how much money's in circulation. I think they still post the M3. The most important one it's called the velocity of money. That's how fast money is spent, like how fast it goes like in one hand and out the other, because that indicates the actual functional use of money, because money's supposed to exist to help economic activity, right? So money really has no intrinsic purpose on its own. Taking it and sticking it in a savings account really defeats the purpose of it. Right? It's just this purpose, it's a utility, right? To buy goods and services. So if you're not using it for that, it's defeating its purpose. So right now we have super low interest rates, and the reason for that is some countries have negative interest rates. They do not want you to put your money in the bank. They want you to use it, to spend it.
Oh yeah, they have like no incentive. Remember, it used to be like you had an incentive to tell your child, put your $100 in the bank, you can make some money. Now it's like, oh yeah, put it in there, you get a few pennies at the end of the year. Like, what incentive do you have to save it all? Zero.
You're losing money now because of the inflation, right?
Yeah.
So if inflation is 1% and they're giving you 0.5 point interest, you're screwed. You're losing money.
I pay money for the service, right? For using a bank account. So I get like, I don't know how much, it was like 0.01% interest, but I still need to pay my bank for the service of using that bank account. So effectively I lost the money, right? I don't get any interest. So when they, and then you have, it stacks, right? So you have the government and the central banks pumping in the money, right? Creating the money, pumping in the money. The interest rates are low, so companies can borrow money for free, right? Effectively. Then you got the banks and the government saying, "Well, spend your money. We spend your money." So there's more and more money coming into the system, inflating it even more, right? And you will notice this because gas prices here rose like nothing else. Grocery prices rose. We are going to pay this all back, right? They told us it's necessary to shut it down, but we're going to pay it back, every penny of it.
I think you mentioned crypto, man. Crypto has actually saved the economy of the world because that's a lot of money that's like on the sideline that people spent for the digital currency, and that money's just sitting on the, it's basically, you could call it a savings account. It's off there. It's not in the economy being spent. So this is depressing inflation by a lot, because I think that I don't know how much money, like the total amount of crypto that's out there, like how much money that quote unquote represents. You know, it's just crazy numbers game. Who runs the ECB, the European Central Bank? Who's running that show? Rogers, do you know? Nobody knows. It ain't me, I know that.
I certainly don't know.
Well, I know who runs the Federal Reserve System, like the member banks that are in charge of that, and the Federal Reserve Board, how that operates. And the ECB is kind of like the European Central Bank is, you know, obviously a mirror image of that. But I'm not sure what their actual structure is, how they decide whether you're going to print new money or what they accept as collateral and things like that. Because there's rules, quote unquote rules, before the government or the Federal Reserve can print new money and put it into the system. I don't know what it is for like the ECB.
Yeah, it was really bizarre in Europe, for not quite on the same track, but when they printed off loads of euros, certain countries wouldn't take euros from other countries. So a German euro was worth a lot more than a Greek euro.
That's weird. Whoa.
Yeah.
How can you tell it's from Germany or Greece?
They put on the note where it's originally printed.
Yeah, hilarious. Supposed to be all about all in it together, and they weren't accepting Greek euros. Hilarious.
Now, when the Greek central bank prints a Greek euro, do they like need permission? Like what is the criteria for them issuing a new note?
No idea, but it's not worth much.
That's inviting counterfeiting or uttering, you know, shit money. Something that sounds like something bad waiting to happen to me.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good, does it? I remember, because I went to I was in Germany, and we went to Greece on holiday. That's how I know it. And so we brought back, you know, Greek euros in there. No good.
Otherwise, the note looks completely identical, right? Other than it says like Germany or something on it.
It might be a different picture on it, but I really can't remember the details. All I remember is, you know, just obviously.
I would say just bring Germany on it. Like, yeah, this is from Germany. Wink, wink.
Yeah. Every country has its own depictions on it, so that's how you see it.
That's not going to end well. I'll tell you right now. That's going to end really badly.
This was in 2007, Indio. So I mean, it must have got worse since then.
So you have individual countries printing fiat notes under a banner, the euro, but they're not equivalent.
No.
God damn it! Y'all are doomed.
And people wondered why England didn't want to join the euro. God, who could guess?
Are you guys out of that yet? You guys is UK out?
No, we never had the money. We've always kept our currency the same as Switzerland.
But are you out of the EU yet? Is that a done deal?
I think so, but I really don't. It's so complex. The whole system. There's so many different things. There's the European Union. There's the Schengen zone. You know, I can't remember exactly. Yeah,
Economic Zone, Customs Union, free trade.
Yeah. There's so many different things. Like Switzerland is members of loads of them, but they have their own. You know, have their own currencies. It's
Sweden,
bizarre.
Norway.
It's a real hodgepodge of, you know, different ideas. That's why I just totally ignored all this coming out of Europe business, because it's impossible to understand.
Well, they've done the same thing in the United States, kind of. But back, I don't know. I'm sure they still do it, because you have the Constitution, which like binds the states together under. Basically, so all the states have one face pointing out to the world, right? It's basically the United States is the international, but intrastate interstate commerce is also controlled by the U.S. Constitution. But the states back in the late 1800s started making interstate compacts, right, between states themselves, right? So, like, New York would make some deal with Massachusetts and, like, Texas. So you'd have, like, 10 or something states enter into, like, a commercial agreement between each other that's outside of the U.S. Constitution. You can think of it as, like, free trade deals, but say, like, all the Scandinavian countries decided to do their own little deal, right? That was outside of the European Union. And we got some things that are like that.
Yeah, and they sold the euro to us, saying, well, it's such conveniences. You can go across the border and pay your coffee in Belgium or in Germany. And we are, and the Netherlands is the biggest country for trade, so we need the euro. This is going to help us, guys.
Well, do you feel helped?
Yeah.
Pretty much halved our pay, pretty much.
And then you had Greece, Italy, Spain, which has an enormous debt, right? And then they pulled us into that hole. 2008. Same with Iceland.
So here's a funny thing I found out about Spain and Portugal. They have these enormous debts, but they have the highest private ownership of gold in Europe. So what does that tell you? They're leeches, man. They keep the real money in their pocket.
Maybe Chad will appreciate my Mary Poppins illustration because poor little Michael Banks wanted to use his tuppence to feed the birds to give to the bird lady. And he got this whole runaround at the bank. He should put his money in the bank instead, right? Instead of putting it back into the economy, like you said, Indio. And because they were trying to steal his tuppence from him, he caused a run on the bank because other people heard that the bank was trying to take a little boy's money, wouldn't let him have his money back. So then everybody had to come and get their money out of the bank because they heard the bank was not letting a customer have his money to go feed the birds. Much more important to feed the birds than to feed the bankers.
Yeah, I saw that. That was just a very insightful part of the film, isn't it? That one.
Yeah, it's great. That film is like, that's the great thing about Mary Poppins is there's definitely tons of stuff for adults in there, right? It's one of those movies that you can watch and the kids have no idea what's going on, but like, it has a lot of like social commentary in it for sure. Yeah.
What about the fable of the miser? You guys heard this? I'm sure you have.
Tell us. I don't remember.
The miser? So the miser was like, it's like a fable or play or whatever. He took his money and he buried it in the ground and he never spent it and then he died, right? Oh, stupid miser, you never spent this money. This is like something they taught us like in third grade, like one of the storybooks they would read to us. Go spend your money, don't save it. A little childhood propaganda.
Yep, that does sound familiar.
They need the inflation. They need it. That's Keynes. You got to spend because the economy needs to grow, right? It needs to grow. If it stops, then the inflation cannot be paid back again. The debt, the interests cannot be paid back again. So it needs to grow infinitely. That's why you need this inflation. To keep people spending, right? The consumer society.
It's pretty ingenious, I think. Like, it's kind of self-generating debt, but that's based like purely on mathematics. They're not even using any physical commodities. It's like, dude, some next level shit.
The monetary system is the most genius, like, next, like you said, next level genius evil, like Lex Luthor shit. Like serious, totally. When you know how it works, you're like, God damn, you have to admire it, and it's just sheer. The trickery and evil combined, like there's nothing else like it.
Yeah, but money proves the globe because money makes the world go round. So,
Oh, is that it?
without money, it wouldn't spin.
In 20 minutes, someone's going to come in and use that as an argument. Prove Earth spin. Money.
I remember I had one guy come in and said gold proves the globe. Can you figure the reasoning behind how gold can prove the globe?
Yeah, I heard that one. That was a Jim Panda.
Can anybody use their Sherlock Holmes skills and see how gold proves the globe?
Is that because, like they say, there's a bunch of gold in the Earth crust or some shit?
No.
Because all the heavy elements came from the inside of stars, right? Is that it?
Yeah, you got it, Indio.
Yeah.
That was a neutron star. Yeah, the neutron star gave us the gold.
Supernovas create gold.
Supernovas.
Yeah.
Thank the non-causal creator for making neutron stars.
Brilliant.
Right. This is what you have to believe, right? Gold came from a star.
Yeah, we all did. We're all just part of an explosion of a star billions of years ago.
Neil deGrasse Tyson goes around pimping that idea. Inside, you're just made of stars. Crackhead.
What star do you identify as?
A non-binary.
Mic check.
Hear ya.
So Dandelion, if you were talking about movies, have you seen the movie Free Guy? Free Guy?
No.
I saw it. I watched it last night, Roger.
Yeah.
Is it new?
There's a lot of weird shit in that. That's like, oh man.
Yeah, it's a Disney Lucas. It's a Disney Lucas. So with Ray Reynolds. So yeah, so nobody told me it was Ray Reynolds. I just turned it on and Ray Reynolds. Oh man, but it's like every quote unquote woke film movie packed in one. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I might not be able to stomach it then.
No, it's subtle. It's subtle propaganda.
Okay.
Dandelion.
Yes.
So what grinded your gears over the weekend?
Oh my gosh. Brad told me I'm supposed to have a grind my gears segment every week.
At least once or twice a week, for sure. Maybe not every day. I'm not trying to burn you out or anything. I'm trying to find annoyances in life, but I'm on my way to work and I've missed out on some Mary Mime rants, so I'm prepared.
Seems like there should be something from Ladies' Night that grinded my gears, but I'm trying to remember. Seems like maybe it was peaceful. I don't remember. Was that the one Kessler Syndrome was at? I don't think so. I think that was the one before. I'm not even sure. I don't know. I'm in too good of a mood, Brad, but I'll let you know if I come up with anything.
Yeah, don't find annoyances in life just based off of my needs and wants, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, probably, yeah, some of the things that grind my gears, we're no longer allowed to talk about on the live stream, so I have to come up with a sanitized topic. I mean, I already said one to Noni/Conan earlier. The education system always grinds my gears. Not recognizing achievement grinds my gears. That's what we started out talking about, is how, people over here in the United States of America have somehow think that recognizing high achievement in one person somehow makes another person feel bad, so we should stop doing that, as opposed to inspiring that person to reach to higher levels. So, I mean, that is what is highly unfortunate about not only the educational system, but just kind of the culture in general, is that people who do have special talents and skills are no longer recognized. Especially, I mean, I can understand why in general society would not want to recognize people who have skills in the area of logic or raw intellect and so on, because they want those people to kind of stay down, stay under the radar, so that the kind of more mediocre people can rise to the top and continue the propaganda agenda. And in the case of the pseudoscientific entertainers, you definitely want people promoting that, Bill Nye's a science guy and Neil deGrasse Tyson knows what he's talking about, and you want people promoting them that don't actually realize that it's a joke. Like, you want them to see, like, actually think that Bill Nye is a science guy, right? That's who you want, like, leading the charge here in society, and that's who they've got, is the mediocre have risen to the top and are in charge of, like, pretty much everything. You have to be either mediocre or slightly below mediocre to fit into their paradigm here. So, therefore, this program that was, has been perpetuated among the American people for decades is definitely coming to fruition in modern society, to the point where then children come up and see, oh gosh, yeah, better keep my head down, not have an original idea, and just, parrot the party line if I want to have success in this little plastic society here. So, yeah, that's what grinds gears, Brad. Is that young people with actual talent are not being encouraged.
We found out what grinds Brad's gears. He was hot mic, yelling at people with masks.
I enjoyed that quite a bit. Yes, you should hot mic more often, Brad.
Yeah. My bad, guys.
You would just be screaming here nonstop. That's all you would do, because every fool on earth here has a mask.
Man, if the inside of my truck doors could talk, they would tell stories.
The free guy. I want to talk.
Oh yeah, tell us, Indio. I don't know anything about.
There was a little piece of feminist propaganda I caught. This was like, okay, so we're all getting.
Oh, now he's gonna. See, Indio's coming up with a topic for the Grinds My Gears segment. Feminism, excellent topic. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so it's like he's in a video game. Ryan Reynolds. He's supposed to be an NPC that somehow is an AI, and he realizes stuff's going on. Anyway. So he's a bank teller NPC. But he goes to this bank because one of the other NPCs is his friend. So in the midst of this, they come in and this like biker-looking dude with a mohawk, and a hot chick comes in and robs the bank. He stops the guy, and he says to the girl, "You can do so much better than that." And she's like, "Yeah, I can." And he's like, "Men are shit." And she's like, then he's like, "You don't even need a man." Like, right, I'll go do it on my own or some shit like that.
Men are, exactly.
Strong, independent woman. She was going to leave that video game to go do some OnlyFans right away. Because she's a strong, independent woman.
Yeah. Men are the worst.
Big tits.
Yeah. Men are the worst. You don't need a man. Right, yeah.
Yeah, dude, I caught that right away, man. That was like, ugh.
It was also a pedophilia reference.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that too. Yep. Oh, got to. It's a Disney film.
At the end, Flat Earth reference. The Square Earth.
Oh, man.
What was the Flat Earth reference?
Ron Paul fucking was yelling at somebody. I caught this last night. Did you guys hear about this?
Yeah, it was Becker.
For being called a flat earther?
Yeah.
You guys are calling us flat earthers? We're offended by that. Dude, that's killing me. You are?
Yeah, Rand Paul, he's got to know. The 100 senators, come on. They're like the ruling class there. They must know. Did he look like he was saying it with a straight face or what?
Yeah, he was serious.
Oh, yeah.
He was dead serious.
I didn't see it.
He was yelling at some public health official that's been going around pushing the vaccine. He says, you've been going around calling people that don't want the vaccine or have already had COVID. First he asked them about, have you seen the Israeli study with 2 million people that says having COVID has better 17 times better immunity than being vaccinated, and then you called those people flat earthers. It's like we're offended by being called flat earthers. Then he said it again. And then he started asking the guy if he was a doctor, and then he's like, no, but I have 30 years experience in public health, and he's like, well, do you have a science degree? No, the guy had a degree in what do they call it? Political science or something. But he's telling everybody how to make their medical decisions. Yeah, but I don't even know how this came up in my feed. Like, YouTube's algorithm is getting scary.
Yeah, he said something about you're saying that we are science deniers and flat earthers, and that is insulting or something. So something. I posted it in mod chat, and then
yeah, heresy. You called me a heretic. Burn the witch.
Yeah, he said it like 2-3 times. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, it is. It is, man. To me, it's hilarious. Probably to any flat earther, that's pretty hilarious. Like, no, that's not an insult.
Yeah, I saw it on Twitter, right? And I was like, okay, Rand Paul, what he has to say? And he's like, well, you call us flat earth? Like, what?
If you're offended by that, that means you're an NPC. You're a bunch of Ryan Reynolds.
I'll take a look at it. Thank you, Roger.
Yeah, if it's the same video I saw, it's only like a minute long. He says it a couple times. Well, in the first minute, he says it.
Yeah, but he chops that dude in half, man. It was pretty cool.
Would I be allowed to post it on the VC text?
I think people can find it, Jimmy.
Okay.
So you guys seen that Smarter Every Day YouTube channel?
No.
You've never seen it? It's kind of like the Veritasium, Vsauce vein. And so a couple days ago, he did a video. He's the one that asked Don Pettit, what do you do if there's a hole?
Oh, you have a leak. You have a leak.
Yeah. He's the guy that asked him that. That was on the Smarter Every Day thing. Come to find out, his father works for NASA. But anyway, so he interviewed the head scientist for making the James Webb Space Telescope. And my God, dude, he was just like slobbering his knob, man. Like, I couldn't believe how bad he was just like blowing this guy, tongue in his asshole. It was disgusting. Like, fawning does not even. Anyway, this guy says, he's a Nobel laureate. He's got a Nobel Prize for cosmic microwave background radiation or something stupid like that. But he said something about the universe has no edge. I'm gonna actually clip it and I'm gonna post it here. And I'm gonna bash that shit out of the Globers with it. That there's no edge, there's no dude. The things he says, basically, he answered like people come in here and say, "Where's the edge?" He basically answered it for us. It's great. What he says is like this crazy, contradictory bullshit that nobody can answer. And I also have a screenshot of a book with Einstein. It's called 1001 Science Questions You Want to Know, or something like that. And I'll post that. And it's the same question, like, what's the universe expanding into? And whoever wrote that book says, this is the question I hate the most. Which is pretty much the question I hate the most. Where's the edge? It's such a lame question that they don't ask of the heliocentric model, right? They don't ask it of the standard cosmology, like where's the edge? They don't ask that. But somehow it's a really smart question when they come in here. Where's the edge? Like, it's just.
I know what you mean.
Annoying.
Yeah. If only they would hold, the mainstream model up to the same level of scrutiny that they hold up to what is not even a model, just a claim that model is incorrect. and yet just one claim about that this model, show me any proof. This model has no proof, the heliocentric model, and so on. They'll spend years, literally, going through the minutia of that, and yet will not, just like our little friend, Kessler / Ville Dom just showed us. He's not even embarrassed to say, I don't really know. I haven't really looked into it, even though I've been doing this for a long time. I'm just sure it's right. Yeah.
Yeah. He knows it's a losing argument for him, so he's trying to dodge it.
Yeah, maybe that's right.
And he was asked yesterday, what's your best proof? And he said, space, not pictures, space travel, right? So immediately, he goes to unfalsifiable claims, which no one can prove one way or another are true or false. Right? They're based completely on trust.
That's what he said today with space images, I think. Isn't that what he said? I think he started.
Yeah, something said it. Yeah. But straight to the unfalsifiable. That's where they always go. Like, you can't prove it one way or another. You can't prove images one way or another. Like, here's my Bigfoot picture. Like, prove it's not really Bigfoot. You can't prove it is Bigfoot. You can't. Like, you can't do anything with it.
Yeah, see, but you're right. Like, you guys, I'm glad you guys called about him being around a long time, because he went right to the Glober flow chart. Like, oh, you didn't just pair my sphere. Doesn't that make a parabola? And then they just count on the fact that you won't know what he's talking about, and that you'll be like, oh, but no, yeah, it does. Yeah, exponential growth. Yeah, inverted or right side up bell curve. That is exponential growth. Yes, which is it's not exponential growth, but exponential rate of increase. That's what we're talking about. Yes, thank you for illustrating that, Mr. Parabola Man, Mr. Globehead. And then he moves on to something else. He's checking his globe chart. Oh, they didn't go for that one. I'll go on to my next Glober flow chart, point and keep going. You know what I mean? It's like then they never concede, which is why I'm happy that he, that Roger got to at least concede about lying about his use.
But he was trying to bring. Well, obviously he's lying, right? He was pretending yesterday that he was a noob. And then he said this yo-yo thing, which is like a 4-year-old Glober argument. And then he said another thing, the parabola thing. That was the third strike. That's how I knew, he's been doing this a while. Like he's
because he couldn't even wait for me to stop talking to get that one out.
Exactly.
And then he acted like, oh, well, isn't that a parabola? Like he just thought of that, right? Yeah, he's not even a good actor. You got to get better actors, guys.
That only approximates a sphere for 300 miles. It's invalid.
I just pulled that out of thin air. I'm all new to this. I haven't looked into it before.
Yeah, I learned that in 3rd grade. Curve calculations, parabola is invalid.
But their actors are getting better. I mean, he's better than, say, a Zanuck, I would say. He's a better actor than, say, Zanuck. But maybe Zanuck's sincere, in his buffoonery. Maybe that's why he comes off so.
Zanuck's doing this for free. That other dude's probably getting paid. Zanuck's I'll do it for free. Give me airtime. I got to talk about my 16 careers and how I kayak near the oil rigs out. He legit said that. Zanuck said he kayaked near the oil rigs in the Black Swan. He said that, what was the other one he said? That they, in 7th grade, or maybe it was 9th grade, they made a scale model and showed the Selenilian eclipse. He really said this, that they did it in school. They showed how a Selenilian eclipse worked in school.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, it's so.
I'd like to see some verification on that. Yeah. No, or Conan Noni says that she wanted to discuss more about how schools should be run.
Oh yeah, feel free.
What did you want to say, Noni? Yeah, we never really got back to you. We kind of took off your point and then just kind of ran with it. We never really got back to you to see what you said. But feel free to jump in. You don't have to wait to be called on.
It's just that I would really like to know what's the most objective way to run schools. And knowing that you're a teacher, it'd be nice to get your point of view. It's interesting that you think that you hold the opposite perspective as mine. But yeah, I didn't want to ruin because you guys are like friends. want to ruin the conversation by just like entertaining my personal thought. So yeah, that's why I didn't bother.
You're not ruining a conversation. We're just, I mean, you're welcome to join the conversation anytime. It's the more the merrier. No, I mean, I agree with, even though I provide services for the standard government schools, in my own life, I homeschool my children, but, whereas I could see Chad, and I've done it both ways, like Chad and India, the way they were talking about like sending their children there to like learn about the world. Like I did that with my first child. Yeah. And that was, and that's one way to do it, like, and so on. But, what India was saying about the one-room schoolhouse, I do think that is a model that's more like what I do. And it also is, I think, more like how things were, throughout human history for a long time. And part of that's just because of the decentralization, that you wouldn't have like 30 children who are, 5 or whatever years old for kindergarten. You'd have, a few, especially here in the United States of America when we were starting off. That's why we had one-room schoolhouses, and there still are. There's one here. I mean, there are still some that run that by that model, and they're highly successful. Like the one that's here has a waiting list, like really long. It's a public school, but like everybody wants to get into it because everybody knows it works really well and the children have good results and so on, of having, the older children help with not only directly teaching, sometimes through tutoring, but just leading by example and so on. That you sometimes not only is the older child better able to get through to the younger child because they are closer to their level and remember better what it's like to be there and, at their level of understanding. But it also helps the older child to, because teaching something also helps you to solidify it better in your mind. And, so they're like both people are benefiting. And I think that's a very good model, as well as you are then learning how to get along with people of varying ages and levels, as opposed to just dealing with all people that are pretty much the same age and level as you.
Yeah,
what do you think?
I totally agree with that, seeing as I've actually experienced with our curriculum, such as the debate that I'm in. They get seniors, and they're only like 1 year older than us, and they get them to train us, and they know so much more. I'm surprised that the only difference is 1 year, and they know so much more than we do. And I totally agree with the effectiveness, because there's more openness. There's they know how we think. Yeah, I totally agree in that sense. But when what we disagree upon was the publication of achievements. And I'll tell you why. Because I don't expect everyone to get good habits. I don't expect everyone to be mature about their results. So let's say they don't feel discouraged by getting lower than the person next to them, but they might also feel an unhealthy amount of envy. So they, instead of acknowledging the person's hard work, they go the easy route by saying, "Oh, you've always been smart." And that's something that I always see in my school. They just generalize the person and ignore their efforts and just call them as smart, which obviously I don't think they are. I think they're just hardworking. So that's the problem with publicizing results, is that you don't expect everyone to have to approach that in the healthiest way. And an unhealthy habit is much more contagious compared to good habits. So that's what I think about it. I think there's more risk to it. I think celebrating achievement is definitely necessary, but publicizing their names and identities so that everybody else could see is not. I think a good alternative would be like giving them an identification number that only the individual remembers.
That's what they do, yeah, in the
They'll just
universities.
hit.
Yeah, that's what they, I mean, at least that's what they did when I was at the university. Yeah, you had the number and the list. So actually, in that case, I can see how that's kind of a compromise because you could go find your score and then you saw how you stacked up, right? But not everybody knew how you stacked up, but you knew, right? You knew if you were at the top or the bottom. And yeah, I think that is effective to know that because sometimes you can get discouraged, like, oh, I got a C, but like, oh, maybe that was the best anybody did because like maybe people didn't understand it, right? You know. And so I think that's interesting. But yeah, I think, and I am not like married to the idea of publicly publishing them. It just, going like too far the other way, I think has not been good. But I also think it, like you said, it's still, even if we're hoping for that to be a motivation, it's still an external locus of control, whereas people who have an internal locus of control have always been shown to be more successful. Like if you want to, get your education and learn about these topics because, a person, I'm not saying you, but a person wants to do that because they realize, for whatever reason, this will help me toward my goals in life. Or I know that if I get good grades on my transcript in high school or in college, I'm more likely to get into the school I want or get the job I want and so on. Or you're a person who just enjoys knowledge for its own sake and wants to expand their mind, whatever the reason is. If you have personal reasons for doing it, you're going to have more success than if you're like, I'm doing this to avoid humiliation. I'm doing this, to be more like that person who's getting good attention. Those are external locuses of control. So even loci of control. So even though they can, even though we can see results because people are motivated by the, external loci of control, that we can also see that it's not ideal, right? It's better if you find somehow the motivation within.
Correct. I mean, I agree with you. I think, basically, I think publicizing the person's results is encouraging a lot of ingenuine motivation or ingenuine discouragement. It's not in my opinion, it's not organic because you're gonna do it for the sake of other people and not for yourself.
Look at that. We found a neutral point, compromise point of agreement. I can go for that. But going too far the other way and saying that it should all be about the internal does make it difficult for a lot of students to not just be motivated to achieve, to find any purpose for it, but for a young person, it's hard for them to find, who doesn't even know, why they're here, what is they should be doing, who doesn't necessarily have a strong purpose in life or know what their strengths are and so on. If they get absolutely no feedback or no positive feedback or negative feedback even, I mean, for example, just give you a small example. And this girl in my daughter's high school who happened to be her best friend, was the valedictorian, was the individual who was not allowed to speak at the graduation because, she had to audition to speak, was not honored at the graduation as the valedictorian. She also was an amazing singer, objectively, could sing in key, and in tune, had a musical ear, which can be objectively measured, by a, tuner, by an electronic device if you would like to objectively measure it. But not only that, she also had tonality, feeling, and so on, to the point where she was selected by audition to sing the national anthem for the, local hockey team's professional hockey team's game. As a teenager, she auditioned and won to sing the national anthem at the professional hockey team's game. All right. So, but this girl not given the lead in the musical. And it was said right out by the director that she wasn't given it, because she already had too many, accolades and already had too much success, and they had to give it to this other girl who needed more encouragement, right? So then, because my daughter was playing the flute in the orchestra, I had to go there every night and hear this other girl who got the part over the talented girl sing off key every song in the whole musical for 3 hours. Well, she's featured, still has no tonality, no music, can't sing, in key to save her life. And yet we had to feature her to make her feel better, right? guess what happened to that girl a few years, next year, I think she became a, teen pregnancy. It's like, yeah, so we really did well for that girl by propping her up, putting her out there on stage, featuring her. A lot of people who don't have musical ear wouldn't have known she was out of tune, right? I already know that. Like, a lot of people can't tell when someone's singing out of tune. So they're just like, oh, clap, you're the star of the show. You're so wonderful. So I'm sure she got a lot of accolades, right? But not because she deserved them. Because we have to prop people up and then denigrate, not just not recognize people who are talented, but denigrate them by making them fail, not get the part, not get to speak at graduation. This poor girl, I mean, the one I'm talking about now is very successful, went to a very good university, has a very good career, is now like an extremely successful woman. Luckily for her, she just left her stupid high school behind and knew, because I told her at the time, I'm like, you are very talented and brilliant, and don't let anyone, make you feel down about yourself because, they're not giving you this part or this recognition or whatever. You just leave this town behind and you go do what you know you can do, and so on. And, but many people don't have that in their life. They're like, oh, the world doesn't want me. I'm good at singing. They don't want to hear good for this girl. That's, she could have gotten that message. Oh, I'm very talented at intellectual pursuits. Oh, nobody cares about that either. I guess I'll just go crawl into a hole and die or whatever. I promise you, this girl was special because her parents, not just me, her parents were very supportive of her, extremely supportive, and to the point where they were like complaining to the school and stuff, and so on, trying to advocate for her, which, that's a whole other can of worms. But the point of the story is, this is taken to an extreme, to the point where the people who have the achievement, because we're trying to prevent whatever, people feeling bad, envy, all these things, are being denigrated in society. This is one story, but that is the pattern that I've seen again and again and again, where mediocrity is rewarded and achievement is not just ignored, but actively discouraged. Is Brad still here? Because that was a pretty good grind my gears, I think. I think he's gone.
I liked it.
Oh, thank you, Roger. Thank you.
Unfortunate. That was very unfortunate. That sucked. I wish there were movies representing that.
There should be.
Yeah. Someone's just good at almost everything, but was shut down because they were good at everything.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and I'm speaking from personal experience, too, in case you can't tell. I'm projecting it onto this girl who I totally empathize with. But the same thing happened to me in school but it was not institutionalized at that point. It was coming from the other children. Like this one girl I remember saying, like, oh, please don't try out for that part. I never get anything. And you have, your sports achievements and your academic achievements. Let me have the music achievements. And this is a girl who's supposed to be like my friend. And I did like a couple times, like not go and audition for the thing. Cause I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, you can have that, whatever, and she did get it, which was fine. Like, but she should never have been saying that to me as my friend. Like, don't try out for this because you like are good at these other things and you should just let me win. Like, is that what we want our children to do? Like whine to get their way to be recognized in the world? I mean, that is what people are guilted into. Yeah. And now at that time, it was not at an institutional level. Like when I did try out for things, I was recognized. Now it's institutional level, which is even worse for these poor children.
I wonder if there's this how do I say this? Like an unhealthy way of looking things where they're always rooting for the underdog. Why sympathizing blacks movies became very successful. It's like
rooting for the underdog, yes, to the point where, and I'm like, I understand the concept of rooting for the underdog, like when the underdogs are real. Now it's like we pretend we're rooting for the underdog when the thing that we're calling the underdog is the dominant culture. I mean, that, because you've got these like activists on Twitter, pretending they're victimized when they are the dominant culture. It's like, come on, like, like for example, Christians are persecuted like all over the world. And Yeah, you still got these little, virtue signaling little snowflake leftists pretending like they're being persecuted by the Christians. It's like, yeah, keep telling me about that. Christians are not allowed to speak in the government schools, are not allowed to express themselves. Their speech is limited in multiple ways. Not to mention in other countries where they're just downright killed or their churches burned. I mean, stop pretending that this is a Christian nation or a Christian world, because it's not. And stop pretending that these non-Christians are being persecuted, because they're not. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if this is right.
They're lying.
I don't know if this is right, but maybe there's truth in both stories. I don't know if it's right, but it seems like a very bold claim for them to make that. To just say that without valid evidence.
Oh, I mean, okay, so yes, I'll give you one example. So, for example, this is from the 1980s, where a Michigan town had portraits up in its hallway of various. I can find the legal case citation if you want for it. And this is from, I think, like 1987, maybe, of various historical figures throughout the ages, where there were many different figures. I think Martin Luther King Jr. was there. I can't remember the list of who all the figures were, but a bunch of historical figures in the hallway, and Jesus was one of them, accepted by mainstream historians as being a historical figure who, might have had some impact on the shape of civilization and so on, whatever you think. Of the beautiful art, of the Renaissance period, and somewhat, went around this historical figure and so on. Whatever you think about the religion, to deny that Jesus was a historical figure is just a ridiculous claim. So anywho, an atheist who I feel like probably moved to that town, and put her kid in there just to, she was prominent, money-making, professional atheist, was there. Her kid was in the school, and she sued them for having the Jesus picture, and they won, and they had to take down the Jesus picture. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's just, it is discriminated against at every turn. And I'm not saying other religions aren't discriminated against as well. They are, but not to the extent that Christianity is discriminated against.
Interesting. I actually thought, because there's always the bad apple, isn't the bad apple in every group, right? So I'd assume in every religious group, there's always that one oppressive group that wants to turn everybody into that religion. And I understand why leftists would not like them. But yeah, I also understand there's a lot of struggles faced by people who are genuinely religious and not toxic at all. I've never heard of the story that you told me, so I'm really thankful that you did.
Oh, here, I'll see if I can find it. It's really old. Let me see if I found it before, though. Okay, 1993 was the federal court decision, but it started before that. They battled about it for years and years and years. Wasijic versus Bloomingdale Public Schools. This is just an article about it.
Give me a second.
I'll post the article. It's not the actual court decision.
Are you posting it in live stream?
Yeah. But I don't know. Why did we start talking about that? I can't remember. Oh, the underdog. That was it. Yes, how the underdogs. The underdogs are what used to be called the underdogs are now in charge. I mean, that's it took me a while to understand that, because these people back in at least in America in the 1960s, that called themselves the counterculture and decided, systematically to, after they tried, through the Weather Underground and so on, to change things by more radical means, they said, oh, let's infiltrate the society instead, which of course back then the Weather Underground has links to Barack Obama as well as the Clintons and so on. they're all part of that whole movement back then, who decided, no, instead of, doing this by violent means, we're just going to take over the society. And that's what they did. I mean, Teaching as a Subversive Activity, that's a book written back then to encourage people, go into the teaching, whether underground type activities didn't work, they decided to go into and release date July 1971, teaching as a subversive activity. And now, even if teachers don't understand it, many of them, they're subversive of the culture we used to have, where a regular person could send their child to school and think that they're actually going to learn the tools they need to be successful, such as reading, writing, logical thought, and so on, that you used to be able to send your child to a school and learn these things. And maybe where you are, maybe they still can. I know they can't here for the most part. I mean, there might be exceptions.
If you want to ask over here, we're kind of like progressing exactly like the US, but at a slower rate. So right now, we're probably in the phase of the underdog taking over. Like in that process, starting to raising awareness for suicide rates and, all that. And I want to know if I can do anything to stop it, because I think I know where it's gonna go, based on historical patterns. And then, don't know where I can play a role. Is this a book?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily recommending that book. It's been a long time since I read it. I remember reading it back when I was in college, but it's more of just the concept of, I don't even actually, this Neil Postman, I think I agree with him on other stuff because he's like kind of an anti-technology person. But in general, there was definitely, it was encouraged back then by, certain political organizations in America to take over the government schools, and that's what they've done. And now they're just basically tools of the Democratic Party in America. That's just what they are. The Democratic Party owns the unions, the teachers' unions, and most people toe the party line. But what do you think that? No, I used to be. I've been both, yes. And actually, I never really was a Democrat, because back when I was like a radical kind of environmentalist, which is what you would think would be a Democrat, those people were like the real environmentalists back then in the 90s. They knew that the Democrats were just as big of liars as the Republicans. At different times, I would have accepted the narrative of one party or the other in terms of which way they lean. Back when I was, serious about not using any technology, being like a radical environmentalist, earth firster, we chained ourselves to, both Democratic and Republican senators. We chained ourselves to Max Baucus. He's a Democrat, right? Max Baucus? Yeah, he is. I think he's still in there. He was. He's Democrat. Yeah, we hated him all. But then, and then I actually at some point thought that the Republicans were what they said they were, like for freedom and liberty and stuff. So yeah, I was snowed by them for a little while. But I soon realized they're as big a liars as the Democrats, so now I would not call myself either one.
I see.
I mean, because I went to I kind of went back and forth, but not that long ago, maybe 10 years ago, I went to this political rally near here for a U.S. senator, former U.S. senator who was running for the Republican nomination. And we recited the Declaration of Independence together at the rally. This is when Romney, the rhino, to the Republican in name only, little neocon to end all neocons. Mr. Romney, the same as Obama, ended up getting the nomination. But back when they were this is when Ron Paul was also running. And so I went to this little rally and we recited the Declaration of Independence. I'm like, oh yeah, we're all about liberty, republic. And then that person, Romney's horrible. He's just as bad as Obama. He did Romney Care Massachusetts. We all hate him, right? But then that so-called Republican endorsed him. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, how could you have said all that stuff and then endorse this rhino who's clearly put up to let the Democrats win? Why would you pick Obama light when you can have Obama? You know what I mean? Like, there's no choice there. So anyway, that kind of opened my eyes. And then I kind of did go the Ron Paul route for a while, but then came to see that was just another thing put up, to like give people, something to think somebody's got your back, which now his son's carrying that torch, where you still got people thinking Rand Paul's on their side. It's like, no, none of those 100 senators are on your side. I can guarantee you. But yeah, they're little, we over here in America, we always have our, little person that if you believe in liberty and so on, that you've got somebody you can believe is carrying on the cause for you, And first it was Ron Paul, now it's Rand Paul, and, it was Trump for a while, right? It was Trump for a while. Ron Paul, then Trump, now Rand Paul, yeah. So anyway, but yeah, the answer is no, I'm not a Republican. But I was a pre-elected Republican at one time, yes. But not anymore.
I see.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, how do you said you had an idea for how to fix the school system. What's your idea?
Oh, that was my idea, just using identification number. So the only person who knows this is the person who remembers it. Yeah. So you'll know where you stand. Yeah. So what do you think about that?
I like it. Yeah, that's how they did it when I was in college, and I thought it was good. Yep. In the high school, I don't even think they do that. They don't post the grades at all. It's all very private and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But in the university, I don't even know if they still do that in the university. They probably don't, because that was back when they had to like print it off on paper and, post it. And you actually went to look at it. Now they just, probably people can just privately check everything online. So they probably don't do that anymore.
Hmm.
So how has it been going, like, in terms of, what have you thought about the arguments you've heard about the Earth?
Oh, yeah. About that, like I said, I'm not trying to be like in denial. I'm just trying to wait for that moment where it struck me. That moment when I can make a genuine observation. I've been trying to use Google Map and count the distance, but last time I couldn't figure out how to work the Google Map to find the displacement, because they just showed the distance of the route.
Are you using the actual Google? Are you using the actual Google Earth? Or what were you going to say?
Google Earth. Yeah, you need to use Google Earth. Not maps, but Google Earth.
Okay, I'll try that next time.
Yeah.
That's a different app.
Yeah. You can put a ruler, a ruler between 2 points. They will give you the distance.
All right, I'll try that next time. Because I live in a hilly area, and there's so many roads, so it's really hard to get a nice, clear view. So much forest and buildings. Yeah, I'll try that next time. Thank you. Oh, fuck. By the way, I tried to learn how Sexton works, and I heard how the Glober explain it and how they use it as an argument of it doesn't make sense to use it on the flat Earth map, and it makes more sense to use it on the globe map. And to be honest, I could understand it, but I wonder if you guys could.
Yeah, so it's about triangulation, right? You take the angle to the star.
No, yeah, sorry. I understand how it
Okay.
works on a flat surface, but I'm trying to understand the heliocentric perspective. I posted a picture of how they drew how it's supposed to work, but I just couldn't understand it. Could you?
Wait a second. Let me see. Yeah, this is based on the fact that light has parallel rays, right? And that the stars are infinitely far, assuming a ball Earth.
So they're saying that at any point, Polaris would be directly on top of them?
This is Polaris, right? Is this something you got from a sextant?
Yeah, this is what I got from searching sextant.
Okay. Right. So it assumes parallel rays, which is the assumption. Okay. But this is not how a sextant is being used, and they use the center of the Earth. Do you understand?
I don't.
Right. So the horizon. To do triangulation, you need a straight line to the GP of the star, right?
Right.
Or else you wouldn't get 90 degrees. So their assumption is that stars are infinite miles away. So they can just assume this 90. But this is not how a sextant is used, because when you're at elevation on a boat, you need to minus that elevation to get the straight line to the surface of Earth. Then this straight line goes to the GP of the star, creating a 90.
Yeah.
So they are saying that it would work on a globe if you assume that the stars are infinite miles away, and you're doing it from the center of a ball Earth.
Yeah, so like assuming that at any point and any degree they would still see the stars directly above them. Is that it?
Yeah, but they they assume it's a ball Earth, right?
Right.
Because when we look at stuff at the so they say because the Earth is curving away, the Polaris will rise or decline at the horizon, right? But when we see stuff, so when you see an airplane moving away from you, it's also for your perspective moving lower, right? It's not actually moving lower, but your perspective makes it go towards your eye level, right?
Correct.
But they say because you're on a ball Earth, and due to curvature, this star is getting lower and lower on the horizon.
I see. I think I understand.
Maybe somebody can add something. So the point is what they do is they try to make up how it can work on a globe, but nobody uses it that way, right? You just take an angle to a star. You do a quote unquote dip correction, so you get the straight line to the surface of Earth, and then with the almanac you and the time you know where the star is, right? So you can then figure out how far this GP is away from you, and when you do this 3 times or 4 times, you can get a pretty good approximation of where you are. So I will post an QE got it from an admiral mariner. Right. So this is basically how they use it, right?
Okay.
Because you need that 90 degrees, or else your triangle is not a triangle. You can't do triangulation.
Yeah, I think I get it now. Thanks.
Right. Nathan just posted it. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. Can you speak, Nathan, or are you not able to? I just wonder because I liked what you typed there to Conan. I don't know if you saw what he typed. Did you see what he typed up above?
Yeah, I'm just I just started reading it.
Okay, I'll read it out loud just for fun for the audience because everybody might not be able to. I'll just go ahead and read what you wrote, Nathan, if you're, tired. This is what Nathan said, which I think is very nicely put. At Conan, I'm sure it's different for everyone, but the moment Flat Earth hit for me was the very first day I heard about it, as it doesn't take much logical, rational thinking to immediately realize you've never felt spinning, never seen water curve. The idea of people being on the opposite side, upside down to you under the earth, held onto a spinning ball, and so on. It's all just such a chaotic theory based on convoluted theories and not observation or experience. So that was it for me, just the idea I needed to be put into my mind of, hey, a flattened stationary plane is exactly what I experienced. Like such imaginative theories, such as spinning in an infinite vacuum with curving water, etc., are nowhere present in our lives, so flat Earth is reality and globe is imaginary. It's very easy to see and accept, and then, of course, you can look into flat Earth way more and see all the proofs. Either way, I hope you have a fun time here and learn a lot. Yeah, that's cool that, he's saying you realized that the first day. I did that. I mean, it took me longer than that. You're welcome, Nathan. He said, thanks for reading. Yeah. I mean, but like when you do get, I think your main point there is when you do get to that point of where you realize like, yeah, this is, even though we've had it put into our mind. So it's like when you start out, you kind of still have that globe mindset. When you start to separate it out and realize, oh, there's actually no evidence for this, and then you just start accepting the world on its own terms, it just becomes clearer all the time to the point where you just realize this globe model is absurd. I mean, you do get to a point where and sometimes people who aren't to that point get like, I don't know, upset about the certainty. I don't know how to explain it, but like it annoys them that we are confident about it, that we're certain, because they're not, because you can't be certain of the globe. It's impossible. You're relying on somebody else's story. You will never have that confidence unless you are someone who's just, I don't know, extremely dishonest with themselves or something. But
all you're doing is fighting cognitive dissonance. You're not, like you just said, they're just blindly following a religion it's a hidden type religion. We talk about it all the time. As a matter of fact, on Saturday night leading into Sunday morning, I red pilled a good friend of mine, and she was very receptive of it. Didn't fight me, didn't do the whole like just straight up put her wall up or anything. Like she for real listened wide-eyed the whole time. I had a brain going. It's really nice when you red pill a friend or a family, not just to like change their views on the world, but it just kind of teach them to think critically, whether they decide that they want to keep believing it's a globe or not. But they're making that decision on their own. They're not just following it blindly because that's how they were taught in school. So it's a good relief to actually have a red pill type of conversation, and it there's no arguing about it. It's just an actual conversation, if anybody knows what I mean.
It stresses people out for the most of the time, in my experience. causes a lot of conflict for me. Like, good for you. It turned out well for you.
I apologize, but the accent kind of, I missed out on that first or second part you said. The accent's kind of thick. What did you say? If you don't mind repeating yourself.
I said it causes more conflict for me.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Unnecessary conflict too, but like I said, that conflict is just projection. It's just projection of their own misguidance, and they just don't know that they're being misguided. 44150.
Me too. Like, I've had to virtually stop talking about it with my family.
Oh man, for sure.
Well, because they are hard right wing. Like, I live in northern Minnesota, and they really think that Nixon put men on the moon because God picked America to win the space race. So if I suggest that there isn't space, that it was all fake, they see that as somewhat of an affront to just jingoistic idea of American dominance of the world.
Yeah, something that I think, who was it I think it was Deus Vult that was talking about this yesterday and saying how, like what Brad just said about the projection and you said about your family, it's like, and it's hard to do that when it's like your relative or someone close to you, where you can tell they're projecting something on you. Like he was talking about just in general, people are like, afraid of, whatever the state of the world and so on. So they're like, and they can kind of sense like, oh, something's coming or it might get worse or something's not right. So like sometimes if you're a person who is just, even if you're not getting emotional or upset about it, it's like you're chosen to unload on, right? Because you're the one who's like maybe trying to alert them to something or whatever, which they, like you said, Brad, with the cognitive dissonance, they don't really want to go there. But somebody's trying to make me go there and like look at this more objectively, and I really don't want to because that's really scary. So I'm just going to yell at this person, And so it's hard to separate that out when it's happening to you,
Some of the stuff has worked out okay after since, because I'm like, it was during like the Trump time where I couldn't really talk about federal government and stuff, but now with Biden in charge. It's kind of like I can just rip on federal government all day long, and then they're like clapping. It's almost like a stand-up comedian act. Like the last time we had a family event, and so yeah, I weaved in a little stuff there, and I go, and they think they can go to Mars, and I go, and then they rickrolled the live stream, like because at the end of that Mars thing there was like a rickroll. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I did not see that. You mean literally it was there?
There's like a literal rickroll at the end.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Like still today, if you go look at the NASA live stream for that rover, they actually dropped a rickroll. It was funny too because I got Veach. I'm like, what do you think about that? Right? What do you think about an actual rickrolling at the end of a live stream like that? He goes, oh, they're just being nerdy. They're nerds. They're just being silly. It's just a joke. I'm like, so everything but a rickroll, right? He's like, yeah.
Man, people know. They just don't want to admit. That's pretty much what it boils down to. People know.
Yeah,
the argument and debate has been over for years. Now they're just like how Crit always describes them, just fucking religious-based zealots. I think that's the sort of the terminology he uses. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a belief
I like
system.
how it's very encouraged supposedly within families to encourage your children to think and question things until it's against the mainstream narrative, and then they get all salty.
Always, every chance I get to tell my daughter, I always remind her to think for herself. I'm just like, all right, Brooklyn, you got to think for yourself. Don't be a sheep. She's gonna remember that shit till the day she dies. I probably told her that hundreds of times. Just any little thing, you know. What do you want for dinner? And she's like, I don't know. What do you want? I'm like, no, kid, think for yourself. Don't make me make a decision for you.
That's cool. I don't know how much I can make as a kid. Because talking to adults is really, there's a barrier. It's like disrespecting. They use the disrespecting card a lot. But yeah, good for you.
It's like when you're talking to somebody about this topic, it's always a way to find an in, like to work it, work the topic in. Like, for one of my friends, they're kind of like into the whole fluoride thing. A quasi sort of like, there's some ideas they're open to. So I'm like, what if I told you, that sort of Matrix throwback, that the astronauts are telling kids to swallow their toothpaste? He'd be like, "Oh, no way, not possible. No one would tell a kid that shit's toxic." It says right, so you got to spit that crap out, and then show them the video. Boom, here, live stream for classrooms.
I've never seen that either. They actually said that. Oh my goodness, do you have that one or not?
No, I think I have to dig up for it. But
okay, well, if you get around to it, I mean, I'm totally sure that doesn't surprise me that they would say that. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things people mention to people who doubt, the toxicity of fluoride. You just look right on the toothpaste thing. It says, don't swallow it or call poison control if your child eats too much and don't have more than what they say, like a pea-sized, which a pea is really small. Most people put more than a pea on their toothpaste and a toothbrush. On the ads they show a giant swoop, way more than a pea.
Yeah, because they want you to use more.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you guys don't brush your teeth with like the entire tube of toothpaste?
Is that what we're supposed to do, Brad?
That's it. I mean, I thought that's what we were supposed to do.
A tube a day.
Yeah, a tube a day. And have I been doing it wrong?
Here, I didn't get the video yet, but here's that Quora answered by Clayton Anderson. It says, is it okay to swallow your toothpaste? I saw a video of Chris Hadfield doing it. So he says here, it's absolutely okay to swallow your toothpaste while living in outer space. Here, I'll post a little screen cap. I get more. I could dig more too. There's a video of it. That's the one I was talking about. Is there someone snoring?
Is that the video? Is that the video with the water bag at the in the background? That one?
Yeah, maybe. There is a lot of things that their first couple of videos were really bad.
Which one are you talking about? Just
the one where they said like, how do you do certain things in space? Like, how do you brush your hair? How do you do this? How do you do that? And then they go like, and then when you're done, you just swallow your toothpaste. And all the other astronauts on set just start agreeing. Oh, is that Effie Batman? He's snoring. Wake up.
Must be nice to sleep that soundly.
Clear conscience.
Should I mute him? It is him, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll mute him.
Yeah, the Potters Clay did a good one on the tooth. Let me look it up. It was a good one where you see Chris Hadfield brushing his teeth. Sorry, and then they speed it up, right? But in the background, there's a bag of water, quote unquote, floating around. But that bag of water doesn't get sped up. It's amazing.
Yeah, there's one too where he's like, because Chris Hadfield's thing was like always he's eating something. It's like, watch this guy eat something in space. Like, big deal, dude. I don't care what you're eating. Like what your next meal time is. But anyway, one of the videos he had some scissors that were like on a lanyard attached to a desk, and they weren't floating. They were just kind of like hanging there, like normal, like like you just would hang scissors from any sort of location. I'm like, why is everything else floating, but the scissors are just kind of hanging there? Did they they overlooked to make to flip the gravity switch for the scissors? Yeah, I have the alternative toothpaste too, a non-fluoride one.
Well, with the
Yeah,
scissors,
Conan was asking what to use. Yeah, or you can just use baking soda, like someone says, or you can even add mint flavoring. You can make your own. There's many alternatives for sure.
Or you can use the entire tube of toothpaste.
Like Brad.
Yeah.
What were you going to say about the scissors, Jimmy? He started to say something. I interrupted him.
I was gonna say, the scissors, they don't want those floating around. They'll poke somebody's eye out. So what they did was they had a massive magnet pulling it down in a straight line.
There's also that SLS that's in toothpaste that it makes your mouth feel like tingly or something like that, like fresh. It doesn't mean anything. Like you brush your teeth and it gives it sort of weird, tacky sensation that people associate, with like at the dentist office or something. That dentist office sort of stuff, but it's not the same stuff. It's called SLS. So if you're gonna get toothpaste, make sure you don't get that. The one I use is just called Hello, natural whitening, non-fluoride toothpaste. Sodium non-phosphate monofluorosulfate. So I guess it is fluoride then.
Yeah, I've used Hello before, or Tom's, or there's another one, Jason's, I think it is. I think that's the one that makes the spearmint one. My children only like the spearmint fluoride-free one.
It says tea tree oil, coconut oil.
Oh yeah, it's Jason. Yep. Seafrost strengthening paste, deep sea spearmint. That is a really yummy one.
Yeah, the Tom's one is the one I used before. I think I should have looked closer before I got this one.
Tom's been around.
Yeah, SLS. Okay, so maybe I didn't look close enough. It does say no peroxide, no artificial sweeteners or flavors, no dyes, no SLS or sulfates, no preservatives. Brush happy with happy. Hello. And don't swallow it is the number one thing, even though it's like, okay, probably. Still don't swallow it.
Yeah, when you look at the video I just posted, you see him brushing his teeth, and at the background, this bag of water is floating around, and then they sped up his brushing of his teeth, but this bag of water is still not moving the same, exactly the same as it did before. Uh-oh.
Well, this video is awesome, Roger. It's like all the best short little clips.
Yeah.
Like I got a few of these like solo, but like
Yeah, the Potter's Clay has a few good ones. I think the next one on that list. Well, let me see. Oh yeah, this one also a good one because this shows was it? Oh yeah, this shows how the double speak, right? Because they say, well, on Earth, we don't sense the motion, and if you jump up, Earth doesn't rotate underneath because the atmosphere is rotating with us, yada yada yada, right? But on the moon, you don't have it, right? And the moon is allegedly rotating on its axis at 10 miles an hour, approximately 10 miles an hour. So when you're walking against the spin and or with the spin and then doing 180, then you should just follow on your feet because there's no atmosphere, right? It's just turning around on a treadmill at that point. Let me post it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't personally know the line for those astronauts, how much knowledge they have in terms of directly lying to children. And in this case, telling them something that would endanger their health as well as the formation of their mind, since even Harvard University published a study in which they said that fluoride in the testing that they did does reduce IQ in children. And so, therefore, I would hope that at some point that these individuals will be called to task for not only lying to children, but openly promoting something that will threaten their health, well-being, and development of their mind. And in that regard, I do believe that people who are consciously lying to children and in certain cases making money out of promoting lies to children, such as the so-called Professor Dave on YouTube and the non-science guy Bill Nye, will at some point be called to task for their destruction of children's minds and bodies.
Yeah, the justice will come, in the after. It's not something that you might ever see here on Earth, but it's really not, it's not our place to do that. It was quite. The Bible's clear about harming children, clear as day. You're better off swimming with a millstone around your neck than hindering a child.
Yeah, and while it is difficult to watch it happen, just kind of powerless, but as you said, we aren't responsible for it since we aren't the ones doing it or encouraging it, or in our case, we aren't even promoting it or endorsing it, and in fact, we're openly speaking out against it. So, there's only so much you can do.
You feel like a lot of times they'll say oh, the education system, it's so perfect, it's so federalized, it's so this. Yeah, where did all the great thinkers go? Just suddenly just vanish.
That's what we were just talking about earlier. Don't get me started again. Conspiracy Santa.
Yeah.
We were just talking earlier with Conan about how true intellect and true innovation is, and true genius is actively discouraged in society.
Well, we're made to think true intellect is some sort of like you just said, it's discouraged, but it's also almost like if you just happen to be smart, you might be autistic. You might be on the spectrum. So, oh, you got to go get tested to be on the spectrum. And then it's like oh, I have special needs because I'm autistic, but that's why I'm smart. I don't know. It's like now things that were like medical things, like I guess I'm using autism as an example.
Well, just unique. Things that made us unique are now.
But now it's boastful. Like it's a boast. It's a boast now. It's really weird. I don't know. I know what I'm trying to say. I just can't put it in words. My bad, guys.
Yeah, I literally just met someone who boastfully explains about his condition, his mental condition, and I'm like, why are you smiling? But I was just thinking that I didn't say it. It's very unfortunate, but they're smiling about it.
Yeah, I mean, these are the people, who in the past, by having a unique way of thinking, might, have been recognized or taken charge in society, but instead they're being like coddled. Yeah, to made with this diagnosis, believe they have special needs, they have to have special treatment, and I don't even know the whole thing about that. I just know that, and not particularly about autism, but just diagnoses in general. Yeah, if you take your child to psychiatrists, they're going to find something wrong with them in the DSM, because that's the only way they can bill the insurance, is if they have a diagnosable illness in the DSM. So yeah, if you take someone to an expert, they're going to find something wrong with them. So, it's just become an industry, and then your child has that label and they believe they're somehow limited by that label. Whereas a lot of these things are spectrums, right? Like OCD behavior, autistic behavior. A lot of those things are, they're spectrums of behavior. It's not like you are this thing or you're not this thing. I mean, they're traits in human behavior, some of which, are advantageous,
That's why I'm against some raising awareness of mental illnesses. I think it just has a reverse effect of what they're trying to achieve. I believe you can overcome mental illness without raising awareness by just being healthy in general, mentally and physically.
Yeah, in my opinion, they've taken demonology and turned it into psychology.
What's demonology?
Well, the study of demons, right? Like the Bible's got a handful of traits that are, personified as demons. Like a child had seizures and Jesus pulled the demon out, or well, not, he told the demon to leave because the father was like, it was either the father or the mother. They were saying that my child has convulses and he falls in the fire, or he falls in water and he drowns, or he almost burns. And I got to pull him out. And it's in Mark. Mark really expounds on all the demon encounters. And like, I remember hearing a dead pastor named Derek Prince talk about demons. And basically, if somebody has a a mental illness, according to psychology, they've got a demon. And they've told you in the movies that, demons are just mental illnesses, and, these religious demon-phobic zealots are just that.
I think chemistry is a demonology. I don't know if that's accurate.
Oh, I see Roger put up the Rick Rolled thing. I think I maybe did see that back when all that was going on with the Mars thing.
Yeah, it was hilarious. we were all watching the Perseverance, right? So the CGI landing on the green square, and all the guys cheering at a heartbeat they received, right? Oh, we received a heartbeat. Look at the thingy land on the green square. And then at the end, right, it was almost over, and then a Rick Ashley tweet. Man, I laughed so hard. I mean, they could have picked any astrophysicist or engineer or professor or whatever, right? But in the last 2 minutes, it had to be a Rick Ashley tweet.
Yeah, because they don't even take themselves seriously anymore. Yeah.
I posted the live stream with the timestamp of the Rick roll too, right above where Roger posted. A lot of times the globals be like, nuh-uh. You'd be like, oh, really? You're gonna nuh-uh? Okay, sure. Here's NASA's own YouTube channel. Video with a timestamp. You're gonna nuh-uh it again?
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with it, right? It's just coincidence. I mean,
yeah, that's what Screech said. he was like, "Oh, it's just being nerdy. It's just silly. It's just just having fun. They're blowing some steam off." I'm like, so basically, it was everything other than a Rick roll, and he was like, "Yeah, anything but that."
I mean, yeah, if you think about how they used to portray themselves, even though looking back on it, back in the time of the fraudulent moon landing, how they used to portray themselves so seriously, right? And all the guys had crew cuts, and they were all, in their ties and with their, pocket protectors and all that, and like everything was very serious. And just what a clown show they've become openly. Because I think back then, probably they did have more serious people. Like they could have, intelligent, serious people, military people, like, the guys they murdered, the Apollo 1 people, Gus Grissom and his crew, like that they had to murder because they were too intelligent, too serious. They can't even afford to have those kind of people anymore on there because they would not go along with the circus act, right? So like they don't even pretend to be serious anymore. And because it all has become entertainment, right, and kind of interwoven with the whole science fiction space dreams of a generation, like they don't even have to pretend anymore, and these people still go along with it. Like Crit said, the conspiracy Santa said, they'll just still defend it even though it's openly a clown show. It's just ridiculous.
In that same live stream, I think it's halfway through, they show that it's a tradition to eat peanuts during a launch or something like that, during a landing. They need to eat peanuts. So I was like, so they're actually mimicking a monkey on a spinning ball eating peanuts? Why the peanuts, man? It's ridiculous. And also in that live stream, there were a few shots where you can you could go to their site and post your picture, and then they would fit it into a Mars background and then show it on screen. It's like, what? So okay, openly showing fake pictures with random people acting on Mars. I mean, come on, man. Then the whole show with the CGI thing landing on the green square. Guys, we got a heartbeat, yeah. And when you look at so when you go back and then they show you these artist renditions of because the thing that dropped into quote unquote Mars atmosphere, then they had this kind of, what was it? Drone, right? It's kind of drone which then drops the robot. But when you look at the images taken, I can drop them in the live stream. I find that hilarious. Surely Glober will tell me, "Oh, I'm wrong because this and that." But, where are those images? Basically, they show you artist rendition of this drone having rockets and dropping the robot. When we got the actual footages, there was no rocket. It's just invisible fumes. God, I have so many memes. Oh, here. So this is what they promised, right? I'm now uploading it. And this is what we got. Where is it? So this is what we got, right? So where are the fumes? What's this? Invisible fumes? Invisible rockets? What's going on, NASA? And this was the footage we got, right? Look, rockets, right? Where are the rockets, NASA? You show me rockets on a CGI thing, right? When it landed. Rockets, there. Dropping the robot, more rockets.
And the green square appears. I love it, yeah. Then it goes right in there, yeah. Oh, yeah, Nathan says, I've seen movies with more convincing CGI with the budget about 100 times less. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it just so much illustrates how people, they believe if they want to believe, despite no evidence support their belief. That's just the way it is, I mean, it is a test that's well designed. I mean, it's surprising to me that more people don't pass the test, that there's not more people seeing through this. Or maybe there are and we're just not hearing about it. They're just quietly sitting at home. I don't know. But, it's surprising to me that more people aren't calling this out as just being a farce on the grandest proportion. I mean, maybe they just keep escalating it to kind of be like, yeah, like what? I don't know if it's like they escalate it, and become just more transparent, less believable over the years, because they're just bragging, or because that entertains them more, if they can get away with just blatant lies and ridiculousness, or if it's because they're escalating it to try to get more people to, see it for whatever their motivation would be. But of course, since we don't know what their motivation is, it's hard to know. Like, do they want more people to see through? Because that's what it seems like. It seems like the child crying out for attention, like, oh, this tantrum didn't work, I'm going to escalate my tantrum. That's what it seems like, or any criminal who seems like they want to get caught. How they say some criminals want to get caught, so they seem to be making mistakes. But are they really making mistakes, or do they just want the attention? That's what I want to know.
I mean, I think there's just nowhere to go. If they're just quiet, then it's suspicious. They need to say something. They need to act like they're doing something. So that's what happens, I guess, when you lie about something this big.
Right. Yeah, their lies are so extensive now that it's kind of out of their control, right? But they have to just keep going, to try to maintain appearances or whatever. I think you're right about that.
It's a perfect time for a revolution in my eyes. But it's not happening. I don't know why.
I don't know. I mean, a revolution implies a new power structure. I don't know. Like most people, at least over here, just want to be left alone. You know what I mean? Most people over here don't even want to be in charge. They're just like, please just leave us alone to raise our families and, take care of our gardens and whatever. Like, just leave us alone. That would be perfectly fine,
Well, why can't that be a revolution? What if that's how people should be, left alone and not be civilized? Not to be civilized, but not be contained in the civilization. What if that is the way? I don't know.
Dandelion, you mind if I cut in with that?
Oh, please do.
Okay, Conan. So it's nice to speculate on things, but we are decades past that. Like it's cool to like wonder why aren't we like that, but we're decades past that point. Years past, just going about how before the Industrial Revolution is. Years past it.
So
but it's cool to speculate. But it's cool to speculate on it.
Yeah. Okay. So what's the conclusion?
The conclusion is already written. It's already there. We already know it. It just, no reason to be afraid of everything. Just, I'm not saying you are. You just kind of have to accept it. Just live your life.
Okay.
Oh, Peter is here. Hi there, Peter. Petar.
Hello.
How you doing?
Me again, just listening in. I'm driving actually.
Okay, good to see you. Yep, feel free to listen in.
Yeah, nice to be here.
So yeah, I don't know, Conan, when I asked you earlier about the about your views on the Earth, and then you were talking to Roger about the sextant thing.
No, I just said I'm just waiting for a moment. I'm not disagreeing with any arguments. I'm just waiting for my moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then that's when Nathan was. That's, I think, what Nathan was responding to. Yeah, and I think that is good. Yeah.
You said you're waiting for your moment?
Yeah, like the moment when things just hit.
So what would that moment be to rip the Band-Aid off? Because you're on the fence already. So what's keeping you on the fence?
Just my personal experience. I'm not actively trying. I'm not actively trying, I guess. But once
you don't
I'm
really
going on,
actively need to try to understand what's true versus false. That just kind of happens whether you pay attention or not. And obviously you're paying attention now. So I get you being on the fence, but it comes to some point where the Band-Aid just needs to be ripped off. Otherwise, you're just clinging on to something that just turns into a religion. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. But okay. So here's the thing, right? I think the problem is the mainstream has made me so used to the idea of being in this world and still believe like it's the heliocentric shape. So I'm still trying to imagine how it's supposed to look like if it's a heliocentric model. And then I want to take a look at that and see how it contradicts themselves. So yeah. Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense. Look,
Yeah, I'm not trying to
I
force
have
it
the,
either.
I have the best phrase for that type of situation. I mean, one day you're gonna have your first beer, and what I mean by that is it'll click. Eventually, it'll all click. People who are on the fence don't stay on the fence for long, but it's fun to try to push somebody to rip the Band-Aid off. That's just kind of what you need. Like I said, otherwise you're just clinging to something that just isn't there. Why hold on to something that's not really trying to hold on to you?
Not necessarily clinging. I'm just being in the blank space for now. I'm not trying to. I just don't want anything to be forced. I want it just to come naturally. I think it'll feel more special that way. But yeah.
Yeah, when I decided I was finally going to make up my mind, because I'd been like looking into things, but not ever like dedicating a lot of time to it. And I had like a week-long vacation and happened to be at the Lake Michigan shoreline, which worked out well since there was a flat horizon everywhere. And I could think about the times I'd seen Chicago over that same Lake Michigan shoreline. But I also just decided, but it might be different for you. I'm like, I'm going to make up my mind about this once and for all. I had some books I was looking at and some stuff printed off. And, and it's because I was going to join the Discord. I joined the Discord, but only in the text. I hadn't gone on the voice. I'm like, I'm not going to go on that voice to talk to any of these people until I make up my mind for sure, because I don't want anyone talking me into something. I want to make up my mind. And so then after that kind of week away, then I came home, then I decided I could even look at anything on the internet, like for anything. I put my phone in the drawer and so on, didn't turn on the computer or look at my phone for 3 days. And I decided at the end of that 3 days, I'm going to decide. And it did just become like very obvious to me, kind of in the way Nathan was talking about, although it took, maybe longer. He said it was the first day for him, but it was just kind of like, sitting there contemplating, what would the earth be like if it wasn't a globe, and just imagining what it really was like, and could it really just be that way? And I can almost even see in my mind like the globe kind of flattening out and imagining, like this is really what I see and all I've ever seen. It's just kind of like getting used to the idea of realizing that it really is just the way you experience it, and there's no evidence that it is a globe. But I had to do that after I kind of intellectually understood the 8 inches per mile squared argument, which made sense to me, and my sightings of the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan. Like, I understood all that intellectually, but there was still a point where I had to get to like kind of, I don't know, almost physically understand it, or just come to terms with it like within myself, which was a different process.
I mean, I've said this before. I'm interested in other aspects of truth seeking. I'm not that motivated on the shape of the earth, to be honest.
Yeah, and you have very interesting ideas about all these other things, education and so on, and culture and that kind of thing, which is great. Like, and I think that is like, there are a lot of people, and I'm not allowed to make generalizations, or Brad's going to get mad at me about feminine versus masculine. But, I think that that this whole realm is kind of something I've noticed, and just by numbers of who's here talking about it and who's not, that, men do seem to have a more tendency of being interested in it, even though I'm here. Yes, and Lulu's here. Other people are here. So it's not like a black and white thing, but it's like, this is, something that is not necessarily something that interests everyone. But at the same time, I have to say that what it does, because you're someone who's also interested in like improving your mental capacity. You just explained how you thought a lot of mental illness could be solved by, just having a healthier life and so on, which I totally agree with. I think a sedentary lifestyle definitely encourages mental illness, as does, getting your reality off of a computer screen instead of going out and running, biking, or just walking, gardening, doing outdoor labor, shoveling, whatever it is, like getting your hands and feet dirty in the ground and, just experiencing the real world as it is, boating, and so on. All of those things do help your mental health, as does getting your mind off the globe model. It definitely improves like your cognitive function. It just does, because you're not wasting your cognitive function on that cognitive dissonance or on trying to figure out how this model fits into reality, which is completely divergent from that model and has nothing to do with it. So it does improve your mental state, has been my experience.
Good rant.
Thank you.
Dandelion, you're so cool. I wish you were my teacher. I wish I had a teacher like you. I can't.
You're cool too. Well, thank you for appreciating me.
Thank you for appreciating my words. It's very rare.
Well, you have a good mind. I mean, you're very rare to like be honest about your thoughts and being willing to share them, especially with people you don't know. I mean, very well. I mean, you're getting to know us, but we appreciate you being willing to share your thoughts with us.
Thank you. It's nice to know. It's nice to know that there's a place like this.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to shock us. I think. I don't know. People have tried.
Yeah, I came here knowing that people here are cool because was recommended by my boyfriend. And
Oh,
I came
really?
in already knowing. Yeah, I came already knowing that you guys are cool. I was just listening to it and slowly getting into the conversations.
And
I
is he
knew
still
about
here?
this server. Yeah, he's still here. I knew about this server even before I got into like politics and just truth seeking in general. But just knowing about it, never really got too invested into it yet.
How did you know about it to start with?
My boyfriend.
Oh, okay. So he told you about it like a while ago. Okay.
Right.
And then so you've only recently gotten into truth seeking, or like when did that start for you?
Let's start like about because of the injectables.
Mm-hmm.
Realize that there's so many narcissistic doctors out there. Is there something weird going on with overemphasizing it and censorships and like there's a lot of weird thing going on. And I started from there. I learned the skills of investigating and knowing what to check, how to check for inconsistencies. And then I went to history, and then I went to like psychology. There's just so many other things that's been corrupted, and it makes me really happy that I've gotten connected with the truth, or at least a more plausible belief. And yeah,
and just realizing that the mainstream, what I would call the mainstream conspiracy theory regarding many of these topics is just full of holes. You do not have to replace it with an alternative theory, especially when you're talking about historical events and many things that we are not capable of verifying. We can just, to the point where myself, because the mainstream media organizations have been proven time and time again to be disreputable and inaccurate, I just assume that they're not correct, or that their narrative is not necessarily accurate unless shown differently. I mean, because that is the reputation that they've earned, which is a bad reputation for reporting things in an objective or factual way. And so, but that's the thing about, as opposed to some historical event from the past and rejecting the mainstream, narrative, or conspiracy theories, such as the official conspiracy that 19 men with box cutters can defeat the U.S. military on September 11, 2001. That conspiracy theory is full of holes and has no credible evidence to back it up whatsoever. So you can reject that theory without having to explain what happened that day because you are not capable of going and finding out exactly what happened. However, one thing you are capable of doing is going to a location you said you were working on the Google Maps, and now maybe you'll try the Google Earth, finding out what the WGS 84 official mainstream globe model predicts you should be seeing in the distance, and then, noting your observation that, in fact, you can see things, that you should not see if we lived on a globe of dimensions claim. That is the one area that any person is capable of doing. Now, there may be some limitations of travel, but, if you care enough about it, I used to walk and bicycle places when, I didn't have a car because I was, like I told you, a radical environmentalist opposed to, fossil fuels and all that, so-called fossil fuels, blah, 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 drilling in the Badger 2 Medicine Park out in Montana and so on. And just back to nature person in general. So that's why I rode my bicycle everywhere. But, you have 2 feet, you care enough, walk to the nearest large body of water. If you don't care enough, that's fine. Or, you feel like financially or for whatever reason you're limited in travel to actually go out and carry out your own experiments, observations. There are thousands of observations out there by independent researchers around the world. So you either have to say that these testable, repeatable, verifiable results, many of which verified by governments such as the laser tests that are notarized by the Hungarian government, either all people got together to conspire to make the Earth look flat, or that globe model promoted by the mainstream media, entertainment, industrial, educational prison complex might be the one that has not a leg to stand on and is not verifiable, nor independently verified, nor repeatable or testable, nor scientific in any way.
Also, very accurate. That was.
Thank you, God Rock, and good to see you. How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing? Thank you.
That mean it's not all about the shape. On the end.
Yeah, we're talking to Conan, who is still investigating the Earth. Yeah, and is a very, kind and honest person who we have been enjoying talking to all morning. She's still gathering information.
Well, that's good.
You're
That's
so
good
sweet. Thank you. Yeah. But I haven't keep in mind, I haven't put active effort into it. I was just waiting for it. If I had the chance, like, oh, okay, I'll do it. I walk every day. I walk every day outside. So, like, just one of those times where I can see a long distance observation, I'll do it.
My favorite thing to do is to watch the clouds. I know the clouds aren't the Earth, but you can
Well said.
watch the bottoms of the clouds, and all the clouds will line up flat with each other. And then if you've got enough cloud cover, you can make a 360 and watch all the clouds be at the same level in all the distance in all the directions. And then when you got the clouds that are cumulonimbus that want to rise up, they go up and they also go flat. I like that part when I'm out walking around or driving.
Yeah, that's a valid point.
Then you have clouds going in one direction and going in another direction. That's also good.
It's like the feeling of a long hallway.
Yeah, I like what Dandelion said about all these observations that literally thousands of people have done. That's just totally impossible that they're all together trying to deceive people. I mean, that's just, they're accurate. I believe that they're truthful and accurate people for the most part, and there's no reason to be afraid of looking at those and forming some kind of an opinion, for sure.
Because our idea will be to deceive if it's not true.
Well, I think, yeah, and I think it's like to see it for yourself, I think is more of like a I don't know, psychological comfort is the right word, but it's like, seeing it for yourself is something that's powerful. And I think it's an experience that if somebody can have, they should have. They can make long distance observation. They haven't yet. But, in terms of intellectually and logically, it just gets to the point of absurdity where you just can't keep denying, all of these documented and very carefully measured and observed, they're basically done by independent researchers the way that science used to be done, where you actually did have independent people validating the same observation, and so on. That's what we don't have with the globe. We don't have that. But we do have that with these long distance observations and the laser tests. So, but because of the way that they started us out on this emotionally as children, with the globe model and the outer space and all that, it does help to go see it for yourself. And I think it does just kind of confirm it, maybe, within your heart and soul. But in terms of the logic and the intellect, I don't think that's necessary.
Like Tandilian, for example, do you know that they are arguing about sniperists about Coriolis? They are saying that sniperists are counting on Coriolis. Do you know that story?
I do.
I've heard them claim that. Yeah, I've heard them claim that.
Yeah, but listen, this I came into the story, 80 per mile square, Coriolis, and then after that sniper, and then in my mind came, oh my God, I was anti-aircraft in military, but 30 years ago, and I start to think, oh my God, I never account on Coriolis, and I was good shooter, and I got even a prize, 2 weeks free because I was good shooter, and then I start to remember, oh my God, I was only accounting on the speed of the aeroplane and the angular size of the aeroplane in the sky, and that was all. And then I realized I don't need to debate about Coriolis, about sniperists, about shit. I didn't use that in my example in my life, and nobody told me to use that,
Yeah, I think that's a very good example of the dishonesty that the people on the globe side will grasp onto. It's like a desperate attempt.
Like we now found out, for example, for sextant,
Yeah.
Like nobody thought about that, but now how they travel? If they in the past, they needed to to assume the globe all the time.
Yeah, it's really kind of easy once you see it to see all the things that you overlooked previously, that you just kind of appealed to authority and you thought that somebody smarter than you had figured it out and that you should just trust the science and you never really thought about it. But once you see it for yourself and you start to understand the concepts and you start to think critically, it just opens up this huge can of worms. And I know, Conan, you're on the fence about it, and you talked about doing some of your your own observations, and that's really critical. I mean, I even live streamed an observation to 6 of my friends that were across the country, and even showing them, the measurement of how far off the water I am, the measurement from my location to the object I was observing, doing the Earth curve calculator, giving them all the math and everything. At the end of the live stream with the friends, the only thing they could say is, well, you're not a scientist and I just trust the science. Even after seeing for themselves me live stream an observation where there's at least 40 feet of missing curvature that should be there based on the globe math, they still appealed to authority even after one of their close friends was showing them the observation. And that's the hardest thing, I think, for most people, is to get over the appeal to authority and understand that they are intelligent enough to think critically about the topic.
Exactly. If you think you're not smart enough, you are plenty smart enough to go out and do these and figure it out for yourself. It's very simple math. It's not complicated whatsoever. This appeal to authority is totally unnecessary. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, that's the hardest obstacle to get over, especially when discussing the topic with people, is because this topic has been so ingrained in people at such a young age that it was, the sky is blue, the earth is a globe, 1 + 1 is 2, let's learn colors. It's such a young age that gets ingrained into people that they can't think that it would be something else. It's very hard to break that programming.
That was a really good example of attaching 1 + 2 equals, 1 + 1 = 2, and attaching that to a complete fantasy that you believe to be true, and you can put them in the same bag. I mean, it's like, are you kidding me? It's that's really easy for me at this point to understand what's going on, but I can see how other people would think, yeah, well, I was told, 1 + 1 is 2, and we are on a globe, and so they both go in the same bag, and they just don't. It's really, really a strange thing that people do.
And when you think back at it, when you're a young child, one of the first take-home projects that you do in science class is like making a solar system or making planets out of styrofoam balls or whatever. I mean, I distinctly remember doing that as a child. And we have friends who have children who are in school right now, and I know that they've been doing projects like that. And it's like, kids are 7 years old, and once they do the hands-on project, it's so instrumental in ingraining that model into their brain, because they know when they were 6 that they made the solar system model. Like, who are you, Mr. Internet guy, to tell me that everything I learned is a lie, right?
Yeah. And when they were done with it, they were told that how nicely they had done it and how accurately they had done it. Yeah.
I think school breeds a lot of narcissists instead of genuine intellectuals.
Yeah, it also gives a false sense of intellectualism to people. I mean, I know some very, quote unquote, intelligent people that excelled in schooling that couldn't fix a thing. They couldn't even figure out how to use a screwdriver if they wanted to. It's our school system is very interesting, to say the least.
Sometime last month, I had to go to Home Depot and try to find a funnel. And I had to tell the person who was helping me how to spell funnel so that they could search it on their search engine.
Technology is such a curse and a blessing, all wrapped into one.
Yep, all at the same time. You're right. Because these people believe they can get out a cell phone or whatever they're using and just plug in these numbers or these words, and what they receive back is, in their mind, 100% accurate. And
but even that, it's also taking away what they would use for memory and recall and all of that stuff. Like, the next person that asks that individual at Home Depot, where's the funnel, they probably won't even remember, 1, what a funnel is, and 2, where it's at.
I like to ask for anybody's opinions on what the limit of technology should be. Where should we draw the line?
Well, if I recall correctly, Conan, you may have changed your name, or maybe not, or maybe we had this discussion previously. You have read Ted Kaczynski's book, right?
Yeah, I remember talking to you too. I was
Oh
wondering.
no,
if there's
are you the
anything
one? Oh, Noni. Yeah, she used to be Noni. Are you the one who way back when was bringing that up and I was getting after you in the text?
Me?
No, Conan. I don't know.
Oh,
I
okay.
can't remember.
I probably suggested it to her. My bad.
No, it was just whoever it was. This was like months ago. Somebody was bringing him up as like, and it seemed like it was like trying to tie him to flat earthers in some way. I don't know, but yeah, but no, whatever. I'm sorry, I interrupted you, but it just reminded me of something, that incident from long ago. But it could be a totally unrelated person. I don't know. But continue on with your discussion. I interrupted. I'm sorry.
I don't think it was me. I think the last time I spoke about it was probably 2 weeks ago.
Okay, it must have been somebody
Another
else
month.
then. Must have been somebody else.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just wondering if there's any new input, because I'm still figuring out on what's the limit should be. I do have an opinion on that, but wondering if anything could change it.
I think like for everything, it's a personal decision, and I don't know if anybody should have the right, or anybody has the right to dictate how much technology people should or should not have. Like, to me, that just goes against kind of my principles. But in my own personal opinion, we've gone well past the bounds of what technology we probably should be using. Yeah. Because it's a slippery slope. I mean, I grew up pre-internet, right? And it really is just a slippery slope of, I mean, I thoroughly enjoy the fact that I basically have the Library of Alexandria at my fingertips, but I also know the detriment of that technology as well. And I don't know if the reward is worth the risk. But I think it's everybody's personal decision to make,
I think the decision to trust what you read is also very tricky.
Oh yeah, I mean the last 10 years for me has just been an exercise in discernment.
Yep.
So for everybody that grew up pre-internet, just put yourself in these shoes real quick. So there's no internet. All you have is really TV, and you see all their parents' stuff, all their stuff, and then you see this thing in the middle of their living room or wherever near like an entry, and it ends up being a camera. But this camera has a back door to where pretty much anybody that knows what they're doing can log into said camera and see what's going on in your house. Wouldn't that be fucking weird? Would like just being in the 80s and 90s and you see a camera in your friend's house and they tell you like, oh yeah, it's connected to this thing where I can view it from wherever, but it also has like this back door in it to where everybody else can view it as well. I think that's strange. I'm partly responding to the guy talking to Conan, and I'm also partly answering her question on how far we've taken it and what's too far.
Yeah, that's a really good example, and I can speak on that pretty well because I read the book 1984 really before the big dawn of the internet. I want to say I read that book for the first time in 1992. So the internet might have just been coming around, but certainly was not prevalent, right? Like we didn't have it in my household or anything like that. And when I first read the book 1984, and I thought about, the screen that he had, basically the television that he had on his wall as a picture, and the fact that cameras were everywhere, and it was this authoritative, like, government structure. I thought about it, and I was like, this is kind of creepy, and this is me at 13 years old thinking about this. I thought, okay, this is kind of creepy, but there's no way, unless some dictator like Hitler came back into power, that we would have this system of control instituted. There's no way people would go along with this, and there's logistically, how could you get cameras in everybody's house and all over the place and blah blah blah. And I thought there was no way possible, and now I look at it now and it's like the government isn't even doing it. The people are willingly begging for the technology to be put into place by themselves. Like they're creating their own dystopian world cheerfully. It's a very cunning scheme.
Yep. And this backdoor thing where anybody can actually access this sort of thing is like, wow. Are you kidding?
Yeah, I think there needs to just be some people who draw lines at different places, which I think, I've drawn my own line, which is I won't do any of the biometric, thing of like scanning my thumbprint to get into my phone or any of that stuff. I will not do. I still punch in a little 6-digit code every time, and I'm perfectly fine with doing that, even if it's more convenient to do the other thing, because every single one of these things is just getting your tolerance, down to the next thing, right? For me, it's, the biometric identity, but other people have even, a sterner line than me. Some people are much, more averse to technology. I used to be much more averse to technology, as I mentioned. I started using it for the purposes of communicating with people, but I think that we do need to have at least some people who are going to still, like I also try to use cash as much as possible and that kind of thing, which a whole conversation we could have about that. But I think as long as there's still people, keeping kind of the choices around to even be able to exist in this world without acquiescing to these things, as long as they're still giving us a choice, I think that's important to do. I mean, we have people here, the Amish, that are definitely like their line is drawn way further back than my line. And they give me hope because I know that no matter what happens, I said the other day, if the government collapses or wasn't around, the Amish people would be perfectly fine. Like I said, it wouldn't affect them, but I was wrong. No. It's not that it wouldn't affect them, they would thrive even more than they already were because people would be flocking to them to like teach them the old ways, buy some chickens from them, or whatever it is. They're already doing great. Their store just keeps expanding. They sell their, meat, eggs, produce, and so on to the people around here. Their beautifully crafted woodworking that everybody wants, their pies, and so on. They're already thriving like crazy, living the old ways within this society, not being affected by what the federal government does at all. But yeah, there's still people around who cling to that, which I truly appreciate.
Right. Their stuff is just not tainted like everything else, It's
I would
just
like
so much more natural.
somebody from the time of Watergate and get their opinion on how, invasive that that microphoning a meeting was, because they didn't have, microphones set up everywhere, listening to everything every time. And then I would like to take somebody from that time, bring them here, and then get their reaction.
Yeah, that would be a good exercise to see take place, because even people that would be on one political side or the other, or possibly even cheering for a little bit of surveillance back at that point in time, would come to this time and be like, whoa, this went a little too far.
Do we have anybody old enough for that? I know someone keeps getting called Boomer. I think it's Sonny.
Oh, I'm definitely old enough. I'm 65. Born in 1956.
Do you remember people's reactions to the Watergate scandal?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I most certainly do.
I don't think they would have approved of today's technology, do you think?
Well, I think there's so many mixed opinions about that kind of stuff because, there's a lot of people at that time that would be like, yeah, we want to hear what took place. We want to know the surveillance information because we want to catch these people to find out what they did. And and then some of them are going to say, yeah, that's too far. That's too much surveillance. This, that, whatever. But so back in those days, it was almost like it's going to reveal the stuff so you can catch and stop this sort of thing from happening. But really, that's not what happened at all.
Well, it's the same way with like everything that they're instituting now. It's done under the guise of security, protecting people from the bad guy. It's for your safety. But there's a lot of us that know that that's the sales pitch for.
Hello.
Yeah.
It's revealing everything about you to everyone, selling you information. It's, so they can post stuff on the internet. Morning. You talk about something, you're having a normal conversation with someone about wanting to buy a tent or something like that. And the next thing you know, all these ads start coming up about tents for sale where you can buy them. Obviously, this stuff is not only sold, but it's sold within seconds after you sell it, or you say it, and then it is implemented a few seconds after that. I mean, it's really gotten to the point where you can say something and 5 minutes later it's on your screen, whether you ask for it or not.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm having this conversation on my personal phone, and earlier the conversation was regarding toothpaste, and I picked up my work phone and got on Instagram, and I had an ad for toothpaste.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I wasn't even participating in the conversation. I was just doing some work, and it was going on my one phone, and my other phone picked it up.
And see, so what I'm saying here is that back in the day, they're saying that this information is, it's all good, because now we're going to be able to catch these people that are doing these crimes. But on the other side of the coin, we weren't even aware of thinking that maybe they're selling all of our information instantaneously and exploiting us in every way possible. That wasn't even a thought that I had back then. I mean, it's like that was unimaginable. But that's exactly what's taken place.
And that's just the part that we see, right? So usually when I talk about this topic to people, they're like, oh, I don't really care if ads pop up. It's not that big of a deal. And it's like, can't you think about the underlying stuff that's taking place for that ad to get projected to you so quickly? Like,
right?
Can't you put two and two together on how much information is actually being cataloged and logged about everything you say? Like, come on.
Gathered and sold in literally less than a minute. It's gathered and sold and paid for by someone so they can send that ad to you. It's that quick now. You still, someone says it to someone. There you go.
I've talked about this a couple times on here, but it goes even deeper than that, especially if you have a wearable smartwatch, because not only do they know what you're looking at on your phone or your computer at the time in which your heart rate spikes, or what, they
JJ, one second.
Yeah?
JJ, you have a hot mic. Can you mute yourself?
Sorry?
Can you mute yourself if you're not talking? Thank you. Go ahead, Nepal. Sorry.
No, you're good, man. I was just going to say that, the wearable technologies that's already reading your biometrics, it's also logging what you look at. You slow down a little bit on your Instagram feed for that girl that might have some sort of trait that spikes your heart rate. Well, guess what? You're getting more ads with girls that have those characteristics that are going to be foisted upon you constantly. So think about the control that they have when they know your emotions, when you see certain visuals, how they can even promote certain movies to you on your Netflix account and all that kind of stuff. I mean, the depth of it, we can barely even comprehend the depth to the amount of data that they're gathering on everybody, especially when you integrate biometric wearables like Apple Watches and Fitbits and all that kind of stuff. We think it's just cool to see, how far we've run and how many miles we did and what our heart rate was, but that benefit comes with a very huge cost that you don't see.
Right. And who knows how much further it's gone beyond that at this point. What else are they doing? I mean, I don't even know that I have the knowledge to imagine what they're doing. You know what I mean? It could be much worse than that. And it probably is. Biometrics is, that's amazing technology at the very least. But what else are they doing that's even more amazing?
Let's not forget that these apps that we're using on these Fitbits and these watches are free. And we all know who and what the product truly is when things are free.
Yeah, well, this is just my opinion, but I feel that the way society is going, you are eventually going to be paid for your activity, basically online, and the things that you do in a virtual world via crypto technology, blockchain technology, and cash is going away. And there's a big system that's getting ready to be put into place with the Build Back Better and Great Reset and all of that crap.
Yep.
And
reward for activity. Yep. You're right.
It's going to be a Ready Player One type situation, but all of your economics is going to be done basically through VR and the virtual world. And you can see it in our children right now. They'll be ecstatic to enjoy that kind of world. They already are.
But the psychology behind all of that they're using too. I mean, the depth of what they're gathering and how they're implementing it. Who knows?
Well, just the gaming technology now, and most kids, like, the only interaction, if they even still do have face-to-face interaction at school, because a lot of it's becoming virtual, they literally can't wait to go home, get online, and then just hang out with their friends virtually. Kids are becoming very socially awkward. They're becoming almost adverse to being around people in general, becoming very a whole lot of social anxiety when they get around a lot of people. And they're almost starting to despise physical interaction with other human beings. I'm already starting to see that in the younger generations.
Yep. I seen it last night on one of his streams. This lady come up and said that, you're not wearing a mask and you're endangering me and everyone around you. And she was really pissed off and just railing on him about it. And it's like, are you kidding me?
And that aspect of it is what's getting to the older generations, because they've got half of the older generation on
thinking that's right.
Right.
That's
not wanting social interaction because of the cooties that are floating around, and they're getting the older generation to want less physical interaction because of that, and the younger generation has already bought into it through gaming and virtual reality stuff.
Yep.
So the setup is there.
She was angry that he wasn't wearing a mask, and he was talking about it's okay to breathe oxygen. I mean, she was literally angry at him for it.
And by the time this whole topic
So,
of the
1 second,
server.
Napalm. I wanna add something to the gaming stuff, right? So it's so easy to go online and troll, lie, deceive, right? This is what these children are bored as f, and then go online and troll, lie, deceive, make fun
And
of
they like it. And they
people.
do it. They get enjoyment out of it.
Right. And
It's crazy.
and it's so easy because they are quote unquote anonymous, right? And I'm not saying you can't be anonymous on the internet, because I do believe there has to be an option to be anonymous. But when you're doing it face to face, it's so different than when they go online, right? They won't do it in your face, but when they're online, right, and they're online half of the day playing their games, trolling and deceiving, lying, right? It becomes part of their MO, their life, right? They won't do it in your face, but it's so easy to do online. Go ahead, Napalm. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point, because there's no virtual fist that comes through the screen and gives you a bloody nose to put you back in your place. And not saying that violence is an answer, but the looming threat of that certainly keeps your ego in check at times. You know, it regulates what you're going to say to somebody and how you're going to treat somebody, for sure. People in the real world can't just go say half the crap that people say to each other online, because there's going to be consequences in the real world for that. Whether it's right or wrong, it's just the reality of it. And kids aren't feeling the consequence these days.
We're in an amazing spot right now, aren't we? To me, it's amazing. I mean, and also so scary, amazing. It's just about anything you can say. It is at this point. I mean, it's gotten to the point to where you can't exclude any possibilities almost.
Yeah, we're right on the precipice of a very large societal shift, one in which none of us have really seen in our lifetime, and probably our parents or our parents' parents' lifetime.
Right. Especially me. Like I said, I come from, way back, and I've seen some massive, massive changes. I mean, almost I would have never believed this sort of stuff, if you asked me about it, 30 years ago. I would have said, what are you talking about? And, that's not even possible. But it is,
I mean,
much more.
Like, you're a little bit older than myself, but even when I was a child growing up in the 80s, the early to mid 80s, your life was completely different. Telephones were still on cords. I mean, it was a completely different world. If I wanted to know where my friends were at, I either rode my bike around to see where their bikes were in the neighborhood, or I'd try to catch them at home. And if they weren't at home when I called, we just had to figure it out. We had to communicate to one another. We had to make plans. We had to do all this stuff that took time and effort. And there was many days where I would spend hours riding my bike around because I didn't get the phone call, or I didn't catch everybody before they left, just trying to figure out where my friends were.
I had my first cell phone in 1984, and it cost me $700 a month for the service.
Big ballin'.
Well, call it what you want. I did have some money back then, but yeah, it was crazy. I was about the only person I knew that had one. One of the first good ones. It wasn't the brick. It was a real, cell phone. And but it was very expensive. But for some reason, I thought I had to have one. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Yeah, but what I was gonna say, but before Roger started talking about the gaming and how there's not a lot of repercussion for the actions that the trolls seem to have some sort of, I don't know, create their own. I don't know. I can't get in the mind of a troll, but I was just gonna say at some point when this topic probably does come out and goes mainstream as far as FE flat Earth. I think when it gets rolled out, it's going to be to the point where once it does come out and they admit to it, society as a whole is going to be almost so locked in a virtual world or contained in their homes or so scared of going outside that it's almost not even going to matter to them in a way that it matters to us right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. They'll find some way to eliminate the creative part. It won't even be an issue.
Or they'll give a substitution for the creativity, kind of like building houses in Sims, or you got Skyrim Online where you can decorate houses, or Minecraft where you can build your own, house and pretend to survive in the wild, and those kind of substitutions.
Yeah, pretend. Yeah, isn't that amazing to think that they would get satisfaction in a pretend world? I mean, that's just a mindset that for me is so bizarre. I mean, geez.
We're just creating more and more adult children.
Oh, yeah.
People that are not growing up. I mean, we already live in a world where most adults are still act as children because of their false sense of authority figures and other men having authority over them that leads them to look to the authorities as a mommy and daddy figure to them. And it's just going to get worse when it becomes way more virtual and, like you said, a pretend world. You're going to have a lot of Peter Pans.
Yeah. And they're gonna in some way in their mind think that it's real in some way, almost real or whatever. They're going to think that they're accomplishing what you would do in the real world in a virtual way, which I just can't understand that. I mean, it's like
you're 100% right, because like I said, I think they're gonna tie in your salary and the way that you make money into this virtual world, so it's going to become real to people.
Right. Yep. And that is so bizarre to me. I mean, just from where I come from to now, and here and understand that this stuff is being implemented, and people are just buying into it, loving it, thinking it's the greatest next thing, and all that. Just, I mean, that part of it to me is like, how did this happen? I mean, it's unbelievable for me, almost. I mean, I know it's happening, and I believe it's happening, but it's still, in a way, for me, unbelievable to think that people would engage in this sort of activity, or believe, or find satisfaction and or benefit from it. A totally virtual situation. It's just, I don't know.
Well, it's also been like the leaders of, and I say leaders, but the figureheads or the puppets that have been put out as the champions of this technology are looked at as, I mean, people worship them as idols. Look at Steve Jobs or Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk. All these people who have been instrumental with the rollout of all of this technology are looked at like freaking superheroes, and the people that follow them and worship them think that they're some pseudo intellectuals who look smart walking around with their latest technology wearing their NASA t-shirt. I mean, it's unreal when you think about it.
And signing up for the Elon Musk Mars colony.
Right.
I mean, wow.
Society is where it's at now because in the beginning we bought a baby python and we let the baby python get bigger and we fed it, and eventually the baby python became a big adult python, and now it's slowly constricting and it's just waiting for you to inhale so it can get a little tighter.
It's a good analogy.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it for sure.
And that's the thing. It's all been of our own accord. Like we are, as a society, are the ones who have bought into it. It wasn't forced upon us. It was sold to us, and we bought it.
Yep.
All of us.
It was like look how cool this is. You can have this, and look how cool and how fancy and how above everybody else you'll be. I mean, and when it's just the opposite, I mean, it's truly the opposite of that in reality. Right? In reality,
and we're seeing a big shift also in transportation. Right now, we're getting sold the elitism and the cutting edge technology of Tesla automobiles that are the test vehicles for autonomous driving, and we're getting sold that, and the celebrities who drive the Teslas, and it's environmentally friendly, and it checks all the boxes, and people look at it and lust after it. And guess what? 5-10 years down the road, it's going to be hard to find a vehicle that's not an automatically driven car, if they even allow you to drive cars that aren't automated in 10 years, you know?
I mean, these people are going to think, look, I can just get in this thing, think about where I want to go, won't even have to probably say it, and it will take me there. While I just do my virtual thing along the way, you know, just live this virtual fantasy life, riding around, being driven to your destination without even having to say a word.
And you think you have all the freedom and how awesome this technology is that you don't have to worry about driving it, can do it all for you, and you'll forget about the freedom you had because you're now contained to certain highways and certain cities and certain places that you can go, and the rest of the world will slowly just be shut off to you.
Yep. Because they'll build up these destinations for you. And you'll think that that's where, you know, everybody else is going. So that's where I'll go to. You're right. They'll close it off. And they'll make these destinations that are like a jail look appealing, and everybody will just willingly go. It's so weird. It is so weird. I mean, I like I said, I come from, 1956, and, I watched the moon landing live on the TV. The family had popcorn, a blanket on the floor, and we were all sitting there, and yeah, it was crazy.
My grandmother said that my great grandmother was laughing the whole time. She said that my great grandmother did not believe they went to the moon at all. And now that I'm an adult and I know what I know, I really wish I could talk to her about it, get her side of it.
Right. That would be a treat, wouldn't it? Because I was just a child, and I was enthralled, and I bought into it 100%. I mean, I thought they were there, and I was seeing it, and it was cool. And we had a black and white TV, and color had just came out. We got our black and white TV from my grandpa because he bought a color and gave us his old black and white. And we were one of the only families in the neighborhood to even have a TV. But we couldn't afford it. My grandpa gave it to us. It was, I don't know. And we thought we were so cool. And it was so, it was just, I don't know. I look back at it and it was so enthralling. I mean, it was just captivating and indoctrination to get there and to be there at that time. I look back at it and how perfectly they had done this thing. It blows my mind.
And think about how much of everything within that time frame was marketed and designed and everything after space. I mean, look at mid-century design and how much of it was influenced by rockets and phaser guns and all of that kind of stuff. I mean, literally everything within your house around that time was, from your furniture to your television set to your record player, had some type of space influence in its design. That's how thick it permeated the culture at that point.
Somebody knew exactly what they were doing, and it's hard for me to imagine still to this day that someone had that much foresight to implement all these things so perfectly. I mean, who are these people? Really, who are they?
Yeah, because it permeated everything. Automobile design, everything was influenced by this new idea of space exploration. Everything. Think about car names. Ford Galaxy, the Comet. I mean, there's just so many that were...
Oh, boy. Yeah. Brilliant. It was brilliant on their part, but so sad for us. You're right. Like, we had no idea. I mean, it was like we were just being manipulated and just programmed so efficiently that there's no way we could have identified that at that point. At least I couldn't have. No way.
Because it penetrated so deep into the culture. It's like, this has to be real, right? Like, everything is so influenced by it. It has to be real.
And I've been looking into a lot of alternative history at this point, and for almost a year now. And it's like, who, the question about who these people are that did this is in my mind, and it's like, I'm so, like, I just can hardly believe that these people had this foresight and this plan to do this to everybody. I mean, they knew some things, a lot of things that we had no idea about. at all, but yet they had all this knowledge that came from somewhere that they were using to accomplish this whole thing. It's so really hard for me to come up with any kind of a reality of who these people are and where they live. I don't think they live here. They live on some other piece of land somewhere. I mean, they're on this plane, but not a place we know about. And that's what I believe at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell that there's some sort of influence, and there's certain actors that are predominant figures within culture throughout time, and a lot of these ideas that go back a very long way, and a lot of the things that come into culture have all been put there. You trace a lot of it back. You look at some of the families. You look at the relationship between the Huxleys and the Darwins, and all of these people who put out literature basically telling you what's going to happen. You look at the kind of the game plan that's laid out in alleged fiction, but is actual, nonfiction of basically how they want to mold society. And there's a reason for it. And I think the end goal is ultimate control that they can only accomplish through technology. And I think they're getting very close to their ultimate goal of basically eliminating the human's free will and uploading what could only be described as your soul to the internet and into the technology and have it integrated. And it's well on its way. It takes a long time. There's a lot of little steps, and they can't do it all at once, and they're pretty good at what they're doing, and they're persistent. And
how clear is it now, though, to get away from it? What you have to do, you're gonna have to,
Well, I think
you just associate yourself completely from the whole thing, and just go out to nature and try to be not influenced by it at all. That's the only way you're going to escape it.
Yeah, it's kind of like kind of like a catch-22. The solution is so simple, but also so difficult at the same time.
Very difficult to be able to pull it off. Yeah.
It's so simple, especially once you see the bondage that you've been placed in within the legal world and all of that stuff. And you see that the resolution, it's simple, but living that life isn't necessarily easy when you're surrounded by people who are ingrained in the system.
Right. And who knows if when they see a little community that have completely disassociated themselves from that, what will they do?
Does Waco ring a bell?
Yeah, it does. It could be many things that they could come. I don't know. It's just
I don't know. Part of me kind of deep down thinks that if people got together and created a society very similar to the Amish and literally just wanted to be left alone, tread very lightly within the system itself and tiptoed around it, that they would probably be left alone, because I think the amount of people that would be willing and actually take that action is so few that they would probably look away from it in the way that the Amish don't really get messed with when it comes to governmental agencies or anything like that. And I think that's possible for other groups to do, but it's so hard for people to take that action. Like I said, it's a simple thing to do. It's a very simple concept, but it's so hard for people to take that action and actually be successful in creating a community or society outside of the beast system, is what I call it.
At this point would have to be massive. You would have to sacrifice everything to be there and do that. Everything that you have now, let's put it that way.
And that has also been written as something that you need to do, right?
Right. Yes, exactly. Yes, it's been prophesied. Yep.
Christ gives you that path and lays it out, and it's very simple, but it is so hard, so difficult, but so simple.
But you know what? I'm bound and determined to at least try at this point. I mean, I've put away a lot of things for that actual move, and it's something that it's like one of these days I'm just going to have to say it's time to go and try and make my way in that way. I'm bound and determined to try that and go that way, because I just can't sit. I just can't tolerate what's going on around me anymore. It's just it's not comfortable.
I'm right with you there, brother, and I I wish you the best on your journey, and I hope you take the steps towards it, man. I don't know your situation, but I'm in a relationship where just getting across some of these concepts can be difficult. So convincing the other party of the steps that need to be done is probably my largest obstacle.
I'm looking for a few people, actually, talking to a few people at this point that might be willing to just walk away from everything they own and have at this point to go and find some place to just live together, naturally, in some way possible, and put some tools and stuff away to build with. And I'm a builder, thank God for that. Spent my whole life building, and I can build anything out of anything. I'm doing them in at least 7 or 8 trades, so I'm got no problem with that part of it. But I just need the tools, and we got a lot of food put away. Got to get it packaged up and be able to transport it. I mean, there's just a lot of it. It's going to be hard. You're right. It's not going to be easy to get there. But I'm going to down and determined to try.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought so much about trying to get like a large plot of land and basically welcome people in to say, hey, live on my land as long as you want, as long as you help participate in just, having some sort of a sustainable, self-reliant operation taking place. And even if that means, like the Amish, selling some stuff to people who are still in the system to help support staying away from the system. And I feel like there's so many people of like mind out there. I mean, this server is a perfect example, and the amount of intelligent people who bring so many different skill sets to the table. It's like, I feel like something could be done, but it's like...
Time is nigh, though. You've got to admit that. And to find this piece of land that's got water, that's got sustainability, where you can, actually maybe grow some crops or, have the material to build structure. I mean, this piece of land you talk about is probably going to be hard to find. Probably not for sale. And if it is, going to be expensive because of the basic economy. It's just, I don't know. because you've got to have so many things to accomplish that. You've got to have water. You've got to have fertile soil. You've got to have natural materials to build, stone, trees, whatever it is, but you have to have something. And I haven't started looking for that piece of land yet, but I've been sure thinking about
I've been looking for quite a while, and you are definitely checking all the boxes that I'm looking for. And the problem is the market right now is just ridiculous. So everything's overpriced, and things go so quick when they do come on the market.
That's what I'm getting at. Exactly. You understood what I was worried about.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I already have land that is, it's raw land, and it's off a spring-fed river, but it doesn't have a lot of, it does have sections that are farmable, but it's not enough land for more than, a couple people to be able to live on. It's I can't remember if it's 5 or 8 acres, so it's not huge. But it is off a river that is very well stocked with trout and fish, and is a water source to be able to, not have to worry about irrigation for crops or anything like that. But it's not an ideal property for what I would like to do. And initially I wanted to do something where, because I live in the state of Florida, I wanted to get some land more up in the panhandle where it's really close to the water, and it's a place where people would like to come in the wintertime and maybe snowbird. And I thought about having, 10 to 20 just like RV slots in the front part of the land, and then do what I want to do in the back part of the land. And people renting the RV slots can help basically pay for starting the operation of being sustainable, and also welcoming other people in of like mind, to get a community going. And it's not like I want some freaking hippie commune or anything like that, but I just want like-minded people who are sick of the system and just want to be left alone. And there's so many people, and this server has given me inspiration as well. Just the knowledge, so much knowledge that people have of gardening, technology, all kinds of stuff. But they also have the underlying mindset of something's wrong. The society is going in a direction that we're not necessarily accepting of.
I'm not so sure to survive it. Myself, I think society is going in a no way to survive if you stick around. I don't think it's possible unless you totally submit to everything that they're telling you to do.
Yeah, I think there's going to be really tough decisions that people are going to have to make in the very near future of, you're either going to be with the system or you're not. And making the decision to not means really relying on your faith that the creator and his creation will provide for you.
Yes, you're right.
And we know that abundance is here. I mean,
and I also believe
food and seeds.
You're going to obey the creator, he will help you. You're going to follow his laws. I think he's also there to help. I do believe that.
Yeah. You'll have spiritual protection.
Yeah.
If you're dedicated and are true and faithful. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, that's my pipe dream, by the way.
Yeah, mine's pretty much identical, bro. Pretty much.
And that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of us out there, and it's so hard to make that first step.
And walk away, bro, to find it and do it. You know what I mean? At some point, it's coming soon too. It's not like it's it's not years away. I don't think it's now. It's this year, next year, or it's not going to happen. I think the control is going to smother and capture everybody if they don't just get out in a way like now. But I live in a really sort of an unfortunate place. I live in northern Utah, and it's very cold, and it's in the winter, and very hot in the summer, and a lot of resources here, but I'm not so sure it's going to be very difficult to do something like that in the winters that we have here. If you're going to be in the mountains, especially, I mean, there's plenty of water, plenty of trout, plenty of wildlife, elk, deer, bear, you name it, it's here in abundance. But the environment is very hostile. You're going to have to be very well prepared to build something to, sustain yourself in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think a place like that is certainly doable as long as you prepare for your winters in the time that you have.
I agree. I'm just saying that's definitely something you're going to have to be right on top of.
And I think our bodies are more designed to survive on, that meat and that high fat and protein in the wintertime, and then the sugars of the fruits in the summertime.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of wildlife around here. I mean, as long as you've got, can trap and hunt and fish and all that kind of stuff, there's plenty of that here for sure. But like I said, the winter, you're going to have to be very, very, very prepared to last a good 4 months, with snow under your feet, snow and cold under your feet, at least where I live. Or I'm going to have to try to find somewhere else. But I don't know. I kind of like where I'm at. I've grown to love this state and love this area, but I do see some difficulties. But I love it enough to at least give it my one and only great effort,
Yeah, step out on faith, for sure. I mean, look at what Austin did. He stepped out on faith, and he's being provided to continue his mission,
Yeah. Yeah, people have been very generous to him. It's been amazing to watch.
It's a good testament.
As a matter of fact, which I kind of look forward to. Probably only going to be a day or so, but to blow through here. But he has called me a couple times and told me that it's not by.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much sold it all and stepped out on faith, and it's working out for him. And
sure,
there's good people out there helping him along the way, whether it's in person or just through monetary support. And it's a good testament that, when you step out on faith, you will be provided for.
Yep,
for sure.
He definitely demonstrated that.
Yep. I mean, he early on in the journey, he actually stayed at my house for a couple days.
Oh, did he? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And it was early on in the journey, and there was some struggles, and I'm glad he was able to overcome and persevere through some of those struggles and kept his faith, and it's been very fruitful, and he's providing a lot to the community.
Well, he's providing a lot of faith as well for people like me, showing me that it is possible. It is a reality that you can do these things. So,
yep, he's a perfect testament to that.
Yep.
And if there's one thing that has not wavered in his journey, it's his faith. and I feel like it's just grown stronger, or at least I've seen it grow stronger as he continues his journey, which is awesome.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. That's one thing that definitely sticks out like a sore thumb, so to speak. Maybe that's not a good analogy, but yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I still also don't think that anything is predetermined on where everything's going right now. I mean, we can see the writing on the wall, but it's definitely not predetermined, and all we can really do is prepare. And I think we're all starting to know in our hearts that we're going to have to make some changes, and it's taking those first initial steps that are the most difficult to take, to make those changes that we need to do to survive what's going to be coming. I mean, I started preparing for. I work in the corporate world, and I've seen a large shift, and I even, I have a little side gig, and the side gig is Plan B, and that was in place before everything that happened in 2020, because I saw some writing on the wall just in the corporate overarching agenda that's taking place, and I didn't necessarily see my place in this whole agenda, and it's just keeps proving me right day after day, and I've fully prepared for stepping away from that when I choose to, or whether the choice is made for me or not. And there's a lot more steps I need to take. But like I said, it's also getting somebody else on board with that, which is probably one of the most difficult tasks ahead of me. But it's been working. It's been a slow process, and my partner is coming around. And one thing that has helped in that process was also having Austin and Nathan stay here for a little while, and my wife will meet them and learn their journey and Austin's mission and what he's doing and all of that. So that's helped out considerably with changing my wife's perspective. And it's a slow process, but we're getting there, and hopefully we'll make some larger changes in our life to set ourselves up for sustaining what may come in the future.
Well, I've got to go for a while here, but it was sure nice talking to you guys. Appreciate your time. Have a good day, everybody.
Yeah, likewise, man. Take care.
I will. Thank you.
This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. And a mic check. Anybody here?
I can hear you, Dave.
What's up, man? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're at.
Good morning.
All good here in Kentucky, cloudy skies, but it's another day to exist on whatever this is. It's not a spinning ball, though. Concluded that.
100%. Partly sunny skies here in the Sunshine State. Beautiful weather.
Are you near NASA's facilities down there?
I'm on the other side of the state.
Oh, God. You ever get to go over and visit the wonderful NASA facilities?
I haven't gone and toured them. I've been over close to there. I've seen launches from that side, and we can actually see the launches from our side over here, too.
Sweet. The coolest thing is how they show it going all the way to space with no cuts, and it doesn't turn into cartoons. Oh, wait a minute, it does, doesn't it?
Well, I see it go up and then start to go out, and then you just kind of lose sight of it as it goes away.
It goes sideways because it has to get the momentum with the Earth spin or something, is what they say, right?
Right. It's got to go around the Earth in order to get enough velocity to break through the Kármán line.
Yeah, you got to pick up a little steam off that spinning Velcro atmosphere. Makes sense.
Yep. It's got to go out of your sight in order for it to work.
Mainstream until they start putting it in the textbooks and everybody's classroom in their second grade and shit like that, you know. So that was in the early teens, 1920s, somewhere in there.
Yep.
The Rockefeller education system has blessed us with much truth in this world, right? He said sarcastically.
Yep, it didn't take them long once they started teaching little kids that 1 + 1 is 2 and the Earth is a globe. It's pretty much in the same day.
Yeah, I mean, it just takes a couple generations to push whatever agenda you want pushed. If you just tell people, here's the facts, don't worry about it, smart scientists got it figured out. You go ahead and do whatever you got to do, but trust us, it's a spinning ball in space, you know. We got this.
Hey, a perfect, more recent topic along science that you can see is out of nowhere in my lifetime, we got quote unquote global warming, and when it came on the scene, the science was already settled. Go ask a kid in school right now what they think about global warming, and if you say anything other than it's 100% fact, they'll think you're lying and you're crazy.
Yep. That's definitely another thing that was represented as factual, which is definitely not.
Sometimes I wonder if the ozone layer that was a big hot spot over Antarctica, I wonder sometime if they put the HAARP in Antarctica and they were showing you how they've changed the temperatures in the sky.
I also wonder if that was a way for them to direct people away from Antarctica and use it as such an environmentally sensitive area, right? Because the ozone's depleting above Antarctica. It's this environmentally sensitive area. Only scientists can go there. We can't take fuel there. We're ruining the ozone because of your Aquanet hairspray.
And it's like that movie. I can't remember what it was called, but you had the end of the world happening, the ozone layer opened up, and then the San Francisco bridge melted from the heat.
funny how all of those predictions from the early 2000s about water levels and heat patterns never seem to manifest, but nobody seems to go back and do a critical review of what we were told was going to happen and what actually took place. The agenda just keeps chugging forward.
Were you talking about the predicted end of the world, Napalm?
No, just the predicted sea level rise, the melting of the polar ice caps, and the increase in temperature. We were told around the early 2000s.
The global warming. The global warming shit.
Yeah. My whole entire state should be underwater right now based on all of their analogies. Or all of their predictions.
You know what's my question? I asked these people and no one could give me an answer. I asked them, what is global warming? And then they're like, oh, you know, the gases get trapped in the atmosphere. I'm like, whoa, what's trapped in the gases? That's when you get to look like, whoa, what do you mean? Well, the ozone. I'm like, what's ozone? Gas. How's ozone trapped in gas? How's the gas? You know, and then we get to that same cycle again, pressure. And so next time somebody says global warming, ask them, what's a global warming? And they're going to tell you contained gases in upper atmosphere, right? And then what is containing these gases? Aren't we next to vacuum, flying through universe?
It's like you almost have to make it a drinking game and just write down a few keywords. And anytime those words come up, you have to chug a beer because you know inevitably it's going to be gravity that's containing it. Right. Everybody's going to have to chug their beer eventually.
Yeah. First time I heard that shit, my buddy told me about the cow farts. I thought he was joking. I couldn't get past the point that, like, not thinking that he wasn't joking. You know? Cow farts collecting in the upper atmosphere and causing the globe to warm up. Dude. To this day, I think it's a joke. I just can't believe that people fucking bought it, you know?
It dovetails very well with trying to eliminate meat from people's diets.
What does the cow farts?
Yep.
Yeah, you think that's the agenda?
I think they're all intertwined in some way, shape, or form.
Huh. Could
and
be.
This is coming from somebody who's a vegetarian as well. I do eat meat that I myself or my friends have hunted, but I don't eat commercial meat.
Okay, I can respect that. I don't eat any animal product, but I also don't eat anything fake or any Bill Gates products, any fake meats, soy, none of that shit, dude. But it's just a personal choice, and I don't give a shit what anyone else eats. So I don't go into these conversations, you know?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, man. You do you.
Exactly. I hope whatever you're doing is doing good for you. That's all I'm saying, you know? But I'm not going to tell you what you're doing is wrong or, you know? To each their own. It's just a dietary choice, you know. And I don't think anybody should have right to tell other people what to eat and what not to eat, or force them to do something.
What you take into your body is your choice.
Exactly.
100%. Across the board, no matter what topic you're talking about.
Sure. Drugs, anything. As long as you don't hurt others and you don't destroy other people's property, you're good to go.
To me, that's one of the basic fundamentals. If you don't have control over your body, then somebody else does.
Yeah.
And who has a legitimate right to your body other than yourself?
Yeah, my body, my choice, right? And these are the same people that are forcing us into, you know what I mean?
And the twisted part about that is that slogan is going for my body, my choice, but it's not your body. It's completely 180 degrees of that. It's a separate body that has separate DNA, but that's a whole topic we don't need to get into.
Yep.
But if you guys want to hear a crazy story, I can pop down to another voice channel and let you know something that took place recently with a friend.
About the most recent situation?
Yep. Very
Yeah,
sad.
there's
Very
a
sad.
lot of crazy shit. There's a lot of crazy shit going on, dude. Like we could talk night and day, bro. Like there's doctors looking under the microscope in the through the vials, checking out the content of vials and some crazy shit, dude. Maybe I don't want to talk too much.
Yeah,
But,
like I said, if
my wife was just showing me a video in the car of some doctor looking at through the microscope at one of these vials, and like she just saying, "What the?" She was crying. She was saying, "What is this?" She never saw anything like this going through all her schooling, and she never seen it in her practice. Something.
Hey Vlad, you want to pop down to another channel so we're not?
Yeah, definitely. If you want to, yeah. Which one?
Doesn't matter to me. Whatever.
Chill VC.
That works. I'll meet you down there.
Hello. I'm wondering why Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp is down. What is the reason behind this all?
What did you say? Can you repeat that?
Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. They all are down. What is the reason?
We do not know, or at least I don't. Good riddance to Facebook. I'm not sure about WhatsApp. I never use that. Facebook is CIA anyway. That's just my opinion.
Has this ever happened before? Like that they all are down? I'm suspicious.
Well, I'm glad you said.
Somebody.
So my grandmother was trying to get me to fix her Facebook for her, and I couldn't figure it out. So now I can tell her it's down.
Yeah, because I was trying to type www.facebook.com and it's not even finding that address.
Sorry, we can't help you with that. Is this your first time on the server? No, you've been here before, haven't you, Bumblebee?
Yesterday I was.
Okay. I think I remember listening to you talk. You're questioning the globe. Was that right? You're not sure about the globe.
Yeah, I think I start to believe in the flat one. But I have a ball globe at my home, learning the countries and stuff.
Well, that's the thing. We all can believe whatever we want. It's got to be that word believe is kind of loaded sometimes. But we can believe anything. It's what we can prove and know, right? And as far as this globe, there's not much in reality. Actually, I can't think of anything in reality that matches with the globe model, but if somebody wants to tell me something, that'd be great. But as far as I can tell, this globe is totally non-existent as far as being in reality. But that's just my opinion. But welcome back. If you got any topics you want to bring up or talk about besides Facebook and WhatsApp, like I said, I haven't used Facebook in a couple years, so.
Yeah, well, it's censoring everything, so yeah, Facebook is pretty boring nowadays. But because they all are one, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, they all are connected to Facebook. So I am just wondering, is this just like they are updating it, or is it like someone has made an attack? Or the third option that they are practicing on something?
That's the thing about this new technology, isn't it? When it goes out, there's all kinds of questions of why it's out, You just know it's out and you don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
We can't call the guy down at Facebook and tell him to go fix it or anything, It's kind of more complicated than that. But yeah. Let's see if I remember right. You're in Finland, correct?
Yes,
Bumblebee?
that is correct. Yes.
All right. Obviously, I've never visited there, but I've heard it's nice. Kind of cold there, though, isn't it? The climate's generally colder, I'm assuming. You're near the North Pole, closer to the North Pole.
Yes. Where are you from?
I'm in Kentucky, USA. Do you know where that's at? It's kind of in the middle of the country.
All I know is where USA is. Everything else, I'm not sure.
Well, you know where Chicago is? Kind of in the middle near the Great Lakes. I'm like about 300 miles south of Chicago, if that helps.
Yeah.
I got a mute. I'm checking out a grocery order right now.
I did some looking into that, and I found that people from WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram all tweeted a reply and said they were working on it, but other than they didn't say what happened or why. I guess WhatsApp crashed first, and then Facebook Messenger, and I don't know. There's some news stories on it already, though.
Well, if they all are connected, then it's not surprise if they all fall.
They're probably going to come back with some fancy new software upgrade.
Or then, as someone suggested, is that they are practicing for something bigger to come. You know?
Right.
I'm not surprised if such thing happens. All the electricity off. How marvelous would that be?
Well, I immediately thought of Matt. I don't know if you would know this. You says you're on the fence. So if you know Math Powerland, he had a video about WhatsApp and something about WhatsApp. So I was thinking that, but it was something around like an outage, and your notifications are going to come through there. Who knows?
That is the reason why it's good to have Telegram or Signal or Discord, for example, to spread the news if others are down. There is also this called MeWe, that app.
What was your question, Bumblebee? I just now got back on my mic. Thought you asked a question, maybe not. I probably don't know the answer anyway.
Because of this kind of things, it's good to have Telegram or Signal or this app called MeWe.
What's it called? MeWe?
That's also one app. I don't know if I pronounce it right. Anyway, it's good that many people use only like WhatsApp, so that's quite vulnerable way of life.
Yeah, it's better to diversify even in internet things, right? That way, one thing's not working, you might be able to communicate on another one, whatever. So, if I can ask you, have you tried to talk to anybody in your real life around you about this subject yet, or you keeping it to yourself?
In different servers. Like I have been in Discord for maybe 3 years now.
Okay.
I used to belong to one other flat Earth group, but I lost my old account, so.
So you have tried to talk to people in real life about this, not just on the internet? Or you just talk to people on the internet? I'm just curious. My mic's probably not working.
Sorry, it's almost 8 here and I have to start putting kids to bed soon.
Oh, you're good. You gotta do what you gotta do. Can you still hear me okay? So I'm driving, I usually lose signal.
Sorry?
Can you hear me all right? Or am I cutting in and out?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, thanks.
Yo. Check one.
Yo.
Dude, Facebook's down. What's going on? Anybody know?
I don't know the reason. I noticed it and I was telling people, oh, it's down. And people are like, why? I don't know.
Okay. I'm looking into it. Let's see here. Yeah. Check it out.
Yeah, as long as we get Flat Earth Dude on the case, it'll all get solved here soon. Fix Facebook there.
I'm just looking. The wife came in and said it's down. I was like, what? All right, news. Major outage. WhatsApp, app, Instagram, and Facebook all down. Check it out.
So far, Discord's hanging in there. Could happen any second.
YouTube's on. YouTube's working. I was just watching a video. All right.
I saw a little bit of your meetup out there. Hope y'all had a good time there, man.
Man, thanks for dropping in. We did, man. It was super chill, man. There's no...
Everybody was wearing
But I think YouTube is not connected to Facebook, right?
Correct.
No, they're separate entities, correct. At least that's what they tell us.
They just got a major outage. I don't know. Probably just gonna, when it comes back on, it'll be all different or something. Who knows?
It's probably some guy in his underwear in his mom's basement somewhere fucking with him.
I hope so. Great. I want to meet that guy. Shake his hand. Take them all out, man. Take out that misinformation.
I haven't used my FBI book for years.
I am just waiting, like, what surprise there is going to wait for us in Facebook. What are they doing?
Well, that's a lot of social media down right now. That's crazy, man. I mean, we're talking like, fuck all, man. That's so big. Fuck.
Imagine that some people are depending on WhatsApp. That's why it's good to have Telegram or Signal too.
It's the internet apocalypse. The sky is falling. Yay.
Black
Monday. My friend's husband went to visit in Ethiopia, and she is now like, how do I contact my husband? The husband doesn't have Telegram.
Interesting. But I mean, you would think Facebook and Instagram would be completely two different setups or whatever, but for them to both go down together, and the WhatsApp went down.
Yeah.
Well, that's really crazy, man. Good for them, man. Stay down. Go away. Thank you. This world would be better without these censorships and all that. Goodness gracious.
Hey, Kenny, looks like we got a new person here. My favorite rocket ship. Oh, wait a second. That's Lulu with a name change.
Never mind.
I mean, Lulu, you can talk if you want to, but you change your name every 30 seconds. So I recognize her icon, though.
Yeah. Cool.
So it's Facebook and WhatsApp and what else do you say? IG's down right now?
Instagram, which is like, apparently a lot of people use that. I don't know. I use Facebook about once a month, just see if some old friend wants to hook up or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's about all I use it for. Like an old high school friend will be on there.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm feeling like, what if there is something bigger behind this? Is that, this Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates, they have been talking like the next big thing will be the worldwide cyber attack, which will
Yeah.
darken the whole world. So now that's the reason why I'm like, what is going on?
I'll tell you. I mean,
They've always got that fear point out there, don't they?
Facebook's very, very bad day. Service goes down as stock plunges in the wake of whistleblower revelations. What?
Oh, we got
Why
whistleblower
are they
revelations.
using those words?
All right. Facebook's down 5.34%. Shares dropped as much as 6% to a low of $323 a share. Worst single day decline since the 6.3% fall of October 2020. Okay. Declines. National broadcast of a whistleblower allegations that the social media network placed profits before safety.
No, a corporation would never do that, would they? No way.
Safety, my goodness. Interviewed former Facebook data scientist Francis Hugen, who alleges that the social media giant has been deceiving investors. Ooh, deceiving in the investors. Oh no, that's never happened before.
No, never. Like, nobody ever shorted American Airlines or 9/11 or anything.
No, nobody had some. Yeah.
There's never been any insider trading. It's all legit. Man.
All right.
Because of this right now, I feel like I should go and pick some cash because I don't have a cash.
Yeah, go get. I always keep a couple bucks laying around. I did this thing a while back. It's called the $5 challenge, and if you went and bought some bread or whatever, and they gave you a $5 bill as your change, you have to put the $5 away in a jar or whatever. And I did it for
really?
And at the end of the year, I had like $1,200. I was like, cool. It's kind of a shitty little savings plan.
Yeah, it's a $1,200 increase, but you got a 0% return on that money, right?
Yeah, but now I still have $1,200. But I could invest. I bought it.
Last year when I saw these things happening, like when it started in China and then big things happening in USA, toilet paper ran out and people are fighting over it. And the food stuff came same time. When I saw it in the news that is coming, like it's happening in USA, I went to shop to buy stuff. And couple of days later, it hit Finland too. So now I have extra flowers, I have extra yeast, I have toilet paper, I have like long-lasting stuff, but then some fresh ones I don't have. But now I'm feeling like, okay, tomorrow I'm going to shop. People, everything goes down.
Yeah, who knows? This could trigger another public panic attack or whatever.
My God, my Facebook's down. I gotta go. I gotta buy a bunch of stuff. The world's gonna end. Instagram.
No, but that time I had family members and friends who were like, "Oh, I don't have this and this and this," and I was like, "Yeah, well, I have. What do you need?" So it's always good to have extra stuff, because we know what these leaders are talking about. So it's just a matter of time when they will shut down everything. Yeah, I'm a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, if you call me that, but I know it just makes sense, you know.
All right, I'm just checking the. All right, checking the financial markets here real quick. Bitcoin's at $48,000 a coin. That's good. All right. Where the fuck is the markets? Markets. I want the markets, man. Where is it? Dude, I can't. Where's the Dow? Not even showing me. Fuck. What the fuck?
Look up like the New York Stock Exchange. That's the main one.
Stock.
The Dow Jones, whatever.
I'm on like Yahoo Finance, usually. Usually I get something.
It seems like at a minimum, all this
Something.
years here.
Got to be the markets crashing.
They're definitely disrupting the supply chain, whether it's on purpose or not. But
Dude,
obviously,
I was out at the ocean, man. And there's like 65, 75 tankers full of fucking giant ships, 10 stories tall.
Yeah, they can't get on the port because there's not enough workers. That's what they said.
Some shit like that. Yeah, they're crazy, man.
There's not enough people willing to go unload the boats.
At $94,000 a year, not enough people lining up for that job.
Oh my god!
Are you kidding me? Yeah, those guys make shits of money, man. Shit.
I hate to be one of those on the ship out there just sitting there just waiting in limbo. I guess they got supplies for themselves for a while, but that's got to suck just sitting there on a ship.
Oh, it's gotta be just sucking, man. It's like, dude, can I get a fresh IPA beer on tap? No, you can't get one of those. No. All right, where the hell is the Dow Jones? I can't even find it. They're hiding it. There's something going on.
Maybe their server's down right now. Maybe it's hooked to Facebook. How are we talking on the internet right now? The internet's going to die. Oh my God.
I'm not an investor or anything. I don't really give a fuck about the stock exchange or anything, but occasionally I like to just look and see what Bitcoin or Ethereum's doing, some other things, but usually it shows up right at the top of the page, Dow Industrial Average, and it's not even showing up. That's weird. It's fucking weird.
Not a big investor either. I don't have the financial means, but I got a little bit of it. So that's about it.
All right, Ben out in the chat says, don't know why Facebook is so excited about, why flat earthers are so excited about Facebook outage. Social media is Effie's life support. No, it ain't. We don't fuck it. I mean, do you think YouTube is social media and Discord? Is that social media? Like a little bit, but
it's not just Facebook. It's also Instagram and it's also WhatsApp. They were also down this morning.
Yeah. So there's three big major ones down, man. I mean, probably the three biggest social media networks. Together, man, I couldn't tell you how many fucking users there are, but it's probably in the billions. Fuck all, man. That's a serious outage. Some people are going to be fucking freaking, man. I don't use any of those platforms, but I find it interesting that they went down altogether like that. That's just so conspiratorial. Fuck.
So
extremely conspiratorial.
Yeah.
Hello.
Exactly.
We're on the same page here.
Yes, I'm like totally like, what? How could they all three go down at the same time? What are they all on the same fucking internet connection?
They all got their own. They all got the same servers on some island, or somebody take that out. Who knows?
Kind of like, I hope it was some ninja that took care of it. That'd be cool. I like ninjas. Do you guys know why ninjas are around? Or they go ahead and behead people because they need to get their heads cut off, and then they just disappear. Anyway, shout out to the ninjas. Yeah. I remember YouTube going down a couple times for a few hours here and there. I wasn't. But Facebook. Facebook.
Just a few hours, though.
Yeah, it wasn't too much. But, yeah, Ben, that flat earth thing you live on doesn't exist. Exactly. Because you're spinning on a ball. So why don't you just go ahead and spin your balls on out of here? There you go. Thank you very much.
So did Facebook. Facebook and what other they went down, or they're back up now, or what happened?
I'm keep checking. It still says it's down. I keep clicking on it.
Facebook and WhatsApp and Instagram all went down together.
Yeah, Facebook and WhatsApp.
They're all down.
For me, they're all up actually.
So I think probably different results. So what do you mean by
Somebody said they're up.
getting a 404 page or something?
Can't find server. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll look myself.
I keep reloading and it doesn't work for me, but anyway. And it's, it's in the headline news here on Yahoo. Yahoo. Oh, man.
I got rid of my Facebook years ago.
They didn't pay their bill this month.
Tens of thousands of users. That's fucking billions of users. Fuck, man. Millions anyway. Mega millions.
Yeah.
It's the DNS error.
There, dude. You're assuming there's billions on this plane of existence.
Yeah, that comes into question too. Yeah.
I'm not even sure that there's billions of us running around here, but
they're working really fast to get it back to normal. Back to normal. They're working to get things back to normally as quickly as possible. That's what they're doing with all this rollout with these things that they want to share with everybody with the whip. They want you to take, the whip. First it was the carrot. They go, hey man, come on down. You get one of these and you get some free donuts. And now it's like, you either come down here, you're going to get whipped. It's like, boy, they changed their tune so fast. It just drives me crazy, man.
me too. We can't talk about that on the live stream.
Never mind, my Facebook just went down.
There it goes. She gone. Oh, go. She gone.
Facebook went down. It'll be back up again. They're ever going to keep it down. It went down.
It's the end of the world.
The end of the world as we know it. I feel fine.
I would jump on here and see what you guys knew about it and start reading the news. It's a global outage, according to Yahoo.
What they're probably doing is going from an old computer server and plugging into the new one.
Exactly. When it comes back up, it'll be all reset. Anyway.
It's great. It starts with an earthquake, birds and snakes, and airplanes.
It's global outage.
It's not approved.
Facebook shares fell 5.5%. Wow. That's a bummer, man. It's a bummer. All right. Well, enjoy your outage today. You don't have to deal with it. Go to the beach, ride a bike, take a hike. You Facebookers.
Everybody know on here? Can we check real quick. I'm driving. Anyone new would like to speak up or speak later? Or now would be good. Got any questions about the flat Earth?
Yeah, I don't know. Is anybody new in here? I don't know. Got Nick, Bumblebee. Yeah, you're total robot, Dave. Total robot, Dave. Robotham. Samuel Robotham. Robotham.
Because he's got
total robot, Dave. Robot Dave. Robot.
Dave's a Roboto, Mr. Roboto.
Roboto. Dave Hinkle is Mr. Roboto. All right, man. Yeah. Well, you roboted out, Dave. Totally. Bummer. All right, Dave's roboting out now, big time. Yeah, I don't think he can hear us. All right, so let's try some other news channels here or something. See what they're saying about the Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram. Worldwide. It's a worldwide outage. There you go. There's a lot of flat earthers on Facebook. I ran into a couple of flat earth groups that were like, I was just searching one day. I found like something like 100,000 subscribers or whatever. I was like, damn. Some serious shit. Yeah, there's YouTube Facebookers. I guess there's a lot on Facebook. I don't know.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
How am I going to get rights to post pictures? How long time it takes? What do I need to do to get the right to post pictures?
You need to pro globe in the first place.
No, she doesn't have privileges or roles to post pictures. What's your name? Where are you at?
Bumblebee.
You're Bumblebee? All right, well, I can't give you permission. I don't have that kind of privileges, but somebody in here can. You're on the fence. You're VC verified. You've been on ladies' night. I think you deserve to be give permission to post pictures. Yeah. You got any mods in here? Sonny? Nice, Sonny. Are you a mod? I don't know. Yeah. I'd be happy to give it to you. You seem legit. All right, we'll get it to you. We'll get somebody to help you out there. The dude's on it, man. Bumblebee needs some picture sharing roles or privileges. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. All right, so Facebook's down. We got a big oil spill out here in Southern California. Looks like a big mess. It's nasty looking. So William Shatner is going to be going to space next week. according to, I don't know. I guess he's gonna take a little trip.
Post it.
The William Shatner story.
Please. I was just looking at a story that says meat prices are rising, so Biden's going to take on big chicken now.
William Shatner's going to space. There you go. I posted it. It's going to go on the Jeff Bezos amusement ride. I'll call it an amusement ride. Yeah. It's basically a big giant parabolic plane ride, up, floating down. You think you're floating, but you're just free falling. Stupid fucking cocks, man. I hate that. He's not really going to space, man. There's no space, but anyway, that's another story. What else is going on? You got the Super Powerball jackpot. You guys into that? Anybody gambling? Yeah. It's like $1 billion. I don't know. Some crazy number. Yeah. All right, well, the world's coming to an end, everybody. The world's gonna end today. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. It's Richie from Boston here. The world's gonna end. Be ready. I'll see you on Tuesday. Don't forget to like and subscribe and share or don't.
Yeah, you gotta have the or don't, otherwise you're not doing a good impersonation.
Or don't.
Something's bad about to happen. With this whistleblower, I don't.
Some Facebook whistleblower,
Yeah.
What happened, y'all? Can somebody fill me in?
Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp are all down. First off.
What do you mean down?
I mean, like, go there right now, check it. It's not happening. It's not. It's. I mean, there's.
What's the story, yeah?
They're working as fast as they can to get it going again. But there was a whistle. Apparently, there was a whistleblower that said the Facebook stocks were being manipulated.
Well, mine is working.
Yours is working now?
Mine is not working. What is going on?
Yeah, I guess it's like she alleges that the social media giant has been deceiving investors about how it has been dealing with hate speech and misinformation on its platform.
So, is it going to be like you cannot say some specific words anymore or you will be blocked?
Yeah, probably.
So they are updating it. But I heard that there have been problems with phone connections too. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what is going on.
Instagram, I just clicked on it. Doesn't work. Facebook's still not working. For me, I'm on the west coast of California. West Coast, California? I'm on the west coast of California? No, I'm on the west coast of the United States. That's better. All right, I need more coffee, apparently. You guys figure this out. I'll be back. I'm just mute.
Yeah, there's only one coast in California. I'm with you on the coffee, man. What happens? Every time I run out of coffee, it's right when I need it the most.
Oh, there's Central Coast.
What's that? Central Coast, true. That's true.
Yeah.
Still all the West Coast, though.
How can you run out of coffee, bro?
There's no Well, because I drink it and then I need to make more.
No,
I
you
haven't got
gotta
the
have it ready, bro.
I haven't got the intravenous like drip going like you must have. You got a constant flow, huh?
Yeah, dude. Coffee's a must, bro.
Whoa.
There's always coffee in my house, dude.
Isn't the best coffee from a monkey? A monkey's poop or something like that?
What's that?
What?
I think it was like the best coffee is from like a monkey's poop or something.
Oh
like
my
that.
gosh, really? Well,
I don't know.
You can have that. You can have it, bro.
I've heard of all kinds of stuff like that.
I think it's elephant poop. I think they feed the beans to elephants and then harvest.
Yeah,
the
that
beans.
just sounds delicious. Anyway, I've also heard of snakehead soup. You ought to go look that little gem of a recipe up. Oh no, it's called. I'm sorry, forgive me. I had the wrong title. It's called snake urine soup.
Sounds yummy.
Sure, it tastes like piss.
Wait, so elephant coffee wasn't a joke, right? Elephant dung?
No, I don't think so. I think I saw that it's like the most expensive coffee, supposedly the best coffee in the world. I can't remember where I saw this, but
Hey, I heard some guy who was starting up, this is years ago, some coffee company. They were going to send the coffee to space and then bring it back and grind it up. And then you had space coffee. And it was $100 a pound. I was like, damn, that's expensive. But yeah, you can go on a Wayback Machine, probably find that article. I was laughing my ass off. Like, fuck. Anyway, got my coffee. I feel better. All right, so social media is going down today. Who knew? Yeah, it's still not working for me.
Next is Bitcoin currency.
About was 48,000. Was looking at it earlier.
Is anybody going to a Flattober meeting in South Carolina?
Oh man, I'd love to go, but too far. I'm not flying, man. I'm not driving. It's just if it takes too long.
You said in Cali, right?
Yeah, it's a couple thousand miles. I'm not gonna make it. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be a good time, man. It looks like a really cool place. I don't know. I was watching a couple of videos and lots of cool restaurants, and it'll be a nice time of year. That the trees will be all turning colors, and I'm sure it'll be gorgeous out. I'm crazy.
Gotta say, it's a long ride for me too. Yeah, from Pennsylvania, but I know a helicopter ride is $250 a person to get down there. I don't think I'm doing that.
One way?
One way, yeah, dude.
That's
$500 just to go and come back.
Oh.
$150 for the event. Couple hundred for food. We're talking $800 for me alone. If I was gonna go alone, but I wouldn't go alone. So
$150 for the event?
I think that's what Helio said. Yeah, I didn't look myself, but I think that's what Helio told me.
Interesting. Let's check. The first one was $20.
Was it?
Yeah, I bought a couple tickets for some people that wanted to go. I was like, yeah, I'll buy you tickets. Go, man. Come back and tell me how it was. And they did.
Are they flat earthers now?
Oh, they were flat earthers, going in. But yeah, it was cool. That was like $20. So yeah, but 150. Whoa. Somebody's. I don't know.
I guess it's a nice place too, you know.
It did look really nice, man.
Yeah.
They'll probably not going to make it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah.
So the day they reset Instagram and Facebook and the WhatsApp. Wow. 10-4. 10-4. 2021. 10-4. Over and out. 10-4. The Earth is dimming because of climate change, research suggests. The Earth is dimming. It's dimming. Uh-oh.
If it's dimming, how is it getting?
I think climate change since yesterday. Yeah. What do you guys think?
I got a little bit. It was really hot yesterday. This morning, it got a little overcast.
Shit, I think it changed since this morning too. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Climate change must be real. Yeah. I think it's gonna change tonight too, dude.
You know, when the sun goes down,
It's gonna change, right?
Probably cool off.
Shit, that climate change must be real, dude.
That's my prediction. It's my prediction. I don't know.
I predict it's gonna get dark when the sun goes down.
People's bodies are running cooler than normal, even in the Bolivian Amazon. Wow.
You reading some pseudoscience news or some shit?
I was on Yahoo.
Oh my god, yeah.
So I read a couple headlines and make fun, usually.
You know, I was just curious this morning about wonder how those guys in the Bolivian Amazon are doing. So go ahead and update us.
They're on flat Earth, man, and they know it. I'm sure.
Well, they got Solar de Uni down there, so they probably know it's flat.
That's 100 square miles of flatness. When it rains, there's like an inch of water for 100 square miles, right? But it's on the ball. Don't worry about it. Smart scientists got it figured out.
So a lot of people like to steal the catalytic converters from cars. I don't know. You guys ever heard about that? I had a friend of mine, man, brand new truck.
Oh yeah, for the silver and gold and shit.
They cut that goddamn thing out. I was like,
platinum.
I guess they're
All kinds of alloys, yeah.
They steal the catalytic converters from the cars. Wow.
Yeah, I've heard that.
That's good.
There's a UPS site in Brunswick, Georgia. They had gotten a new fleet of semis, and overnight, their catalytic converters were stolen. So they've installed a security system to watch over the site. A whole fleet of trucks are just down because they don't have catalytic converters anymore.
Interesting. There's some hurricanes coming. I don't know. I heard something about that.
Well, when precious metals and commodities are increasing exponentially to where people are stealing them, that just means one thing: inflation is on its way.
Dude, it's already here, man. I went to one of my restaurants last week and like, can I get the New York steak? And she's like, no. They raised the price $9 a pound. I was like, whoa, what? Like, damn. $9 jump on New York steaks? I was like, that's crazy, man. Crazy.
A couple of months ago, people were making TikToks of them. They're truck drivers, and they're dropping off semi-truck after semi-truck of food to this place to get disposed of.
Just dumping the food. Paying farmers not to grow food. I was like, what? kind of retard shit is this?
Well, my wife went to Costco yesterday, and apparently they're out of toilet paper, so get ready for that shit again, boys.
I've been watching it in the last few trips to Costco. I did notice a lot of people stocking up with the toilet paper and paper towels and stuff.
The shelves in the supermarket are definitely less. I mean, they're more empty than they ever were. I don't know. I don't follow this shit, but I definitely noticed it. You know, gas is over $4 here. I don't know the rest of the U.S., but
$5 here, California.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, $5 a gallon. You can't get it over there in my buddies in England and shit. They're all bitching, complaining.
You can't get gas?
Well, they were having a hard time getting it. It was becoming a bit of a issue, I guess.
I filled up a couple hours ago, $2.89 a gallon. That's pretty high for around here too.
That's pretty high, yeah.
Everything's going up, man. The last 2 years, they've printed how many trillions of dollars have flooded. You know, it's just supply and demand. I mean, it's a giant monopoly game, and we're not the bankers.
I don't have Park Place. I got what's that shitty one? That shitty little motel they give.
We got the slums, yeah.
You landed on my property. You owe me $1. Yeah, like what? If you land on Park Place, man, it's expensive. Fuck. Oh shit.
St. James Place is the worst Monopoly Square.
Yeah, that's it. St. James. Yeah, it was one of these. I haven't played it in years, so I don't remember. But there was a couple of shitty.
St. James Place and Tennessee Avenue. I think they're the orange ones.
They sit in the middle, and it seems like every time you go around the board, you land on them.
So was this Facebook whistleblower was on what 60 Minutes or something? Some major television show here in America. Is that what happened?
I haven't heard anything about it. What were they blowing the whistle on?
Something about the manipulating the stocks and how they cheating investors or something. I don't know. Something to that effect.
I guess if you're a normie, that might be news to you, right?
Yeah. Well, duh. Yeah. All stocks are manipulated for sure.
Is Martha Stewart going to have to do another stint or something?
Maybe Zuckerberg will. That would be great. That would. There's some comedy there for sure. That guy weirds me out, man. I guess they got new pictures of Mercury. You guys seen those? Some close. They do it a flyby and took some pictures. Just did a little flyby.
I'm sure those are real photographs of Mercury. Way to go, NASA.
Oh yeah.
They've been probing Uranus since 1958, but most people don't know it.
What the fuck? Oh, fuck off. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my goodness. This is good. Here you go. Here's your picture. Flyby of Mercury, man. This is awesome, man. Yeah, it's awesome. Oh shit, where did I put it?
I can't look at the picture, but is it a nighttime picture or a daytime picture?
Looks nightish.
Well, how does that work? Since Mercury's supposed to be closer to the sun than us. So how are we seeing Mercury at night?
Very ridiculous, man.
That doesn't work in their solar system thing.
Crazy.
Mercury's on the inner track and we're on the third track. Right? So the sun, we should never be able to see Mercury outside of us.
That's right.
So what's up with that? It's almost like this heliocentric model is not correct. Have you heard about this, dude?
No, go ahead. What?
The heliocentric model of our cosmology, it seems to be not correct. There's a lot of people talking about it. Yeah.
Some issues. Yep.
Yeah, they've got this globe they say we live on, and nobody can find the curvature and stuff like that. It's no big deal.
Get the 3-body problem I heard about. 3 bodies. Yeah. The menage a trois of the solar system.
Yeah. They can't come up with the radius of the said ball, but no big deal. Get on the Facebook and Instagram, you'll be all right. We got Bambi's #1 fan here. Is that a new person? No, it's a moderator. Okay, never mind.
We got a moderator. Bumblebee would like to have picture posting roles.
We got to keep it moderated. Sorry for the bad Offspring impression there. So is it a beautiful day in California right now, Doug?
It's, yeah. What report in, dude. How's your weather up there?
I got that overcasty, I'll call it chemtrail-ish kind of skies.
Yeah, I saw him preparing for it. Yeah, yesterday. I told one of my neighbors, or someone that was a security guard or something out the street. Yeah, it looked like they were streaking again. But have you noticed it feels strange today? Something interesting about the weather. Very odd, kind of humid. Really heavy clouds, dark clouds in the sky.
Same
Intermittent
here
bright
in the
sun.
east.
It's just odd. It feels weird. It's made me in a strange mood, actually.
Same here in the east, Sonny. Fog is on the streets.
Hey
Yeah.
guys, Mike.
A little low energy. Yeah, you're here. What's up?
Yeah, speaking on those chemtrails, I've brought this up before. I don't know if anyone else has noticed. If it seems like they're doing the chemtrails late at night or early the evening, the next morning, very early, right? You go outside when the dew's on the ground, and you look out, and your whole yard has like little patches of what looks like spider webs interconnected with the dew. Has anyone else seen that?
No, I haven't really seen that myself.
You got to get up. You got to get up really early when the dew is on the ground.
I'm early every morning, bro. I don't, I actually look at the ground and I look at the plants, and I don't know if I noticed that. But if you tell me what to look for, maybe I can.
Yeah, it just looks like little spider webs. I mean, all over the yard, like 70%, man. 70% of the yard is just covered in this stuff that just dissipates as soon as the sun beams down and hits it. The dew's coming off. It just dissipates. You can go out with a piece of pine straw or another grass blade and kind of touch it, move it around.
Maybe it's actually some form of spider web. Actually, really is. Maybe.
Yeah, I was just about to say I'm looking all for spiders, right? I don't see any spiders, and it doesn't act like a spider web. When you take a piece of pine straw or a blade of grass and you just start running it through it, it so easily dissipates, and it's kind of fun. Yeah, I'll try to get some video of it.
What I was going to say about the weather. Oh, I'm sorry, Napalm. I didn't mean to interrupt there. I was going to say about the weather. It's like literally. Well, yesterday was 86. 87, something like that degrees. Today's 81, but literally dark clouds that look like they're about to rain, like super dark, but that hot still. 81 degrees.
So I get those sometimes on the surface of my pool before like the pool pump kicks on, and it looks like thin white fibers that are almost in little clumps, but they're very, very thin.
So do these things have substance, or they have texture, or just I think it's a visual thing?
The things that I see, I would equate them to almost like fiberglass type. If you've ever seen just small pieces of fiberglass, it's almost like that, but it doesn't have the rigidity of fiberglass.
Yeah, that would be right.
Is that similar to what you're talking about, North Star?
Yeah, and it's not a spider web at all. I mean,
no, it's almost in just like little clumps or groups or something.
Yeah, all over the yard. And once, if you go out real early, you'll see like almost 70% of the yard covered if they sprayed real heavily, or if it's spray or whatever it is. I know people argue back and forth, but whatever I'm seeing in the morning, I didn't see this stuff as dew on the grass when I was younger. I just started noticing this stuff probably in the last 10 years or so.
Next time I get some like on the surface of the pool or something, I'll try to take some pics.
We've got a new person in here with no roles named H. Fisher. If there's a mod wants to try to hook them up, just letting you know. You guys feel free to keep talking. Don't let Dead Air Dave strike again now. We're talking about dewy looking spider webs. Anything else we're talking about on that? Not really spider webs, but weird things in your yard. Or not. Is this thing on?
You're good, Dave. You're coming through, bro. You're coming through. I'm just looking at some stuff from my end.
All good, thanks. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth. Like I said, we do have H. Fisher has joined us, but does not have the ability to speak at this moment. So, I don't know if Sonny or anybody can help them out. Otherwise, we'll go to silence till the next person talks.
I don't know what to say.
Can you help H. Fisher talk if they want to?
Probably. Let me see. Yeah, I'll unmute them. There you go.
Hello, H. Fisher. Welcome to the server.
Hi, H. Fisher. Are you there?
May need to unmute yourself, H. Fisher.
Well, just for safety's sake, I'm just going to temporarily server mute you again. If you want, you can go up into the VC check-in and someone will be with you, okay? All right. We can give them a try again in a few minutes. Or whoever's here can. So I was trying to dig into the outage. So a worldwide outage. And I was telling my friend, I think it's just a move in the shell game. Like they do. They're just making some kind of move here. Get ready. It could get stranger as time goes on. I'm expecting maybe other kind of outages possibly.
Who knows what they got up their sleeve, right?
Uh-huh. Watch me pull a rabbit. Yeah, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Just be careful not to fearmonger, guys. It's,
I know.
It could just be something as simple as they're updating it, and it's just a weird coincidence.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You got to keep that in mind. Yeah. It's not all. It's all negative. It's not all negative. Yeah, exactly. Especially with the unknown, it's easy to make up negative things about things you don't know the rest of the story about.
Yep, I agree with that. We shouldn't automatically jump to the black pill scenarios. Could be a perfectly innocent explanation.
Everybody, please wait patiently as the hive mind is going through an update.
Yeah.
We will be online later.
Yeah, I guess I could play this. Thanks for letting me share.
That was good, Sonny. Is that original composition?
No, it's actually not. I have to give all props to Jimmy Page.
Oh, okay, that was Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, I just like learning some of these complex songs. They sound really, really great.
I feel bad. I'm a big Led Zeppelin fan. I can't believe I didn't recognize it.
Yeah, it's called Brown Hour. Anyway.
Have you guys heard the? I found a rap song which is pretty interesting.
You always come up with good ones, Roger. You really got the "Some Guy Ate a Bat in China" song.
Well, that's not that. That was Lulu, I guess. I think that don't. But
Okay.
yeah, this is a
Wait,
good
what?
one. You found the "Bad in China" song, right?
Oh, no. Yeah, but it was forwarded to me by Creation Bear, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I'd have to go back. Somebody DM'd it to me and said if I could play that on, and yeah, that was.
One second, so I'm gonna find it.
And hello, everybody. By the way.
Hello. Okay, I'm gonna play it. Okay, it's a good one. I think it is. It's subjective, but here we go. Ah. Oh, yeah, here we go.
I love high gas prices. I love paying more for groceries, and I really love seeing taxes rise. It's so good knowing that I'm giving more but receiving less. It makes me feel humble, but I'm gonna stop with the sarcasm right there, cause I swear we're living in a real jungle. It's what? Pretty simple to me though, it's way past being left or right. Just use your head and common sense and think about how you've been affected in daily life. Is it easier or is it harder? That's the most important question you should think of first, cause life is a bitch already as it is, and you don't need someone that's gonna make it worse. Ask me? I think we're fucked. Don't give me that look, everything sucks. Have you gone outside? Have you been to the store? Have you compared the prices to a year before? Do you drive a car? Have you pumped gas? Don't lie to me now, it sucks ass. You could brush it off like it's a fucking joke, but the media lies, numbers don't. Well, you can't blame Biden, it isn't him. Well, who the fuck is it then? What jacked up the prices? I want to know why I spend so much up at Conoco. I don't know. I think it's insane that the leader of the country gets no blame, cause the whole entire time, the last 4 years, it was cheap as fuck. I'm just saying, now watch. Down in the comment section, someone's gonna give us an economy lesson. I can't wait to hear your expert analysis on fluctuation and how expenses balance. Hey, it's all a part of the process. What the hell you bitching for? It's fine. Oh yeah, I forgot about the 16 cents that I saved on hot dogs for 4th of July. What a fucking steal. Too bad I spent more on gas just to get to Target. So by the time I got done buying all the shit and filling up my car, I had way less than when I started. Now, I don't really call that saving. No, I call that losing money. It doesn't take a genius to do simple math, but apparently you can't, so who's the dummy? Probably still me. I'm just pissed off. This inflation's fucked up, but I gotta sit here and act like I love this administration with a thumbs up? Stupid. Everything is hell, but you act like I'm supposed to be in heaven. You know our country ain't doing too good when the Waffle Houses start to close at 11. Dude, he can barely talk, and don't act like I'm being overzealous. Every time the man speaks, I have no fucking clue what he's trying to tell us. Every speech is like a gag reel. Every time I see the shit, I'm like, is that real? Well, considering the fact that the only other option was Trump, I don't think it's such a bad deal. Fuck that, I want a strong leader. The strength of a man should be constantly tested, especially when you're in the most powerful position in the world. That should be not even a question. There's really not enough words that can describe the craziness we're facing, dude. But the crazier part is there's still people you need to sit down and really explain this to. Come on, man. Just watch a press conference. You'll see that Joe is all gone. He literally says out loud that he has a list of people he's supposed to call on. And even then he fucks that up. The whole thing is hella awkward. COVID-19 ain't his biggest enemy. It's the goddamn teleprompter. It feels like we don't even have a leader. It's like we're all just following blindly. Each of my grandparents could run circles around him in a debate, and they're almost 90. Look at him. Don't take it from me. Go listen to him. It's not a rumor.
You gotta, I mean,
Today, Junior! Jesus Christ, go on YouTube and click any video of Joe Biden and check out the like and the dislike ratios. That should prove to you that no one likes him. I don't agree with anything he's done. His decisions affect me in many ways. If it was up to me, I'd rather have mean tweets and cheap gas any day. I don't like Biden. What good's he done for us? I think Afghanistan pretty much sums it up. What a dumb dog. My stomach does somersaults when I think about those 13 soldiers that were killed, the fucking gall. Then he goes to the service and keeps checking his watch like he has somewhere better to be. I swear the disrespect doesn't stop. Pick your fucking head up. Look at the women and men you killed. I don't understand how anyone could even defend you still. And if they do, they either don't know what they're talking about or they're lying to themselves, cause they know damn well you're a problem now. Pulling out was a good choice. Not the way you did it though. Kamala's probably sitting there like, oh my god, we did it, Joe. Speaking of her, where's she been through all these deadly days? As soon as shit erupts and hits the fan, Kamala's MIA. Not like she does anything anyway, so fucking useless. Law and order, crisis at the border, she don't fucking do shit. Just a talking head, paired up with the Walking Dead, breaking absolutely every word that was promised or said. Every time I see their faces on TV, it's such a bummer. I feel like I'm watching the third installment of Dumb and Dumber. And on top of all that, they put another ban on ammo, trying to disarm Americans, but equip the Taliban like Rambo. You give them hundreds of thousands of military guns, but Americans just trying to protect their families are the scary ones. You put more trust in a terrorist organization than you do in your own people. You don't care about this nation. Fuck you, that's from me. Fuck you, that's from them. Fuck you from everyone that's still stuck in Afghanistan. Fuck you from the men and women who died for this country. And fuck you for every time you lie to cover up something. You blame this on Trump. How the fuck is this even his fault? You're in charge now, not him. That's just your default. Whenever something goes wrong, you flip and say he did it. But whenever something goes right, you're quick to take the credit. You undid almost all of Trump's agreements by your second day. So why is this one of the only fucking things you left in place? No crosses to bear, no responsibilities, just chocolate chip to ease your mental instability. I would say the blood's on your hands, but that's a lie, cause you don't even know where the fuck you are half the time.
Yeah, that was it.
That was awesome. Yeah, I love him.
Oh,
Man.
I love this guy.
He's been just crushing it for almost a couple years. Oh, probably before that, but
yeah, I didn't know him. Samson is his name. I didn't know.
Oh, he's got some early when all this shit got shut down and everything. He was out there doing stuff, man. It was amazing. Yeah, he's great. Thanks for playing it.
Sure.
Yo, Roger, is this Samson guy sings just about the recent stuff, or is he a flatty, or?
I don't know.
You know?
Did you catch that
I'll check
last
it out.
song? Did you catch that last line? He says, "You don't even know where you fucking live."
Right.
I thought that was like a little dab at the fucking globe. I don't know, man.
Where you are, yeah. Where you
I'll check
are.
it out.
Yeah. I mean, he's right. Inflation is coming, guys. Inflation is coming. Winter is coming. Inflation is coming.
Yeah, it's here, man. I mean, everything's kind of almost doubled in price, almost, man. It's crazy. Yeah, when things double in price, man, you know, that makes it real hard if you don't get a raise. So it's a squeeze, man. Putting on the squeeze.
It's a perfect entry for a perfect means to implement UBI.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see, man. These guys are too greedy to give everybody some basic income. They'd rather just let you fucking rot in the street. Looks like. Drove through Los Angeles a couple weeks ago, man. It's just thousands of fucking people on the street, man. I'm like, fuck. They don't give a fuck.
I mean, what's better than giving people right the UBI and then acting like you care, right? And then if you don't follow the rules, jaywalk, well, that's $10 less this month, or
right.
So it's a good way to keep people in check with no check.
I watched this part of this comedy movie last night called Demolition Man with Sylvester Stallone, and anyway, it's kind of comedy.
Wesley Snipes, an old movie.
Yeah, Wesley Snipes is in it. Yeah, it's hilarious as fuck. When you cost, you got a ticket, it would just print it out right in front of him. Be like, fuck. It was like, it just.
How about it when he's making love to his woman? You know, they put those goggles on, right, and no touch.
Right. Yeah, it's just.
That's whole future, bro.
Like Idiocracy in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
I fell in that kind of category, man. And I was like just laughing. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, I've said it a few times now. I don't know if you heard me say it, but I watched Free Guy. It's a Lucas Disney film. So yeah, that's but it's packed with subliminal references, Matrix, They Live, Groundhog Day, what's Ready Player One, the Tomorrow Never Dies. No, that's a Bond. Anyway, it's yeah. I don't want to spoil it because, but it's an okay movie. I mean, I'm not a Ray Reynolds fan. It's an okay movie, but yeah, it's like every quote unquote woke film wrapped into one from Disney. So that's funny.
Sorry, Roger. Which movie were you talking about?
A Free Guy.
Free Guy.
Free Guy.
I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, it's new.
Oh, okay, it's new. Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah. So I was watching the movie, and I didn't. Nobody told me anything about the movie, and I was like, I turned it on, like, oh man, Ray Reynolds. Okay, man. Somebody told me, yeah, you gotta watch the movie. It's a cool movie. Ray Reynolds. Okay, well, let's do this, right? And I'm like, well, this is They Live, man. This is exactly what they did in the. So and then yeah, so yeah, you gotta watch it. I don't want to spoil it.
Check it out.
Yeah, well, we're still talking about movies, yeah? Did you guys see Moonwalkers?
No.
I just posted it, yeah. It's a French comedy. It's a must-see, dude. You're gonna piss your pants.
What's the name of it?
Moonwalkers. It's in a live stream, yeah. I just posted it.
Check it out.
Ron Perlman and that British comedian, yeah, like, dude, this movie is a pants pisser, dude. The whole movie.
I love it.
No spoilers, just you gotta watch this movie, dude.
It'd be a lot cheaper than going in a hot air balloon ride to space for $50,000.
Shit, I don't know about space, but hot air balloons here in PA, $250.
Well, this is the space version of that. I've been looking into this for years. There's all these companies out there that say that you can go take a hot air balloon ride up to space. And not one of them has done it yet. And I'm like, yeah. It's all CGI bullshit, no video, nothing. Propaganda.
Yeah. That Felix Baumgartner, he didn't do that shit, dude. A lot of people, believe that he did it, but then he didn't jump from space. I say he didn't do it at all, dude.
Right.
That was all bullshit. That was all bullshit, dude. Supposedly, terminal velocity didn't work on that day. The dude reached 800 something miles an hour. Free fall.
Yeah.
The fuck, dude. Broke the sound barrier.
Right.
I mean, total insanity, dude. I mean, anybody who buys this shit is fucking completely insane, dude.
Well, people love to go to Disneyland, man. I live near Disneyland, grew up near it, and they just love to get into their fantasies. And how dare you, shake them out of it? How dare you?
Yep, pretty much.
I see people crying over cartoons. They get emotionally attached to the character. A dog died or something. They're like, the dog died. It's a fucking cartoon, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? Get out of your own head. Fuck. We're not shooting through space at fucking 12 million miles a day, dude. Get over it. If you can't figure that out, man, I can't help you, man. I just can't. I can't. There's no help. Next. Yeah. 12 million miles a day. We're hauling ass, man. We're hauling ass.
Quick question. How high is the edge of space?
62 miles.
Got any proof of that, dude?
No. I got nothing, man. No proof. Help me out. I just want some curvature. I'm just looking for some curvature. Where's the curvature? Where did it go? That's fun. All right.
Curious, Lily, why were you asking about the edge of space?
Because I'm thinking about going there.
Oh.
She's going to jump on a stratospheric ballooning company.
I'm going to pull a, what is that, guys? I can never say it properly. Felix
Baumgartner.
Yes, I'm gonna pull a Felix Baumgartner.
Cool. Good luck with that.
Yeah, thanks, man.
August Picard, the first one to take a balloon up.
Right. Picard. Captain Picard.
Oh wait, hold up. I'm looking at the link you sent. The Yahoo link.
Yeah.
It's in a hot air balloon.
Right. That's what I said. I've been looking
Ah,
at
yeah, I didn't hear you.
all these companies. This is just another company. I've seen like a dozen of these companies, but nobody's ever been up on one of these. There's no footage. There's nobody with their fucking iPhone going, "Hey man, check it out. We're in 100,000 feet, man. We're chilling here for a couple hours," and nothing. There's nothing. Nobody's ever done it. Nobody's ever gonna do it because it's, 50 grand pop. This other company,
Yeah.
250. I've seen. I remember when I looked into it, some of the companies were like $10,000. It's like, I don't know. This price is all over the place. But if you go on like Kickstarter and look under like space exploration things or satellites, and there's all these companies on there, man, that have got a bunch of money from Kickstarter and never did anything, man. There's tons of them, and they're all full of shit because none of them are fucking sending anything into space, man. Do you remember that selfie satellite thing they said they were going to send to space, and you could pay like, I don't know, $100, and you could get they would take a picture of a video screen from space of you, so it was like a selfie camera in space and taking a picture of you in space on a video screen. Anyway,
That's like Photoshop.
the company fucking had sent this thing up, this balloon. They didn't send a satellite into space. They sent a fucking balloon up, and it fucking crashed. And it came back down to Earth, man.
Yeah, it was Samsung, and it crashed in somebody's yard in Michigan.
Right. It's just like, that's one of my favorite fucking stories, man. That is just so good. All those people are like, dude, I'm gonna get my picture taken in space. Check it out.
And they went back and changed all the promo stuff to say a satellite on a balloon after it crashed.
Those poor bastards.
Fucking bastards.
Those poor bastards.
So in these high altitude balloons, the Earth never turns underneath it. Never. So when does it start doing that?
Never.
Yeah, Roger, that's got something to do with your Velcro atmosphere. I can't explain it though.
Right. That atmosphere that's not there at where they say, right? The high altitude. Because of the pressure gradient, right? Gravity.
The atmosphere goes all the way to the moon. That's what they say now, right?
All right, yeah. I forgot.
We got big atmosphere. It's big.
So it's natural for gases, which is the atmosphere that moves freely in all directions, to just move along with the spinning ball Earth. That makes sense, right? Sure.
Hey, but why stop at the moon, man? Should have went a little bit further, in my opinion.
Yeah, might as well take it all the way to the sun if they're going to bullshit about it, right? Why not?
So space. Sorry, go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, I was just goofing, right? So that's how they landed the Perseverance rover with the parachute on Mars, because Earth's atmosphere reached the Mars.
Makes sense. Have you guys gone back to check the live stream for the Mars?
Are they on Mars yet?
Yeah, where you been?
Oh, really?
There's a Tesla circling Mars, right? Is that what they said?
It's got a live stream on Mars. That would be cool. Let's check it out. I'll search it up. Search it up.
Did you guys try talking to Chris?
No, like
I just got here.
Exclamation mark, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Oh wait, hold on. His server muted. Chris, you got control of your mic.
Ooh, he's A&R and does management. He's an art director. Hey, dude, I'm about to drop an album. You want to help me with my artwork and promotion? And that didn't get him to talk? Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
He may not be listening.
Who's that? Who are you talking to? Nobody's here, bro.
Chris. Oh, he's typing. Can you not talk? Yeah, Glatflope. Okay. Can you talk, Chris? He's typing in the lobby. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Can't talk. Never mind. Back on mute. Well, welcome. You can listen, and if you want to get verified, just let us know.
And if you want to get weird, let me know.
I want to see the. That's funny. I want to see the live stream of them driving a Tesla on Mars. That's what I want to see. Let's see that. I guess that's asking too much, probably, huh?
They already have the rover version of Tesla driving on Mars.
That's true.
Yeah. You're definitely asking too much, man. Come on.
Yeah. Why would it? Yeah. That would be redundancy of a fake freaking car on Mars. Yeah, why would you want that?
Sonny, get closer to your mic right now.
Oh, sorry. I know I'm kind of standing away. I can project though. Is that better?
Yeah. Are you trying to? Okay. Is that you said you're trying to sing?
Sorry, no.
Oh.
I'm just gonna be quiet. What?
No.
Don't be quiet. We like you.
Oh, thank you. That's nice of you. I was laughing at you guys cracked me up.
Well, here's the thing though. We've already been to Mars, guys. So let's move on to what's the next planet.
Next, okay.
Jupiter, Saturn, whatever. Let's go all the way to.
Just don't say Uranus, please.
I personally always liked Pluto, but I know that's not a planet anymore. But hey, let's try it, guys.
Declassified. Yeah. So I like what you're saying about them having to keep moving the atmos, quote unquote, sphere further and further out. So I'm just waiting. They're gonna have to move it all the way out to the sun, and then they're gonna go, oh yeah, guess what?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here we are. We're flatter. We've always been on a flatter.
Yeah, they're just gonna. Yep.
We were trying to tell you.
We were trying to tell you the whole time, guys. We were just easing you into the truth here.
Yeah, you didn't get it in 2015 when the Orion project. We told you exactly that we didn't go. You didn't listen, so we just had to keep pushing it.
Yeah, you
But
did this to yourself, general public.
do you ever think like there will be a time where they will come clean and say, yeah, sorry guys, we've been lying
No,
to you.
I don't think so.
They may try to burn the world down before that happens.
Right. Yeah. Admit defeat? Never.
Which might be what we're seeing.
Here's what I'm thinking. They might do that on like the pretense that they were trying to save us from certain, it was for our own good that they lied to us. The public wouldn't be able to handle it. So they lied to us, and now there has to be like some type of big threat coming.
Because it was the aliens. We couldn't tell you about it. Yeah.
There's a guy in the YouTube chat, Greg T. He's funny as shit. He said, they found water on Mars for the first time over 6 times, by the way. That's fucking good.
Yeah.
They're growing lettuce on the ISS for the 27th time.
Exactly.
What?
They love to grow lettuce. We're growing lettuce up here. Every video I've seen them growing shit. We're growing lettuce.
That's the science. I still am looking. What is the science that they've done or accomplished? Anyone tell me? I mean, did they make a better toothbrush or?
Sonny, I don't know why you keep questioning me.
Sorry, Lila, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Dave, please.
I saw one of the astronauts interviewed, and he said that they've got all kinds of science going on over here and over there, and then there's science, and all day they're doing science. So what are you questioning, Sonny?
I know. Okay, you're right. Okay. Admonishment accepted.
That's right. Fair enough.
I'll never question again. I promise.
Good slave. Good slave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, the first thing that happens, you get a little bit out of line, and the guy behind you is going to kick you in the back, so you got to stay in line. Stay in between the lines.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how they retire the ISS. I get a feeling its days are numbered here. I could be
Wait
wrong.
a second. Hang on. Oh, yeah, no, they got to retire at some point.
It'll probably be like Skylab. They'll be like, it'll be falling out of the sky pretty soon.
Listen, guys. One person who's in the YouTube chat always talking smack. His name's Ben Delight. And we argue a lot about how you can't observe the sun to determine what you're standing on, right? Because that's completely illogical. But he finally said, and this I quote this, he says, Glatflobe, yes, observation of the sun does not prove that the earth is spinning. Unquote. Actually, he said moving. Moving was the word, not spinning. So, once again, direct quote from Ben Delight. Glatflobe, yes, observation of the sun does not prove that the earth is moving.
Thank you, Bendy Light. Thanks,
Yeah,
Bendy Light.
good job, man. Good job.
Wow, an actual Glober concession. That's impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Right, see, that's good. We're making
One
progress,
step
folks. We're getting somewhere.
closer.
Yep.
Yep.
Or catch them when they don't know what they're doing, and then they'll say shit like that.
Now, what else is he going to use to prove that there is a spinning?
Nothing. He just said it's not moving. Oh, I mean, I guess based on the sun. So now we just have to say,
Yeah.
okay, cool. Now,
What
based on the
else?
stars, it's not moving. And then based on the moon, it's not moving. And then based on the fact that it's not moving, it's not moving.
So Bendy Light believes in bendy water, right?
He does, yeah, bendy water.
Believes in bendy water, I'm sure.
You're making me want to go to the YouTube chat. Something I'm trying to resist.
Once you'll
just
get over
closed
that.
it.
You'll
I
get
just
over
took a
that.
screenshot and closed it.
You'll get over that.
I
as
got
soon as
shit
you
to
get
do,
in
and I
there.
can't sit in there forever.
Dude, before I came to Discord, I was on YouTube. You guys remember Celebrate Truth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to be on there all the time, arguing with Globers. Oh my gosh. Good times, good times.
Yeah, for sure. Back in the old day.
Yeah.
That's all I used to do. I didn't even know about Discord.
Yep. Yeah, I didn't even join Discord for Flat Earth. It was for something else. And what was his name? Chris the Flat Earther. Shout out to Chris the Flat Earther. He sent me the link, and here I is.
Mm-hmm.
There's 20 lines on that picture, Roger. Not even reading the words.
Since it's silent, if my mic's still working, which probably not, I'd like to issue a formal invitation to Bendy Light. Anybody else in the YouTube chat would like to come in here and discuss the topic of the shape of the earth. Thank you. Did my mic work?
Yep. Loud and clear.
Thank you, Lily. I got a new headset. I hope this one doesn't start robot. It probably will.
It doesn't robot but so far, but it has like this weird staticky sound to it. It's not
There's a little static.
That's just my normal voice.
okay. Then you're fine.
Wait, are you a robot?
Yes, Steve Hinkle is our resident robot here.
Resident robot, yeah.
Something tells me that Bendy Light will not be joining us.
No, he's using it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ben. Type it in the YouTube chat. He's using the excuse that he came in once, we were total jerks, banned him for no reason, and now he's never going to come back.
Oh, yeah. We always hear that excuse.
You know what's interesting about that is because every single one of them say that, and so they all use the same fallacy of one single experience. I mean, that's the way it's always going to be.
So to put that in other words, wah.
Can we promise not to ban him, please?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Just come on in, come in right now.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk to you nicely.
They will ban you.
No, we won't. Stop.
Listen, I can't make promises of not banning anybody, but we shall be respectful and nice, and we'll hear you out. We'll let you finish your sentences.
Yeah, just all you gotta do is be nice, and we'll be nice. It's pretty easy.
Yeah. There's no reason for you to be banned if that's what you're gonna do.
Unless, of course, you don't have any globe evidence and you just lie the whole time.
Ooh.
That's a possibility.
Nah, couldn't be. Come on.
You know, I like Ben for the most part. So I would say I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. You know, I want to hear his voice.
Or her
After
voice.
all this time. No, I think it's a guy. I mean, you're right. I actually don't know.
Come on, that's pretty pronoun-ist, okay? Don't assume it's a guy.
Pronoun-ist? Yeah, I'm known for that.
Yeah, don't, God dang it, what do they say?
Assume.
No, assume what,
Assume
though?
my gender, bro.
Oh, yeah. No, but I thought there's another word for it. Anyway, we won't. Come on in, Ben.
Or anybody. Like, if the excuse for not coming in and shutting the server down with globe evidence is, you know, oh, I'm afraid you're going to ban me, then we can all just say, no, we're not going to ban you. Come on in and talk, right? It's that simple.
Glad definitely won't ban you.
Yeah, everybody here is actually agreeing to not banning Bendy Light, so you have no reason not to come in now. And look how friendly we are. We just want to have a conversation, so come on in.
And how about if we promise anybody that is mean to Bendy Light gets banned themselves? How about that?
There you go. Yeah. Now you have no excuse, Ben.
Is he typing anything? Is she typing anything?
I don't know. I'm not watching the chat. Like I said, I got to do some stuff, but I wanted to come back and see because I heard Dave say that, and I was like, uh-oh, is he coming in? Because the things I have to do, I can put off for another hour if he comes in.
Dang, that, you see, Glat will put off everything else just for you, Ben.
It's true.
He is your number one fan.
I think I'm up there, yeah, for sure.
I'll
he's
be
my
your number two fan.
On the YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Him and Trillian and D. Ross and Doug Gelta and a few others.
Come on, Ben, represent.
All right, I'm going to keep an eye on this just in case. But if either way, I'll talk to you guys in a bit.
Hey, Glad, real quick, you forgot Sidgy with the two celestial poles. He's always up.
Oh yeah. Syzygy and two celestial poles. Yeah, definitely big shout out to you guys. Gosh, you know, all this work that you put in, I'm sure somebody really appreciates it. So.
All right. I guess we'll just keep an eye out for them to come in.
I wonder if their significant others know their the extent of their flat Earth fetish.
I just assume they're 14-year-olds.
It's definitely the lobby is definitely filled with a lot of 14-year-olds. That's for sure. Nothing against anime, but it's a constant flow of anime avatars.
Yep. Speaking of anime avatars, hello, Kaya. Got feedback. try your hot micing.
I didn't even realize we had a VC verified anime avatar in voice tech.
Yep.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
But you're
we
trying
can.
to
Hi.
talk. Okay, we hear him now. Go ahead.
Wait, you're so quiet. What's happening?
I'm quiet. Can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you. Okay.
Oh, okay. Hi, welcome.
Hi, I was on the server yesterday. What are you guys talking about?
Flat Earth, and such topics. So you joined for the first time yesterday?
Yeah.
Nice. What led you to come to the server?
Oh, basically my friend sent the link to my Discord server, and I was wondering, would any of you be able to buy me Discord Nitro so I can spread the emotes from this server? Sorry about that. That's my brother.
No. No problem, but no.
Oh.
Wait, why not?
I'm serious.
I am poor.
Day 2, you're asking for money?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm poor. I'm a student. I don't have money.
Well, this Discord has a link, right? Discord.gg/flatearth.
Mm-hmm.
Just spread that. You know.
No, but I want to use the emotes. I want to use the emotes.
Right.
Well, we can't always get what we want, can we?
It's a good try. Good try. Can't blame you for trying.
Yeah.
You have any questions about the Earth? Kaya?
She just wants some emotes and some money.
Bye to you too.
She dipped out when she realized she couldn't find any sugar daddies or sugar mamas for her Nitro.
She probably thought, flat earthers, they must be stupid. They'll give me some money.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that has ever actually worked for her.
Like, yeah, can anybody buy me Nitro, please? Pretty please with a cherry on top.
And here's the link to my Amazon wish list.
That was weird.
I mean, I have blonde hair, blue eyes. I mean, I'm stereotyped. I have big boobies. Can you please buy me Nitro? I show you my boobies. Sorry, I went too far.
Enoch, you're too good at this. That's just no.
Oh my god.
Let me flash you my tits so I can get Nitro and everything will be okay. Yeah. You want my butt too?
Why are you making fun of me?
Oh,
yes, we are.
She's back.
No, he was asking to get some Nitro as well.
He was doing his own promotion.
Enoch, come on.
I'll show you.
I mean,
my
come on,
Nitro
girlfriend.
if you show me your Nitro.
I mean, like, we're best friends. Come on, girl. You know what I mean?
So which person was this we were talking to?
Her name was Kaya, apparently.
Kaya. I thought
Probably 14-year-old.
She
likes listening. She likes listening to herself on YouTube. That's probably what's going on.
That must be it.
That's just weird.
Weird AF.
Yep.
That's the first time I've heard somebody come in here to just basically beg for money.
I really want her to come back. I want to know if this actually worked for her. I'm curious now.
Don't we have Flat Earth crypto you give out or something?
No. Maybe we should, huh?
Sorry, but best we can do is space herpes.
No, give her space 8, because yeah. I don't even know how to do her thingy. Dang characters! How do you do star on the computer?
Has anybody ever talked to Nick, NIC? He's in here every day, he or she.
Yeah, I see him too, but
Listening pass. Okay, never mind.
yep.
Go ahead, Lulu.
No, I'm just complaining about how to do a star on how to type out a star.
I don't know, but the non-talker listening past people that never speak that are in here 24/7 creep me out. Especially when they follow you to other voice channels, Reknor, you know, it's weird.
There is nothing weird about that, dude. You're just paranoid.
I would kind of do that because I'm at work, so I'll just listen. Love listening.
Oh no, I'm guilty of just listening all the time for sure. But I'd still talk from time to time.
Yeah.
Darn it.
I think she left the server.
Oh, did she?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what happened. Okay.
I bet you she'll talk for some nitro.
Give me some nitro. Come back. If you hear us on YouTube.
Hold on, let me try this. Does it show that she left, or is it just the way I'm doing it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If she can prove the globe, I'll give her some nitro. That'll never happen.
That was a weak troll. That was disappointing.
I hear you, Lulu. It's been a long time since we had a funny troll come in here. All of them are just weak.
Yep. I did have fun with that one dude, the Indian sounding Mexican that spoke German.
Yeah, he was kind of funny.
He was funny, right?
Yo, you guys gotta excuse my ignorance, but isn't like Nitro Boost when you want to help your server and you buy it for that server?
Not necessarily. You can. It gives you like the option to boost other servers. You can boost like 2 or 3 times, and then you also have access to the emotes, like the moving emotes, and then you can use
Perks, but like for example, like I bought like just $5 a month like booster, right? That's doesn't do anything for me, right? That's for the server that I'm trying to help, which is this server, right?
Oh yeah. But then you can also boost, I think, another server besides this one.
Oh, really? With
Oh, no. You can boost as many as you want here. Like you get like 2 or 3 boosts, and then you can boost either one server 3 times, or you can do 3 servers. As far as I know.
And is it each one $5, or like you get 2, 3 for $5? How does that like?
You get like 2 or 3 for that one $5.
Oh, so I can. So
Try it.
More servers, because yeah, like I said, I gotta excuse
Now-
my ignorance, so I'm like still learning this stuff.
Well, when I had Nitro way back, I was able to boost like 2 or 3 servers from what I remember.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look into this.
Yeah, she was saying something about emotes, wanting to spread the word with emotes or whatever. Oh yeah, you have Nitro, so you know what I'm talking. Hmm. Oh.
That guy Chris is in the VC verified right now. He's getting VC verified.
Oh, sweet. Hope he comes through.
There's a few more people. Yep. I hate this. Always on the days when I have some extra time, there's not much going on.
I'm trying to fix that. Bendy Light, are you going to come in? Bendy Light, are you going to come in here? Or Bobby Steels, do you have a cell in your body that isn't cowardice? Anybody in the YouTube chat? Heck, we'll take some flat earthers from the YouTube chat. I don't know if I've even spoke with you guys.
Yeah, come on down.
Keyboard warriors lose their ability to battle once they are no longer on the keyboard.
I think so. I think that's what it is.
Or when their voices get exposed.
Oh, no, guys, listen. If we want our presence graced with, if we want to be graced with Ben's presence, excuse me, he says he's got terms. Let me scroll up and read these terms. He's got terms, guys. Terms.
We agree to it.
Hold on.
Is it a flat earther or a globe?
No, it's a Glober.
Oh.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Cool. Sorry,
Sorry, go ahead. I'll be done after this. Bendy Light says, I will come in if just one of you provide a demonstration of the day-night cycle with a light source over a flat surface. One more time. He wants a demonstration of the day-night cycle with a light source over a flat surface. He doesn't just simply want to go outside and check it out. He wants us to also make a model of it.
It's not a model, it's a concept, but he can check that out.
Well, I mean, that's like ridiculously easy to demonstrate.
Yeah.
And he's still claiming that he was banned once, and so he'll never try to come in and talk again. He says,
That's
yes, we have
exactly what I
terms once we've been banned. You guys didn't have to ban me.
Okay, we're sorry we banned you. Come on, come back. And there's also your
for real.
demonstration.
It's like a panel of almost all new people anyway, Ben. I doubt there's anybody here that you talked to last time.
Does he want a live demonstration, or can it just be any video?
I don't know.
Well, just conceptually, you can take your globe, flatten it out, and move the light source closer. Boom, done.
That's what I was going to say. There's been several videos. Rob Skiba did one in 2016 showing that. But,
yep.
You know, it's just a demonstration. I mean, do a little bit of research, you would have found that already.
Yeah.
Also,
Used a Glober's computer system to do it too.
So let me get this straight, Ben. You want us to help you beg the question, even though it's not going to help your case in the first instance, just so we can destroy you in our voice stream? Is that kind of what we're doing?
does he by any chance know who banned him?
I doubt it. He says any video will do as long as it appears exactly as we observe in reality. Hey, Ben, the only way to do that is to make an entire new Earth system and do the exact same thing there that is going on here. Since that's impossible, what do you think? A table demonstration is going to help you out on this one?
And how does he know if it's going to be like it is in
exactly
real life if he doesn't even understand himself? Like, is he also
Yeah,
going to understand because maybe he's a visual person?
Justin isn't here. If Justin banned you, he's not here, Ben.
It's like, yeah, go outside and watch.
Right. These people have a problem using their senses.
Yeah, I'm a referee, so I can, I can make sure no one's gonna ban you. Like, I could do that myself. So
Yeah, dude. Do you think we banned the one person that's like the most entertaining piece of today so far? You think we'd do that? You're going to be our cash cow, buddy.
yeah, so I think we have some terms too. So we need to establish a footing, right? That can firmly establish a footing. So we will definitely need to know how they established the Earth to be a globe in the first place, how they established it moving, and gas pressure without a container. We could have those as a foundation. So let's see, when was the Earth proven to be a globe? When was it proven to be a globe? I think we need to start there, and then we can move on. Like, we're not into models, bro. That's like kind of like playing with kids' toys. It's a reification. It can never match reality. You don't have one either for the globe, Earth, by the way.
Yeah. Nope. He
So
says
listen-
exactly with... No, go ahead.
Yeah, so listen, don't ask us to provide something to you that the globe Earth doesn't have either. Okay?
I mean, is he just having a hard time with the concept that day and night cycles can work on a flat surface? Is he just can't conceptualize that? Is that his problem?
Well, if he doesn't come in here, it's really kind of hard to do this like through a third-party intermediary.
Yeah, no shit. I'm going to stop now. I'm going to stop reading what he says. But listen really quickly before I actually do what I said I was going to do that I'm putting off. The fact that no one from the YouTube chat and most Globers out there listening don't come in and chat with us, it has nothing to do with the fact that you're afraid of getting banned. If that were the case, we would have remedied that right away. I mean, that's not the problem here. The problem is you don't have any globe evidence, and that's why you're too afraid to come and talk with us about it. And if I'm wrong, come on in and talk to us about it. Thank you.
Right. So that's a very good point.
Excellent point. They never want to admit that. They just don't have any evidence.
So here's my claim that, yeah, I'm right along with Gladflobe, that the reason you're not coming in, and this is a claim of mine, okay? My claim is that the reason you're not coming in is because you're afraid, because you know you don't have any globe proof in the very beginning. But like Glat said, come in and prove. If I'm wrong and Gladflobe is wrong and the other people in here are wrong, come in and show us how we're wrong. We want to see it, so that's all we're asking. Thanks.
If that's well said, Sonny, it's fair enough. Provide some physical evidence of this globe. Everybody thinks that's all we're asking for.
Well, it's much easier via text to shuck and jive and obfuscate and change the conversation around and never actually provide evidence. Much more difficult to do that when you're in a conversation.
So I'm just curious, has anybody checked, is like all those sites still down, like Facebook and shit, or does anybody care?
What happened?
Supposedly there was like Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp all went down at the same time today for several hours.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, the only one I noticed was Telegram, but it's back up now. I don't have any of the other ones to check, so I didn't really care much.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it's not up properly. Oh no, I lied. It's up properly. Not bad.
Does Telegram work pretty good?
Yeah, it's back up working like I used to.
I've never tried that one. I might check that out sometime.
Yeah, I'm new to it. It has it's kind of like any other chat room. Like, it's a tad bit hard to use, but I guess once you get used to it, it should be fine.
If this old man can figure out Discord, I can figure out about any of them, maybe.
Exactly.
So did anybody see that my fine senator from Kentucky was in a congressional hearing and he said the word flat earthers 4 times in a 6-minute clip?
Was that Dave? Can you post that link for that? I'd love to see that.
I'm driving right now, but
okay.
It was on. They highlighted it on Globebusters yesterday. I don't know. I think it would be maybe under that video, but nobody else saw it. Evidently, the guy with this.
I saw it.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
The guy with CDC called people that don't want the jabby jab of flat earthers.
Right.
You know, like the anti-science people.
Roger, do you have a link?
Yeah, 1 second. I'll DM it, right? Because.
Thank you. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask if they were trying to equate flat earthers to some sort of stupidity or try to equate the two, and I guess
That was
always
what
the
it
case.
is. Anti-science, you know. We all know the irony in that we're the ones actually doing real science. But anyway.
I have studied.
What I find odd. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say I've studied and explored and performed more science since coming into this topic than I ever did previously in my whole entire life.
Same here. I gotta say again. Same here, bro.
Yeah, I find it odd that he said it so many times. Like,
I'm going water in this moment.
What?
I brought water in this moment, and it's boiling when you put heat.
I wear it as a medal of honor.
Yeah, maybe he's a secret flat earther, right? But he can't come out and say that in public. But he's like, I'm gonna sneak this like 5 times. So people will maybe look it up. I don't know. That's just my optimism, though, of course.
No, he's just trying to equivocate that flat earthers are synonymous with Neanderthals and stupid people and all that fun stuff. Same old diatribe. just for people that are on the other side of whatever topic he was talking about. Sure as heck don't want to touch the rail of flat Earth.
Hey, what's Karen gonna do now that Facebook, Instagram are down, and WhatsApp? I'll bet Twitter is too. What's Karen gonna do? Bendy Light, tell me, what are you gonna do? I don't have Facebook or Instagram or WhatsApp. So, business as usual.
I have all. Now I cannot make any more pizza, and I don't know how to prepare food anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what everybody's eating. What am I gonna do with my life?
How I will make fire now?
Hey, I have a question to you, Americans. Some people are saying that Signal and Telegram is not totally working in USA. Is it so?
No.
Sorry?
I don't know. Maybe I don't have those things, so. Darn,
Good riddance. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I have Telegram and it's working here fine, but I'm on the other side of the world. But Telegram is working. I just downloaded Signal too, just in case, you know. I'm just curious, like there was some article that said like 75% social media down over 75% of the planet.
Good.
So, you know,
Is that we can actually?
Is that
now
the
we can actually
75%
get going
water?
on.
Now they can come. Now they can come here.
You guys remember the early 90s? Remember the late 80s and early 90s when there wasn't internet or social media?
Yeah,
And how we were closer with each other, and we'd see each other in public and physically a lot more hugs, more family gatherings. Yeah, so fuck social media. Good riddance.
Well, I just, we cannot go back to 90s, so I don't know what is coming next, because
80s was even better than 90s.
Well, they want to change everything to be, what the Klaus Schwab has been telling and these people, so we know which way they want to go. That's why I don't think 90s is going to happen again. Well, the economic collapse, yes, is coming, but otherwise, I don't know. It's just so strange.
Don't worry, you'll own nothing and you will be happy.
Oh, yes, we all will be so happy. Yes, we will. Especially, I remember, I think 1 or 2 years ago, I read some article about the Canada, what they were planning about some kind of they will forgive your debts if you agree with their plans or something like that. But I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Are they going to forgive you of your trespasses if you forgive those who trespass against you?
No, not that one. They are clearly talking only about the money. But it was something I just remember that was so freaky. Of course you will be their slave. Okay, they will forgive you your debts if you go with their way, right? For example, now they are pushing this pass So I think that's one way. Like, you agree with us, you take this thing, and you will be cool. Everything will be fine for you. If you don't, then you are in trouble. Yeah, I know. I am going to be in trouble.
I've been in trouble my whole life, so it's all good for me.
Well, this will be a little bit different trouble.
I've been in that trouble too.
I've been also in that different trouble.
It's so strange. Tomorrow I'm going to work and I'm waiting for having these discussions with my workmates. My one worker in my place, just a couple of days ago, she said, like, we don't have keys anymore in our house because my kids were losing them all the time. So we decided to make everything digital. I'm like, with everything collapsed, how are you going to open your doors?
And I can see them in the living room. And I can see them in the living room through my camera.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Everything's so easy. All I have to do to turn on or turn off my life is press a button.
Yeah. You guys have seen
Control
that.
your TV. Yeah.
There was this one funny advert that was talking about this, like how you have made your house so automatic. You just snap your fingers and music is playing. You just say a word and things are happening. And then you go to dentist and they do something to your mouth and you cannot speak clearly. And then you try to enter to your house with the voice recognition. And it's not recognizing it because you don't speak clearly. It was so hilarious.
The only house automation I'm willing to accept is the clapper.
Here, here.
For those of you old enough to remember the clapper.
Clap on, clap off. I remember it.
Clap on and clap off, yep. The clapper.
What if the clapper was Alexa in a smaller form? And the clapping was just the initiation.
It's so funny too because like back then they had the technology to listen and spy on you all the time, and you were convinced that it was just like some monitor that only picked up when your hands are clapping. Like, kidding? They're also listening to your dinner conversations and you not being able to make love to your wife properly. I mean, what?
Too much truth. Too much truth.
I posted the link in this live stream voice chat. It's so funny. Watch it.
If they can dictate voices from certain areas of the world, it's amazing, the technology, because there's people that allegedly speak English that I can't understand a word of what they're saying. When you get to certain Scottish and other accents, it's very tough for me to follow.
Like Ozzy, he has to sing to his computer to get it to work.
I wonder what happens on some of those programs, because I played college soccer with a bunch of guys from like Ireland and stuff like that, and
They would say tree, but they would be trying to say the word 3. So I can only imagine what the dictation is on some of that stuff.
Well, if you're in the military, when you say 3 over the radio, it's proper to say tree. That way it's distinguishable. And like 5 is fife, and 9 is supposed to be said niner.
Did I catch a 9er in there? You talking on a walkie-talkie?
On some of the old hangouts back a few years ago, this guy named Pete Shea, we used to get say 33 and a third. He was Irish. 33 and a third.
Dirty tree.
It sure makes life more interesting, all the different places in the world, different dialects.
Oh yeah, I love it. Don't get me wrong. Don't think I'm hating on people. I love it.
No, not at all. Yeah. I agree. Some of them are a little bit harder to understand. In all the places I've been to, if I at least tried to like communicate in their own language, they were so much more like jovial and like trying to help me out and stuff. And then they just laugh at me. And then I'd laugh because it's pretty funny. Maybe they wouldn't be so kind if I tried talking to them about flat Earth in their own language. You never know. Never know though. They might be more open to it. Does anybody know, are there other language discords that are flat Earth? I never looked into it.
I know there's a Spanish one. I can't remember what it is right now.
That's cool.
The Argentinian in the Globebusters community, he had gone on TV and debated a scientist, I think. And
In Argentina?
yeah.
Very cool. I hope they didn't edit it to make him look crazy.
You guys heard about the soccer club called Flat Earth? It's in South America.
That's awesome. Are they Brazilian? I think I've heard there's lots of Brazilians that know the Earth is flat.
I'm not sure. We can look it up. But it's definitely a real soccer club.
I thought they were in Spain. I could be wrong though.
Oh, I got distracted painting this, and I was supposed to leave this little space where I could pick it up and get all the other sides. And I got distracted and painted that part. Whoops.
Sounds like you'll have to paint it 3 more times.
Hi.
Hopefully not niner.
What happened to that guy and his terms? Were they not met adequately? The Glober who needed that demonstration? He decided not to come in, I guess.
The guy who committed a loaded question logical fallacy.
I'm assuming yes.
Mm-hmm. I don't think he's coming. Curse of knowledge. Cognitive bias. Once you understand something, you presume it to be obvious to everyone.
Sounds like you're grinding off your mistake there.
You can hear that? No, that's not me. That's I served the one I am over there grinding some hard on his trailer pool thing.
Sounds like a sawmill or something.
I know an angle grinder when I hear one.
Yeah, it is. We're working on metal, so I can mute. Sorry, guys.
No, you're fine. I was just giving you shit. I've done a lot of metal working in my day. I actually got a small piece of metal lodged in my eye one time, about the size of a grain of salt. Annoying.
Well, that sounds terrible. How'd that finally come out?
I had to go to the ER. They numbed my eyeball, flicked it out with a needle, and then told me there was some rust behind it that they needed to drill out.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so they did a little drilling on my eyeball, and then I had to go back in every week to an optometrist to have him scrape more of the rust off as it worked its way to the top of the eye. Yeah, it was fun.
Wait a second. Did you say they took your eye out of the socket?
No.
Okay. I was going to say, man.
Yeah, because I was sitting here thinking, waiting on you to finish, so I can be like, so did you have chameleon vision?
No, it was a piece of metal about the size of a grain of salt that got lodged right on the front of my eyeball. And it was irritating my eyelid every time I opened and closed my eyes. So I went to the ER and they numbed my eyeball with numbing drops and then took a needle and gouged out the little piece of metal. And then I guess the metal had rusted into the eye. So they had to take this little drill thing and drill out some of the rust, but they couldn't get it all. So I had to keep going back to the optometrist. And I guess your eye sheds, so it moves things to the surface and sheds them out. So as the rust continued to work its way to the surface, the optometrist would have to take a little needle and scrape the rust off the top surface. And then I had to do that for, I don't know, a couple of months before it was all gone.
And your eyes totally healed? Good?
Yeah, I'm fine from that.
Cool.
I mean, I've got some floaters from getting sand lodged in my eyes from surfing and stuff, but all the rust stuff's gone.
Yeah, I got those floaters. I would boogie board. I like boogie boarding.
Boogie boarding's fun. But it's kind of like if you surf, a boogie board is like a scooter where it's fun to ride, but you don't want your friends to see you on it. So when you surf, it's like, yeah, boogie boarding's fun, but kind of lose some respect in the lineup.
The boogie boarding is cool when you can do it on the soccer field after a hurricane.
What the? I don't care who sees me boogie board. I boogie. La, la, la. I kind of wonder how paint would dry if we were spinning. It's like, okay, guys, this is the side we have to put a lot more paint on because it's gonna settle over there. That would be terrible.
Glad you're okay. Glad. You okay?
What? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. Sorry about that. Damn it. Thought I muted.
I don't know if you heard me, but I just did 1,000.
I pump iron. Oh, man.
You guys, Bobby Steels in the YouTube chat thinks that I deny all science. All of it. The whole body of science.
Yo, that guy Bobby Steels, he's still around, dude. Like, he's so dedicated. That
Yeah,
guy
it's
is
strange
everywhere.
how much free time these people have.
Right? That guy is everywhere, dude. He's on Nathan Oakley's every time I go there. Like, he's everywhere. He's a true anti-flat earther, yeah.
Somebody ought to start paying him.
I guess you have to at least acknowledge some of them's perseverance and dedication, right? The anti-flat earthers.
Bobby Steele's the heliocentric fundamentalist fanatic. Wait, was Bobby Steele's banned from Discord too? Yo, cut the shit, what?
That dude's got titties.
Hey, yo, did Ben come by?
No, he did not. As far as I know, we've had no globular representatives in here today.
I have a question. Lulu, I know what your name is today. What is your name today?
I heard Lulu, but you were roboting.
Oh. Does it sound better right there?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Cool. What I asked you what your name was today.
I am Weird AF.
Awesome.
It was bestowed upon me by Brad, so.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
That's funny.
Everybody here is, so. Pretty normal.
You're in good company.
Yep.
Exactly. So, if you could talk to anybody about the flat Earth, who would it be?
Is that directed at me? Or it's just the panel?
Yeah, anybody. Yeah, you or anybody.
Sean Connery.
Yeah. I just want to hear him say flat Earth.
Exactly. Go fuck yourself, Trebek. The Earth is flat.
Barry Manilow, but I don't know why.
I don't have anybody. I don't really care. I do, but I don't.
That's cool.
You have
You talk to us, so you want to talk to us about flat Earth. How about that?
you have us.
If y'all are in the mood for some groovy tunes, I'll be posting them in the voice text as I go about my day here.
So the girl that originally asked the question, was it okay I serve? Who would you talk to about flat Earth?
Cool beans.
Yeah, great question, and I don't know who I'd talk to. I've been trying to think.
We don't have time for a meeting on Flat Earth Society.
Maybe Elvis. Have him make a song about it.
Oh, it can be dead.
Live stream.
It can be dead or alive people. I would go back to Copernicus.
Yes.
I would go back and talk to Copernicus and slap some sense into his ass.
Here you go. Yeah, right. Although he probably did know the Earth was flat.
The best people will be artists, especially music artists, you know, because that music reaches a lot of people, and the message through music usually gets through people's hearts and minds. Thinking reggae artists, you know, hip hop, obviously.
Amen. And then Abraham left.
Master, what was that? I didn't hear it, bro.
I said Abraham came in here and then he left.
Oh.
I think he's new.
Baby, come back.
Don't
You
blame
can
it
blame it all on me.
Thank you.
That was Player, the band, in 1979, which I didn't know.
It's a good trivia question.
So WhatsApp is down, Facebook is down, Instagram is down, Twitter's acting weird. What's going on, guys?
It's just a hive mind upgrade, man.
Roger, did you say what's up is down? Is that Glowhead logic?
Good one. Yeah, up is down.
Oh, hell yeah.
I guess we can take this time to give a big up to Glat Flobe for actually paying attention to the YouTube chat on a regular basis. Good work, son.
Wait, what did I do?
Just giving you mad props for actually paying attention to the YouTube chat on a regular basis.
Oh, yeah. Whenever I start to feel bad about my decisions in life, I just go watch the anti-flat earthers try to use a keyboard, and it just makes my day.
Bro, you sound so sweaty.
I'm trying not to be. AC's cranked up, but it's a sunny day, so yeah.
Yeah, sweating's good for you.
Yes, unless you're running from the cops.
I don't know, might make
Yeah.
slippery.
Then it's really good for you, especially if you get away. Yeah, real slippery. That's what's gonna happen, dude. I'm not gonna get the jibby jabberoonie. And if that comes to shove and they come door to door, man, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna be buck naked, Crisco oil all over my body with nunchucks in one hand, machete in the other. And I'm just gonna go to town. We'll see if they can get me.
I could just see the headlines now. PCP making a hit comeback.
Well, we tested him for drugs and we couldn't find any. It seems he did this all on his own.
Yeah, thanks, Glat, for that pleasant mental picture there. Appreciate that.
You betcha. Hey, at least you don't know what I look like, because that would really fuck your day up.
Dang it, Glat Flobe, you stole my idea, man. I was thinking about doing the same thing.
It's okay, you can do it too, man. It's a good idea.
Well,
they can't catch you.
So mine was a little bit different. You know, I was gonna run around butt naked with baby oil and then have them throwing knives with me.
Dude, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, do it.
I'll be running around slick like butter. Can't catch me, I'm too fast. I'm the gingerbread man. I'm so fast. I hit the light switch in the bedroom. I was in bed before the room went dark.
What if you saw a giant thumb coming out of the sky, and as it got closer, it turned into Joe Rogan?
I was just gonna say, man, that sounds like Toe Rogaine. I wouldn't be surprised if the fake Jesus looks like him. Right, because aren't they supposed to do like a fake Messiah thing, and then the real one's gonna come down and be like, "Ha ha ha, you stupid idiots." Right? Isn't that kind of how?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, let's speed it up, you know, because like I got stuff to do in this life, and helping wake people up and save lives isn't all I'm here to do. Okay, there's other stuff that I wanted to get accomplished. So, bring Revelation, all that stuff in. It's supposed to happen over like 7 years tribulation. Let's make it a couple weeks. All right, chop chop.
I was just thinking about things I'd want to do before I die. And I really want to at least sail by myself or with my husband. I don't know.
Yeah, Yeah, dude, do it. It's such an adventure
in the
with
ocean.
someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all need to get out there and do it. Hey, Ann, take a sextant with you and have a little fun with it. And by that I mean navigate. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Might as well sail to Antarctica while you're at it. Go for it.
Yeah, right? Things to do before I die, while I die. Exactly. Hey, Sunny, what was your question again? I heard like a thumb coming out of the sky or something. What was it? I'm sorry. It was Sunny who asked, correct?
Actually, sorry about that. It was not a question.
Oh. Oh, well, what?
It was just actually a silly statement I was making because there was some quiet time. So, okay, I'll just state it again. What if you saw a giant thumb coming out of the clouds from the sky, and it got closer, and it turned into Joe Rogan?
Oh, that's funny, man.
Disclosure, Joe Rogan. When are they going to come out with the truth about it? That's actually Joe Rogan up in the skies. He's throwing stuff around, and people are unidentifying them.
Yeah, I might shoot first and then run away. That'd probably be pretty scary, actually.
You would hear a lot of ready, aim, fire.
Exactly.
Hey guys, anybody remember the astronaut lady who wore a diaper to go see her? I guess it was her ex-boyfriend or something like that. Mic check.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah, I
that.
don't know. Well, yeah, I don't remember that. What happened?
Yeah, it was all over the news years ago. I believe her name was Womack or something like that. That was her last name. She wore a diaper and went across I don't know how many state lines because she didn't want to stop and use the bathroom, right? So I guess they painted her as some crazy lady on the news. And it just come up in my memory, and every time I think about things like that, I'm wondering, was she about to whistleblow, or was this actually what was going on? I mean, I just think about those things.
Or maybe she got out of her containment facility and was making a run for it.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we forgot to dose her once. J-spray. Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, anytime they kind of, feed on one of their own, kind of wondering why they're doing that, or is the person actually just lost it? Or
It depends. Sometimes low-hanging fruit is getting dealt with. Other times it's, something else.
yeah, if anyone wants to look it up, you could probably just type in "astronaut wears a diaper," and it'll probably show up.
Dude, maybe she was just used to wearing diapers, too. I don't know. Because that's kind of
Nah.
weird.
Well, if she went to the ISS, she would not be used to wearing diapers. Otherwise, they would go thirsty.
But what if she was a water astronaut? Be wearing diapers. I mean, how long are they even down there for? I don't even know. I haven't looked that up before. In their pool simulation. What if you have to go poo when you're scuba diving? Like, what do you do? Sorry.
You go. Duh.
So it's Lisa Nowak, and I just briefly looked at it. I believe she traveled like 900 miles. So
I mean, it'd be the same question in a diving suit. If you got to pee and you're, down 400 or 500 feet, what do? Pee in your suit.
Oh, yeah. When I go surfing, the first thing I do when I get in the water is pee in my wetsuit. But that's also not attached to my head.
So just a quick search. Her actions inspired the movie Lucy in the Sky in 2019 or something.
That movie. Is it like based on the Beatles of their song?
I'm assuming it's based on like her story or what she did. She went to confront like I guess it's her ex-boyfriend's girlfriend or something. But yeah, just briefly looking it up, it says it inspired the movie Lucy in the Sky.
So if they made a movie based off of it, you have to know that something was going on other than the story we're told, probably.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, man. I haven't heard anyone kind of look into it, and I can do a little bit of research into it, but I know there's a few folks that's probably better at it than I am, so I'm just going to mention it.
Hey, Facebook's still down. And then Zuckerberg's lost $7 billion. Oops. I lost $7 billion today. It's bad. Anyway, that's the news report for now.
I just wonder if there are actually like people panicking, like, "Oh my god, I can't speak to her."
Yeah, I've been stressed out all day because I have no idea what my friend from 6th grade, who I haven't seen in 35 years, had for breakfast this morning.
No, it's people always take
like,
pictures
how are you
of their
gonna get any
food.
peace of mind?
People love to take. Hey, I'm eating a steak. And I'm like, oh, great, thanks, man. Yeah, thanks a lot. That's great. Thanks. Ah, shit. We got some fucking weird nuclear weather going on over here in Southern California today, man. It feels like we're being nuked. It's just like, fucking, what is this?
So
weird.
Basically, it's raining, is what you're saying.
So what?
So basically, it's raining.
Nah, man, it's no rain. It's just weird clouds, chemtrails. I don't know, man. It's humid as fucking, like, I'm just sitting here sweating. It's weird. It's not usually like this. This very, very odd. Strange weather.
It's pretty enjoyable here in Texas. There's a breeze, and it's in the 80s.
It's beautiful in the Sunshine State today.
I see Elijah's in the room. Hey, man, if you can hear me, I don't know if you just heard about that lady astronaut, Lisa Novak or Novak, who wore the diaper and drove like 900 miles so she didn't have to take bathroom breaks. They kind of painted her as insane on the news. And it inspired this movie called Lucy in the Sky in 2019. Have you heard about this or looked into it at all?
What's up, guys? No, I haven't.
Yeah, we were just discussing it, and it seems like when they try to, bury one of their own, it's kind of like they're trying to cover something up, or maybe she was going to whistleblow or something. I don't know.
Yeah, to me, if somebody's running across country wearing a diaper, they're running from something, not to something.
Well, we know astronauts have depraved minds, right? So either way, they have depraved mind. But yeah, what exactly is going on?
I wonder if they do some type of mind control on those people, and maybe her programming was breaking down.
Yeah, who's going to listen to you after you've been on the news and you wore a diaper and drove 900 miles just to confront your ex-boyfriend's girlfriend or something?
Well, if we had an FE investigative journalist team, that would be a good person to try to maybe interview.
If you could even get a hold of them.
Yeah, definitely. And now it's making me want to watch that movie Lucy in the Sky. I guess 2019. Maybe I'll mention it to Helio.
Isn't that song anyway a reference to acid? Why would they name that movie that? It's kind of odd.
Because I think they changed her name in the movie, and the main character's name is Lucy. Plus, they like to throw in that nod to Lucifer anytime that they can. And lots of times when they make movies that are quote unquote based on a true story, they're usually trying to cover something up or deflect around a situation, give you a little bit of truth, but lead you in the wrong direction. Has anybody seen American Made with Tom Cruise?
Oh, what's it about?
So, American Made is about the CIA arming the Contras and also running drugs from South America into the United States. But in the movie, they lead you to believe that the pilot just decided on his own to start running cocaine for his own benefit and that the CIA had nothing to do with it, but the CIA was running guns. Where in reality, I think it was collusion on both ends of that by the CIA. So the movie would lead you to believe that the pilot was only one involved with the drug cartels and the running of the cocaine, and it was all on the pilot, and the CIA had nothing to do with it, but he was using his CIA drug running as a cover for this importation of cocaine into the United States. And it all takes place on an airstrip in Mena, Arkansas, when Bill Clinton was the governor. So there's a lot of truth in the movie, but it deflects you away from the biggest truth drop, which is the CIA was the one running the cocaine.
So they're covered, right? I mean, this movie Lucy in the Sky is about astronauts going to space, and then when they return to Earth, they lose touch with reality. So they've got themselves covered. If any astronaut comes back and wants to kind of, tell anything, it's just, hey man, you've lost you lost touch with reality. This is crazy. I'm gonna have to watch that movie.
Yes, I wonder what the reasoning is behind these astronauts going crazy, like in the movie. What, like not enough oxygen to the brain? What, gravity's made them dumber now or something?
Gravity makes you smart. So when you
Howdy.
Have a wonderful day, everybody. Or night, depending on where you are. You too. Work it.
Later, weirdo.
That's 80. Later.
Have a good night, weirdo.
After hearing Glat Flobe's workout music, I now picture you as Richard Simmons. Sweating to the oldies.
No, man, this is a new song, came out recently. Yeah, come on, hey! Woo!
Well, I still feel like your shorts probably cover less than 10% of your thighs.
So? What's it to you?
I don't see how anybody can wear those in the first place, so.
Oh no, I don't wear that shit. I work out naked.
So I'm going to start a new conspiracy theory. Richard Simmons is Bob Ross's gay brother that's been estranged.
That's not a rumor.
It is now.
Well, no, that's just an open secret. People have known that for years.
Just when I thought I was onto something.
Kind of wrong, isn't it?
All right, guys. Has anybody managed to get Facebook, Instagram, or WhatsApp working?
Nope, apparently it's down worldwide, all across the plane.
That's what I've heard. I've heard Facebook's been somehow it's been deregistered. So its domain name or something like that.
DNS probe finish NX domain typo. This site cannot be reached.
Excellent.
That's funny. It looks like their site's been pulled.
Did somebody actually realize that they are the ones promoting fake news and took down their site? Is this what happened?
No, they probably got sued in a court that you're never going to hear about, a case that you're never going to hear about. Well, I mean, you hear about the court all the time out of Cuddles, but that's because Cuddles likes, talking about stuff.
It's because they couldn't properly control flat earth information going out on their site, so they got taken down.
Look, the subscription companies get sued in the background, in the private side, not in the public side. All the subscription companies, all the subscription claims, all that bullshit gets handled in the private. If anybody's staring at their TV expecting to see that shit on the news, well, give up, because it's not going to fucking happen. Private claims, private courts, move your case. Why, with all the problems with the subscriptions that they had, that there are things in place to take care of the people that had problems with their subscription.
Well, that's crazy.
Place?
I didn't know Instagram was all fucked up. My Instagram won't load a picture now. Crazy.
Yeah, I don't care. All them people are probably going to be freaking out. This will be like Twinkies, man. I'll pay you $10,000, man. Just upload the app into your server like for 10 more minutes.
How can we win the meme war when the battlefield has been deleted?
That's a good one.
I'm just a self-promoting whore on Instagram anyways. I just promote my t-shirt company. That's all I do.
I use Facebook to post memes and stuff for people to study if they want to study this shit that I've studied. So kind of giving up on it.
Come on.
Did the
Our
HX
friend
player
Weird-
stop working?
Our friend Weird as fuck left, but her thing is still on the thing on YouTube. Like she's still here. I don't know. Weird.
I'm just curious how we end up getting people that are on the live stream that are deafened. That's weird. Weird, man.
Hell yeah. Hit that bong, motherfucker. Hell yeah.
It's just the vape, bro. But it's got a TFE 18 on it, so.
You smoke that marijuana cigarette juice, sir?
Mm-hmm. Not in this tank.
The live stream on YouTube itself has been frozen for over an hour now.
Is that both of them?
Like the when I'm on YouTube, live YouTube, I see Quantum Eraser's Numpty clips that was posted like over an hour ago, and that's all that I see. I'll see our screen photos come up when we're talking, but it's stuck on the Numpty clips from Quantum Eraser over an hour ago. The feed in the middle, like.
You guys do know that Facebook was getting sued. Like, this shit started in 2019. So, like, this shouldn't be a shock to anybody. And hell, I've talked about that case since I've been here, so.
Yeah, dude, fuck Facebook all day.
Yeah, Cyrus A. Parsa versus Facebook and all those others. See, I wouldn't have done it where Parsa did. He went to district court. I want to go to chancery court. I'm not dealing with that. He said, she said, well, we believe. No. No religion here, my friend.
So what will the result be if they lose?
Mark Zuckerberg has to admit he's a robot.
What were they being sued over? What was the case in regard?
Sorry, I was in the kitchen. This is what I was about to ask. Does anybody know what they were sued over? Did anybody actually take the time to look up the case? Cyrus A. Parsa versus Facebook.
Wasn't it?
Oh, there's a list. Oh, there's a fucking running list, bro. It's bad. It's bad. Like, everybody's speculating like how bad it is, and none of y'all are even fucking close. Like, that's not even skimming the surface. They were being accused of fucking war crimes, dude. Multiple continents, multiple different victims. War crimes. I still have a screenshot somewhere of the original thing, but the damn charges are a page and a half long.
So let me get this straight. Cyrus, the owner of the AI organization, is suing Google, Facebook, and others and is going to win. So is this Cyrus coming back and the AI is taking over? Is this a foreshadowing?
I'm saying, man, you're gonna have to get into the case file and look. It's part of data collection.
I mean, as long as I get to see the ruling elite drawn and quartered on all news networks, I don't really care what else happened.
Is this what those guillotines were for?
Yes, we haven't even used them yet properly. Come on.
Can I use can I keel haul a couple of those? I want to keel haul a few of those.
Well, that explains why a lot of them, I think, are here in Texas. Because we put a speed pass on that death penalty. So here we go.
Yep. Let's do it.
I so wish we had the death penalty in Canada, man. I fucking wish we had that so bad.
Well, I mean, you can make one happen.
I'm not talking about private execution. I'm talking about public, like Carla Homolka, the piece of shit bitch that killed her sister and 2 other young girls. She should be publicly executed.
Right. Well, see, that's the thing. If you're the victim, you can shoot them in the middle of Madison Square Garden and nobody can do anything about it. You know why? Law of nature. That's why poacher hunting is legal in Africa and other places. Because why? Because they're criminals. Hunting criminals is legal. People don't get that. It's weird. Now, if neighborhoods and communities actually came together like that, we wouldn't have any problems anymore, would we? Interesting.
Our only problem would be how many people to have over for dinner tonight. Can I have more than 5?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna, so I guess you might as well too. But, I mean, it's up to you. It's your house, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, if it weren't for COVID, though, I'd still have friends. Now I don't have any friends to invite over.
See, I was prepared for this bullshit. I never had any friends, so I'm good.
Don't sell yourself short, partner. We're your friends.
That's kind of sad.
Don't you dare talk like that. This is not a sad case.
I'm
gonna get emotional.
Because we love you so much.
Everyone here deserves love.
That's the bomb. Flat. The bubbler sounds like the bubbler. The vape just sounds like a turbo.
Could have fooled me.
Right. Well, see, bubbler,
That's a bubbler.
vaporizer.
Oh, okay. Now I can hear the difference. Yeah, are you blowing fat clouds, bro?
Oh, hell yes.
I love it. The fucking like 19-year-olds blowing fat clouds, bro, and it's like tobacco, nicotine. It's like, wait a second, you're not even doing anything. At least put weed in there. Come on.
Well, that takes knowledge in a kitchen. But I'm mixing juices between 3 and 0. So I'm already down at like about the lowest point you can get before 0.
I don't know what that means, but I'm glad.
Nicotine level. You start at 0, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. It's parts per million of nicotine milligrams, like per fluid ounce or something like that. Something like that. Like ever since I stopped smoking cigarettes, though, I feel so much better. Oh my god, I feel so much better.
Yeah, dude. Fuck. That was the last thing I had to quit too. Was cigarettes. And now I'm done. Now I'm fucking clean as a whistle.
Right. Well, here's the fun thing. All right. I hate the smell of most of the tobacco that they manufacture. I hate the taste of most of the tobacco that they manufacture. But once you're hooked, and all those fucking chemicals, and your body needs all that chemical shit because it's running across a conveyor belt that's picking up cleaners, and that's what you're smoking. When you get addicted to all those chemicals. It's hard to quit. See, I like pipe tobacco. I like cigars.
The worst is like going from drinking coffee and then having a cigarette to just having coffee. It sucks so bad for the first like month.
Oh, I'd eat having a cigarette if I had to. I'd just be chopping shit down. Burger in one hand, cigarette in the other. I'm so glad those days are over. Hey, so who else is subscribed to Intexa on YouTube? Intexa. He's hilarious. This guy. Shared in the live stream. Bro, cut the shit. That's ridiculous. What did you send us, Hank?
That friggin' burger could feed a village for 3 days, probably.
That's funny. Yeah, and they think this shit's adorable, though. But that could literally feed a family. Dude, that could feed like half a neighborhood, bro.
Like, unless you got a good crowd to mow that down, what a waste of food.
Yes. See, this is first world problems, as they say. We got people making the world's biggest stupid shit and not doing fuck all with it, other than throwing it away.
Yeah, I'll bet most of that got thrown away.
We should never let, like, a place where people are starving, we should never let them see these images. They just freak right out.
Well, bro, I used to, back early 2000s, I used to go, I had a buddy that worked at 7-Eleven, all right? So when I went up there to talk to him, he started cleaning out, like, the breakfast stuff and the sandwiches and shit. And I was like, dude, so, like, what do you do with those? And he's like, oh, man, we just throw them away. And I was like, fuck. Like, throw those in a trash bag and, like, set it out back, and I'll take that shit. I'll go give it to people. So I walked around giving fucking homeless people sandwiches on my way home and shit. Like,
That's nice.
That's the way to go.
Nice.
That's the way to do it.
the food is still good up to like 4 or 5 more days, maybe another week being refrigerated. Still good. But it's the expiration date's out. They just throw it away.
Because no one will want to buy it.
I have a challenge for everybody. I've been thinking about doing this too. I bought a few scratch-off tickets, and like I would win like $1 or win another scratch-off ticket, and I've been giving those to homeless people. But like, I'm just gonna promise myself that no matter what I win on a scratch ticket, I'm just gonna give it away. I don't care if it's $1 million. I'm just gonna fucking give it away. I can't wait. That's
not. No. Your better idea is you use $1 million as an example. So here's your better way to do that. Put the $1 million in an account, and every month when the interest comes in, give a majority of that away, but keep some for yourself, dude. Don't keep yourself stuck.
No. Nope. I'm gonna give 98% of it away, man. It's not for me. Not for me.
But what I'm trying to get at is, in the long run, you'll help out more people than to give it all to one person like that. Every month you'll have a little windfall you can share with a few people instead of just one person.
Yeah, and I've got a bunch of friends doing charity stuff, so I can get with them as well. But yeah, anyway, I'm just saying.
I'm glad.
I have a similar story to Cuddles. Hold on, I want to share my similar story, Cuddles. Because when a homeless person approaches me for money, I don't have a problem giving it to them, but I want them to be honest with me. So I'll be like, what's it for? And if they're like, dope, I'll be, here you go. If they're like, alcohol, I'll be like, here you go. Like, whatever they tell me, I'll be straight up, here you go, here's money. So the one time the guy's like, oh, I want to get a meal from McDonald's. I'm like, oh, yeah, what do you want? And he tells me, I'm like, okay, I'm going to whip to McDonald's after this delivery. I'll grab you what you want, and I'll be right back. I come back, the guy's gone. It was the end of my shift, so on my way home, I just gave it to another homeless. Like, it was a couple that I gave it to.
Yeah,
but
they don't like it when you want to buy them food. They just want money.
Yeah. Well, see, he was being dishonest. It was either for beer or drugs, and he wasn't straight up. So I basically called him on it, you know?
I don't think we've gotten to talk Glatt a whole lot about some things. But if you have friends that like to do some stuff, oh shit, hold on.
Yeah, I got some friends who on Facebook, they do like mustaches for kids. It's kind of weird, but they all grow mustaches real big, and the biggest mustache wins, and I guess they have to donate the most or something like that. But anyway, it's a group of guys that grow mustaches for charity.
Right. Well, that's the whole point. It's charity. They're donating their time, and I get that. That's what I'm after.
Okay. You want me to send you DM?
Yeah, but see, I don't even know if I've sent you any of the other stuff that I've talked about on like Jimsy or anyone else.
Okay. Well, yeah, send me whatever you want, partner. I love you guys.
Oh,
I'm
God,
gonna go
yeah.
do some stuff. I'll see you later. But yeah, send me whatever, buddy.
Yeah, this is gonna blow your mind. It's still blowing mine.
Oh, good.
Oh, you are gonna like this. And basically, what I did, your friends can do, and it's a whole nother level. But what they're doing is what I'm trying to get towards. It just where there's no overhead, and I'm just trying to set it all up where the overhead's taken care of, and I don't have to worry about shit. Gas pressure. Cedric.
Instagram's down. We should just be crowded in here. People should be wondering what to do with their time now. I can't go on Instagram. What do I do?
I heard Facebook
Hey,
is down too.
see, this is when you do mailers with our QR code and just send out like 10,000 of them.
If TikTok's still up, nobody will notice. That seems to be the platform of the day.
Snapchat, TikTok.
Is Snapchat under the Alphabet umbrella?
Yeah, all of them are.
TikTok's
There's only a
not,
few
is it?
independents. Dude.
Is TikTok under Alphabet?
They're, as far as I know, everybody but like BitChute and a couple of others are under. Most of the content that isn't under the umbrella is independent.
I just wanted to point out that that's the first shower Glat Flobe has taken since he's been here.
So what? Ladies be warned?
I guess.
KJ, howdy.
What's up?
Chilling.
Same here.
Enjoying this gas pressure.
Yeah.
There's Iron. What up, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Fantastic. I'm just waiting on these cigars to get here, man.
What kind?
Tatiana and Thompson? I like the flavored ones, man.
I like the blonder ones with the rich core. I'm not really a big cigar guy, but I've had a few recently.
Yeah, vanilla, honey, rum, whiskey, things like that, I like those. But when you get into I'm real picky, man. And the plants are really picky about their pH levels and stuff like that. So it doesn't even close to taste the same.
Are they rolled on the thigh of a virgin?
Cuddles, you'll have to come visit me. I live in Cigar City, my friend.
Oh, bro. Don't play with me, because I'll be like in hog heaven as long as they've got the acids that I like and the Drew Estates that I like and the Tatianas. I think I'll be in hog heaven.
I just had a neighbor stop by and give me 3 boxes of raspberries, 2 boxes of blueberries, and a box of strawberries and some other assorted fruit. Just out of nowhere. What a nice guy.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Now, what if you could take a car from a dealership and just go hand it to somebody?
See, it's guys like that that gives assholes a bad name.
What are you saying about a car dealership?
That's paid forward.
That's what I'm saying. What if you could go down to the dealership, just grab a car, and just find somebody that needed something? Somebody that's got just a beat down clunker, whatever. Somebody you know, somebody you don't know. You just toss them the keys and say, here you go, that's a car. Have a good day. Take off.
They'll probably think it's stolen.
Probably. At first. But when you hand them a clean title, what are they going to say?
Sign the title over to him, and then it's his.
Right. I mean, obviously, you've got to do that part, but that's all you need to do. Toss him the keys, have him sign the title after you, you're done. That's it. It's game over. Now he's got to go do the shit himself.
I'll tell you what I do. I go to the corner gas station, near where I live, and I sit there at the counter. I wait for somebody to bring up to the register like $1.92 in change, and say, "I want $1.92 on number 5." I just throw down $40. I said, "Bro, just fill it out. There you go. Keep the change."
I don't throw down $40. I'm not that well off at the moment, but I do always pay whenever there's somebody in front of me and I can, and they look like they're struggling. A couple extra bucks of gas. I hate watching people have to go put things back on the shelf.
Yeah, you'll see guys like trying to get like $5 stuff and say, "Shit, I gotta take that back."
Yeah.
See, I like dealing with what ifs that we can actually manage and actually accomplish. What if every time you went to the store you could just take care of somebody's something, or every day of the week you could give away a free car?
I spent the last couple of years every week driving an old man to the grocery store and back, and to McDonald's and back, because I kept seeing him walking on the side of the road, and just by looking at him walk, he's clearly not physically fit, you know. So,
well, it's obvious. Everyone's having to struggle for one thing, that they have no time to look after anyone else. But see, say you had the correct paperwork, the correct land patent or whatever, took the house out of the tax roll, completely out of the tax roll, like you're supposed to.
Allodial
and
land
you give
patent.
it to, right, and say, give it to somebody. Go get another one. Just give it away.
Does feel good.
Right. And the fun thing is the really good stuff is in the IRS code is the stuff that people don't pay attention to, where empathy is involved. It's actually some of the best stuff they've got in the tax code.
Is it tax deductible to do charitable acts of empathy?
Better. But I wasn't going to give it all away. I hate giving it all away because then people don't do any fucking research.
You can give
if you want to talk privately, I can give it to you. That's fine.
You can give up to $10,000 per person.
But like debt collection agencies, they do shit backwards. It's nonsense. I can show anybody how to open up a debt collection agency and do it correctly, and you'll make more money than you'll ever fucking see in your entire life. And it'll blow your mind how. But it's so simple.
So what's stopping you, Cuddles?
Tell us how.
What's stopping you, Cuddles?
Me? Oh,
Yeah.
That's not the industry I want to get into. I have other things that I'm focused on that seem far more important to me than that. My work includes debts, however, not those kinds. If somebody else wants to handle that, and you want to take some time to run that industry as a charity, oh, that'd be cool. But that's not my niche.
You're going to tell us how you do that.
Yeah. You just, all right, so tax collection agencies go out and they buy the debt or they buy the note, the original note, or security, whatever you want to call it. The thing you signed, right? The original contract. The originating contractor with you will sell it. A debt collection company, say Cuddles Debt Collection LLC. I go and buy the debt. Pennies on the dollar. And it really is pennies on the dollar. Say you owe $2,000. I'm buying that contract for like, $300 or $400 or less. So I'm going to come after you for the full amount, even though I only paid what I paid. Now, you don't know that I settled your debt for you in the background silently. 1. 2, you don't know how much I paid for it.
Right.
And unless you ask me how much I paid for it when I call you, I don't have to tell you shit.
Sounds like
So
a license
unless
to
you-
print money.
It sounds like a license to scheme. However, here's the thing. The forgiveness of the debt gets written off on the first set of books at the end of that year. The following year, you got the tax collection company, or the debt collection company. Calling you, sending you letters, whatever. Emailing you and shit. You could ask them how much they paid for that contract. But here's the fun thing. The contract is nullified now. Now, the only thing that you would owe them is what they paid, not the full amount. Otherwise, they're now for profit. which isn't what they're supposed to be for in the first place. People got greedy and got into industries and repurposed an industry for something that it wasn't meant to do, which was for profit. That's basically it. So you writing it all off is basically the short way to say it. You can write it all off at the end of the year. All of it. So you can go buy all this debt. At the end of that year, you can write it all off in your taxes. Now, whatever you want to do with that doesn't matter, but I'm not putting it anywhere. I'm just writing it all off, and I'm going to see what the IRS is going to do, because I want to see if what they wrote in their damn book is true. I'm a curious fellow like that. So if I were to open up one of those companies, that's what I would do. I would just buy up all the debt. Call them and say, hey, look, this is our company. We bought your debt. This is the company you had the contract with. You guys have a wonderful day. God bless. Because it tells you at least have to try and contact them. It doesn't tell them in the so-called, well, I mean, I don't think, if it's your private company or my private company, I'm writing my own bylaws. So I'm not going by some city mandate. They can just eat it. I'm not going to forcefully demand shit out of people. Yeah, I can bite my ass. I'll call them and I'll let them know that it was paid, who we are. Tell them God bless. Have a great day. People are going to be weirded out. The only debt collection company ever calls me, and they're always kind. How strange. Everyone keeps thinking about making money for what? Well, it's to buy this, to buy that. All right, but what do you own? What do you have full control over without somebody else being able to step in? Your car? Well, fuck, the cops can tow that shit. The security guard at the mall can tow that shit. Security guard at Walmart can tow that shit, so it ain't yours. Can't be yours if people can take it. And the police aren't going to fill out the forms for theft. It definitely can't be yours at that point, because the cops aren't even on your side. They're supposed to stand for the law, right?
I own land, but I don't have the Lodial land patent. I just have a deed.
Yeah, that's easy. It's easy enough if you know what you're doing, but if you don't, it... So I talk in code with people. I'm not just going to hand everybody anything, because then you go do it, and then what? Oh, well, you told me this works. Right. Yeah, if it doesn't go right, it's my fault. No, it's not yours for trying something that you don't fully comprehend yet. No. It's mine for telling you that it's possible. Right? Yeah, you go beat up them people that lied to you about the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus, and then we'll talk about what advice I gave.
I'm going to need to open up some wine with this conversation.
I mean, if you really wanted to make money, forgiveness is the best business. The funny thing is, it's the only one that most people are trying to avoid. They don't get it. The only way people get left behind and don't get their needs fulfilled is in a system that preys on everyone else, not on a system that's sustained and stable. I mean, we got gas pressure. We have walls of a container in order to have gas pressure. We got the ground and the ocean is the bottom wall. We have to have sides and a roof as walls, so there you go. It's all sealed and contained in equilibrium. It feeds itself. It regenerates itself. It does what it needs to do.
Like a shadow. you don't have to see what's casting the shadow to know it exists.
Right, and oddly enough, in some places, no matter how much it rains, they just can't get anything to grow. It's weird. It's almost like the curses that were told about in the old folklore were true.
No argument there.
I kind of speculated what the Babylonians would have done back then to build tall ass buildings, but see, looking at some of the things that are carved into sides of mountains and shit and stone, pretty sure they could have done a lot of really cool stuff back then that we do today with just different methods.
Have you ever researched geopolymers?
I want to say yes.
It's like basically casting of any homogeneous stone, usually like sandstone, limestone.
Right.
There are some sculptures that I just cannot conceive of being hand carved. I've also lately been wondering a little bit about, like, where did all this sand come from? I don't know. It doesn't add up to me.
That one right there is what I was talking about a second ago. So I was saying, there's got to be other things that they were using to build, like concrete, back in Babylonian days. Because hell, I mean, you start moving forward, you got the Bronze Age from Babylon forward. Steel, bronze, chariots.
Concrete is a logical next step once you've created mortar.
Right. So that was before Babylon. And then Babylon came together as a giant mortar building, and oh, look, now we've got intelligent people. We're going to make really cool stuff.
I think the pyramids are older than they say they are.
I don't know. Because the problem is cameras were around, and then there weren't pictures of things that were supposedly there, and then moving forward, cameras still being around, in like 100-something years after cameras, there's finally pictures of these things in those areas. I don't know. I can only speculate. However, what it is formed.
Right.
Obviously, it's not solid stones. It's basically concrete. It's a mix. Oh, well, these stones. What do you mean stones, man? You could make that shit in some clay with just a little edge or something, and boom, you got a... It looks like they're two stones that fit together.
Yeah, like polygonal architecture.
Ah, you just do one long-ass stone, like just a big-ass mortar drop, but it's a size of, 3-foot-tall stone, 3-foot-tall deep, 3-foot-tall wide. Or just, 20-foot long, 30-foot long. Just one big-ass plaster mold. Boom. Then you just notch it with a little notchstick and a little ruler. Ever so often, you just put that notch in it, that little crease. Looks like it's stone, but it's just one big-ass concrete thing.
Yeah, like I've seen fake stone walls be made where they just scratch little designs into it, so it looks like it's separate pieces, but
right.
It's just shit.
And then you've got these guys that can make, say you want to build like a waterfall for like your pool or something, and you're just adding to it. You're adding equity. They can come out, see how high you want it, and go back to the shop and just make this whole fiberglass piece look like fucking stone and rock. And just mount it up to bricks. And boom, you got your waterfall.
Yeah, we have great technology for making fake granite today.
Right.
Countertops and things like that.
And see, that's what I was discussing with someone else. There's a way to mix up certain diatomaceous earth to make granite countertops. There has to be something. There's a way, because if the earth can do it, we can do it. We can just speed up the process. Kilns, vacuum chambers, whatever. We can speed up the process.
You can make coal in 2 weeks. Something about coal that's always bothered me. How do you get a coal deposit underneath a mountain if the coal was an ancient forest or a bunch of organic life? Who put the mountain on top of that?
Right. And how would all that stuff not have... Right. But then the question becomes, how would all that rock be up top but not underneath where it's supposed to be fossilized, right?
Right.
Right.
Ancient
so
fossils
it's supposed to be
above.
rock. Yeah, that's an interesting point that you bring up, my friend. Very interesting point. There was an interesting conversation about the boring machines, whether or not they can actually dig into rock. Because, yeah, sure, they bore out huge tunnels in coal. Coal is soft. However, they got to go through rock to get to some of that shit in certain places.
Yeah, don't they have like tungsten titanium bits or something? Those little teeth that scratch it in a circle?
Right. And that's what we're told. But the machines, 3, 4 stories, 5 stories, 6 stories tall.
I lived in France right after the channel was finished being constructed between England and France. And I got to see the boring machines that they, quote-unquote, used. I'm not saying that they didn't use them. I do know that the type of geology around there is pretty soft. Soft stone. Like that. The chalky cliffs of Dover kind of thing.
All right. Yeah, I haven't gotten to go that far yet. Florida, Iowa, Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico.
You ever left
Got
the
to
country?
drive through. Nope, not yet.
Not even through Canada, just on your way from one state to another?
Nope, and that was on the list for this winter. I should have already had everything done by now, but something happened to the mail, so now I have to start the whole process over again after six freaking months of because it got lost in the mail. But this winter was supposed to be British Columbia going snowboarding. And then possibly in the spring, yachting on the Great Lakes. If I take my passport, we can go up in Canada and goof off up there because my uncle's Canadian and his buddy, everybody's got passports. I'm the only odd man out in the group.
Somebody stole my passport a couple years ago.
Yeah, but see, here's the fun thing about that. If they would have had a tracking thing in it, they could track that bastard and lock him up because it's a federal crime. You go straight to prison for that. So if like a cop catches somebody with your passport, they're going to prison. They're not going to county. Sure, they might, for 2 or 3 weeks, but they're going to prison. They're going straight to prison.
Federal prison at that.
Yep. That's why having a passport is better than having a fucking DMV ID. You get the DMV ID, you get the passport. It's good for 10 years. That's like, $13 a year for fucking travel anywhere in the world ID. That's dirt ass cheap if you do it in one sum up front. Good for 10 years. Anybody steals it. Cops, post office, store clerk, doesn't matter. They are going straight to federal prison if they get caught with your shit. With an ID, if somebody steals it, nobody's going anywhere. Unless they've got like 10 other people's IDs in a trunk next to a card reading machine.
Right. I think they might charge it something similar to like counterfeiting.
Right, but it'd be like theft or theft of government property, but it's like under $500, so they don't give a shit. But you steal my passport, and that's a whole nother level of shit.
Yeah.
Even though, like, that right there ought to give you a clue, like, which one you should have that's more important. If you steal my state ID, you could go to jail maybe for a month or 2, 3 max in city or county. Big whoop. Or fine. If you steal my passport, you're going straight to federal prison. Which one actually makes sense to have now?
And the fact that it lasts for 10 years is just such a great upside on that, too, because why do you have to get a new driver's license every 4 years? It's ridiculous.
Well, because it's a commercial thing. But again, people didn't read the code. They didn't read any of the shit that's subsequent to the driver's license application. And I didn't the first time I got mine, or the second time. The first time I renewed, the second time I renewed, right? So I'm in the boat with everybody else. But I know better now.
Before I signed my driver's license one the first time, I did read closely about all the things where by signing this, you're consenting to having blood drawn and hair samples and urine samples.
Yeah.
Should they request
and it? if you rescind it, it'll take up to 6 months for that shit to drop off. Blah, 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 blah. So all the way, see, this is the fun thing, all right? People will rescind their driver's licenses, and then the first year wonder why they were taken to jail and all this shit. It's because it still has latches attached. They put a fucking escape clause on the end that if you do rescind it or cancel it that year, they still got 6 more months to fuck with you. Uh-huh. That's why you rescind it from the beginning. You remember at least the year that you did it? Hey, rescission letter. I rescind my signature on this date, this time, at this location, or on this date, this time, with this company. All right, you want to hold it for 6 more months? Go right on ahead. It's 10 years ago. You're late. Shit, for me, it's almost 20 now.
Where do you stand on needing a license to travel?
No. No. It's to engage in commerce. Because look, everybody talks about like the police aren't federal, they're state or they're local or no. Go read the U.S. code. Everything is federal. Everything. Period.
And that would trump any local ordinances and
It trumps the governor, it trumps the Tri-State Commission, it trumps all them jackasses because they're under the jurisdiction of the Fed. All of them. the local cops, the sheriffs, the marshals, the constables, the EMTs, your local clerks, judges, attorneys, doesn't matter. If they claim to be government, they're under the Fed. Period. Period. Anything to the contrary is ghost stories.
You could take that Juris my diction crap and cram it up your ass.
Right. Because if you actually read the U.S. Code, it tells you in black and white, everything, every state, every level, every government agency is all federally controlled. Period. The end. It's right there. Right in the U.S.
And the federal government is self-admittedly just a corporation of the United States.
Go read the Federal Rules of Court. Rule 11 is please. Go read that. And then, shit. I wished I had the book. Because then I could just find it and quote the exact page. I think it's in the hundreds. It's like rule 113 or 126 or something. It's, it might be a lower rule. I could be wrong. All federal rules, all of them, apply to every court, all the way down to your local city district court. I know this because I did this. I used Rule 11 in a case, and that's how I beat a case. And it was funny because they were telling me, oh, this isn't going to work. It's federal, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't apply here. The feds don't have jurisdiction. Okay. I hear you talking, but I don't see you walking. And guess what? I won the case. Shocker. I was right.
Most people don't know what they're fucking talking about, even if they're experts.
Right. Well, dude, you get a lot of the UCC guys. They never read the damn handbook that goes with it. They didn't. They just read what they saw here, and they read something they saw over there, and this is what this guy did, and this is what that guy did. But they didn't go read the actual damn UCC. Like, they didn't read the rules, the instructions, or any of that shit. So they don't know fuck all. But even then, you're limited. Because you got to do so much fucking paperwork. It's dog-ass tiring. I know a master of the UCC. He's done all kinds of interesting things with it, but he says it's just a fucking nightmare. What's his name? That went to prison. One of the law guru guys. No. It was one of the law guru guys talking UCC. He went to prison. There's only a couple people that know why he went to prison, exactly why he went to prison. Everyone else is speculating. But it's clear as fucking day in the UCC if you actually fucking read it. You got to comprehend it too, yes, but still, the definitions for most of the words are inside the chapter. Each chapter, the definitions can change for the same words. That's how Oxford, Webster's, Yale, really? They're all the same definitions? We all colloquially agree? Really? Then why do they all three have a different definition for 1,000 words?
Because they're legalese. They're abusing the value of the word so that they can make it apply different ways if they see fit.
Well, hold on. I got a better one.
Understand.
Harvard, Yale, these are companies, right?
Yeah.
Basically. Okay. Company uses a term in its contracts. It has to define it, the term that it's using, yes? Or at least it has to cite the definition from another source. Sound accurate?
Yep.
Right. Okay. So instead of citing one, they made up their own. They made up their own fucking dictionary. So if you go to that school and you have another school's dictionary, you're probably going to fail. Because they're speaking a different language. They mean something different with the same word. Gravity has nothing to do with physical weight most of the time.
Especially in court.
Most of the time. Right. The gravity of the situation is intense. The prosecutor is sweating. The accused has asked the prosecution for evidence of any crime.
I hope these are the end times. The tribulation's at least beginning, because I'd like to be alive when it's all crushed and burnt to cinder.
Oh, no. The Elijahs are already coming. I'm just looking out for them. I'm seeing where they're at.
Right.
You're going to know it's the end times when you start seeing the Elijahs pop up. But most people aren't going to see them. Most people are going to be too busy. But the intercessors already know what's going on, so...
Say intercessor?
Yes.
I'm not sure I'm familiar with that word.
Mark, Luke, John...
okay.
And there's a couple other places in the Old Testament. And then Paul's letters. I intercede for you daily. I lift you up before the throne. Jesus said, when I leave you, I go to my Father to intercede on your behalf daily. Interesting. And if you actually look into Old Law, King's Court, and how the kings ruled, you see intercession. You see bits and pieces of it, but see, it's similar thing. But see, now we're talking equity. Intercession is equity. It's outside of the common law or king's decrees. It's ecclesiastical. It's above his head. And he has to rule justly because he knows there's a big guy above him. It ain't the people he's afraid of, it's God. And anybody in a leadership position better be afraid. Because if they're not, well, hunting season's almost open.
Yay!
Mm-hmm.
One hell of a show.
Dude. What's really funny is I got to meet this new guy, UCC master guy. Cool as shit. Old man. Been studying it and doing it for years. Discharge this, discharge that, cancel this, cancel that, yada 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 yada. Me and my buddy were talking to him about what we did. And he went, oh shit. And he's like, well, what about, this, and this? And he's like, well, all right, the answer is this simple. This document and the other one that go together, they do all of that. You don't have to fill out extra forms. And he's like, man, that shit's easy. So he's like, how do you do all this stuff over here? And he's like, oh, that's another form. Just one form. Maybe two. Two simple forms, very simple forms. And you can do all this crap that he's wanting to do over here that he's got to use 15 forms to try and do. He's got to wait fucking 6 months.
What are you making?
Making soup. Kale soup. It would have been a just
Jesus taught people how simple things were in his day, and they rejected him. Many of them rejected him. The few that listened, whole nother level of lifestyle. Right. People always butting in making noise.
Oh, that was me. I was talking to my kid.
Not you here. I went hiding in the garage so I could, do all this. And damned if I don't have people fucking coming out here making noise and talking and shit. And I tell them, look, I'm on a call. I'm trying to listen and talk. And they just
Bastard.
I mean, sometimes you just got to stop and tell people, shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Just stop it. I know you have self-control in there somewhere. But yeah, Law Topic and all that's fun. It's really fun.
My rooster loves to interrupt me whenever I'm playing or talking to somebody. Starts crowing and won't stop.
See, this is why I want to be out on a decent enough patch where I don't have to put them next to me. I'll keep the main house and build a small one for my ma and put the chicken coop next to her. She can play with the chickens.
I have 13 chickens.
I have 0. But I find it odd when I do go places. I keep running into people that keep trying to give me fucking animals.
I raised 14.
Nice. I got 2 turkeys also.
Oh, see. I just want to raise some ducks. Duck tastes good.
I built a pond last year, hoping to get some ducks, but they sold out way faster than I expected, and so I had to get turkeys instead. But
I mean, you can always wait.
Ducks.
You can always wait for spring, man. They're going to be landing in your pond. Just make that net gun over the winter.
I don't think they'll be landing on my property. I haven't seen any in 5 years, and I'm surrounded by lakes, so I'm just a muddy puddle by comparison from a bird's eye view.
Yeah. You'd think they'd stop going to that one pond that they keep getting shot at, right?
Yeah, there's no hunting allowed on this particular one. I live in a small town. It's basically just in between 3 lakes. One of them's private, and they allow hunting there. The big one is the town lake, and there's beaches and piers and stuff all around it.
And shit, don't give it away too much.
that describes like tons and tons and tons of places just in my state. So, but I appreciate it. Doesn't hurt to be reminded.
Yeah. So, science, I figured, is this simple. You either have one of two things for science. Majority of those things will be the scientific method, which is a method to test things. Then you have other tests that you yourself can do and that you won't have an independent variable in. You'll just have something happening. But hell, I keep letting go of enough helium balloons. They all go up. Eventually, I'm going to come to one conclusion. So I can test something enough and find a conclusion in it, or I can test it and get a conclusion from the test and then have somebody else do the same test.
Empiricism.
Right. But something that somebody else can at least, again, repeatable. So I'm not going to make some wackadoodle shit that somebody can't do. Even on a smaller scale, it's still going to be possible. Like, Helio gave me the idea, because I was thinking about the moon and the sun. And it was around the whole new moon. Moon disappears. Now, whatever may still physically be there, if it's your eyes playing tricks on you, what? I don't know. But it disappears. The moon flipping disappears. At least to the naked eye. Poof, gone. Where'd it go? The one that Helio gave me was radar. If we wanted to test, say, the sun and the moon to see if they were physical objects, we could use radar. We could use radar stations and a location and just ping it.
The sun is what's called a black body, though. It doesn't reflect.
Right. But see, magnification with light and intensifying light into a specific point, I would think you could find something similar to a black spot in a big enough experiment or a big enough test. Bright enough light, big enough bowl, terrarium underneath, got a big enough magnifying glass, and a couple of different gases inside the bowl. See what happens. You can do it. Stage lighting. Hell, the magnifying glass, the big-ass Pyrex bowl, like all of this is doable. You can even put nozzles inside the bowl. Or, shit, you can do it out of anything. But you can put nozzles right into it to just, fill it up with a little argon, a little xenon, a little oxygen, a little this, a little that.
What are the gases going to do for you, Cuddles? I'm confused.
Well, I'm thinking the gradient's what causes a hot spot, which is what they call, what the gentleman just said. I'm thinking the gases allow the dark spot to appear to be something else.
So you're going to have to contain these gases, and apparently in our atmosphere they're not contained, so it's not the same situation. I don't see where you're going to get any empirical evidence.
What do you mean not contained? Hold on. What do you mean not contained? We have gas pressure.
I know we do, but I'm just talking about the people on the other side. If you're trying to convince a glober, they think that we're in an open system and we don't need containers and this and that.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah.
I'm not talking about them. I'm talking amongst ourselves.
Oh, well. I just don't understand what the gases are going to do for you, that's all. I'm just confused.
Well, I mean, how else can you get magnified light through anything to hang in a particular place in the sky or in the air, suspended off the ground? I would assume it has something to do with the gradient.
Suspending light? Is that what you're saying? I'm what?
They call the sun a what? A dark body, right?
I don't know. I just don't. I don't know what suspending sunlight's gonna. I don't. That's just a real weird. That's a weird thing to say to me. I don't know why. But it just doesn't make sense. Air light just
talking to about it left.
Doesn't suspend. It travels in. It's a wave or whatever. I think. It acts.
That's generally the way we do it. Yes.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what the gases are going to do for you. That's all. You can tell
right. Well,
tell me what they're going to do for you. Then I'll say, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. If say a light source were say coming outside of our container, through the container, the gradient of gases that we have with the magnification and having a focal point, it just is a sweet spot between like this gas and that gas, and it's just perfect. The convergence is perfect, and it makes a dark body, what they call a quote-unquote dark body, which is just a hot spot.
Wow.
That's so intense that actually can put off light.
Wow, I've never heard anything like this even talked about before. You're really up in the
I got it from other people that are
okay. Well,
doing the same thing we are. So
for me, it's off in the weeds is all. I just don't get it. That's all. Maybe I don't get it. Maybe that's what it is, Cuddles. But
right. Well, the idea is that the sun and the moon are physical bodies, generally speaking. Yeah, that's what everybody was told, taught, and right. But where's the testing? We say dark body. Dark body isn't a physical thing, but it's not what we would consider plasma because it doesn't necessarily consume anything that we're aware of because there's no real way to test that. So it's not plasma and it's not consuming anything. It's not a physical, you can touch it, land on it, anything like that. The only thing.
How do you know all that you're talking about? How do you know that? How do you know what you're saying is actually what's going on? I mean, like, what?
Does it show up on radar? I mean, dude, there's a couple ways we can test this already. The sun and the moon would have to show up on radar or something because they obviously are in our atmosphere. To quote Mr. Pearman and Bill Nye the Science Guy, they're in our atmosphere. And NASA, well, our atmosphere actually extends beyond the moon and the sun. They're actually in our atmosphere.
Oh, I know, but this is all just theoretical shit now. I mean, that's just ridiculousness. You know that.
Well, either it's physical or it's not. That's not theoretical. That's reality.
I was talking.
It's not a cause or effect thing.
I'm talking about in the atmosphere now. The comment about the moon's now all of a sudden in the atmosphere. I mean, that's just like.
Right, but that's the Globers. I was already there a couple of years ago. Now here I am going back over what's been said and gleaning from the information from what everyone said and just looking at all of it.
Well, when you find something out, let me know, will you?
Right. Well, I mean, like I said, there's a couple ways to test it. The laser's one of them. But I need a big ass laser. And there's going to have to be like a viewing party, like a bunch of people in the path of the laser are going to have to get goggles so they can all see it day or night, whichever one. We shoot one at the moon, we shoot one at the sun.
You better be careful with that laser. There might be a different kind of viewing, like at a funeral. Be careful, Cuddles.
I even made a meme.
I made a pizza last night, so what's that mean?
Yeah, pizza. But I can share my meme with you.
I can share my pizza with you too. It's not theoretical. It's not some idea, or it's not a fairy tale. It's real. It's right. It's in your hand. You need it.
Right, but the two apparent objects that we can see, not touch, and don't know whether they're physical or not, are, from what we can tell, with all intents and purposes,
It's kind of my
lack
point.
of better language, they're in here with us.
It's not like a piece of pizza you can touch and eat, bro. That's all I'm saying. You have fun with all that stuff. If you learn something, I'd be interested to know what it was. That's all.
I got these ideas from other people. I just got to
Okay.
find a way to do it bigger.
Okay.
Maybe
You
see
learn
if
something.
if I get a different result.
Will you? That's all I'm saying. If you actually learn something out of all of it, just, ping me and say, hey, check this out. I'd be appreciative.
It's just the guy I was talking to about it left. So.
You talking about the sun and the moon,
Right.
trying to figure out if they're physical or not?
Right.
Okay.
There's simple ways to test that.
Right.
And if there aren't, well then that's kind of weird.
I have a speculation, and I just thought of it while I was listening to you talk about it. And you was talking about pointing lasers at the moon, and then my mind went over the lunar eclipse. The moon goes red before it goes black. What if there's like a magnetic? You've seen a magnet underneath the ferrocell, right? You got the toroid, and then you got the hole that reflects no light to the viewer in the center of the toroid. What if the moon is visible because it's a light, and then it turns red because it gets in the toroidal vortex, and then once it turns black, it's in the middle where there is no light being sent to the viewer? If I'm making sense, because I suck at trying to explain what I'm thinking.
No, you're doing just fine, as was I. We're just getting shot at.
Yeah, no,
I'm not trying to shoot at you, Cuddles. I just want, if you learn something.
Yeah, no, I get it.
If you learn something,
But it is
let me know.
apparent.
That's all I'm saying. Actually discovering things.
I did. Well, I did. Indio helped me out with that. The proper definition for apparent, and then the fact that the sun and the moon are that. Apparent. That's all we have. Other than their lights, obviously lights. But see, then that means that either it's a spot made from another location through projection,
I
or
agree that they're apparent in location, but they're obviously real.
different wavelengths of light smashing into one spot, perhaps. But see, that's why I'm thinking black body, because you normally see that at like the apex of a really, really narrowed beam of light that's super fucking hot. That black dot that everyone talks about. Or, well, most of the people that are getting the right filters and stuff. Magnifying glass. You put it down on the ground, you get that tight body, and then right in the dead center of it, you got that little black dot.
When y'all get a chance, there's a globe earther in here, Kessler syndrome. See if they want to talk.
Yeah, I was there when he came in the lobby.
Kessler
I mean, he's
syndrome.
got.
Why do you think you live on a ball, sir? Can you talk?
And he's got control of his mic, man. I was there when he got VC'd. I was there with him in the lobby.
Well, sorry to interrupt, as y'all were.
That's good. I mean, anybody that wants to step in and has a question about flat Earth, by all means, step up, ask your question. But that's the fun thing, though. Testing stuff. Testing. There is proper equipment, and then there's imaginary crap.
How can you test gas pressure without a container?
In a quarter mile, turn right onto North Alabama.
You can't, because that's some made up shit. Being able to have gas pressure without a container is made up fairy tale land baloney. forgot to talk about God rocking. Well, we've got rivers down how they flow fairly well. We got how seasons work. This works, that works. Plants grow. Terraforming. Bunch of people here with really, really, really green thumbs. I don't know if y'all already got that meme, but there you go. Ah. I added it to memes, so it's there. It's still funny.
Somebody say hello.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, Flat Earth.
Clear, Sir Godric. And
Flat
whoever
Earth
else
hears
talks.
you, but nobody else can.
Was that Pause at Sea that said hello?
I don't know who that was. To be honest
It
with
was
you.
Godric.
No, he left. There was a VC verified named Pause at Sea, but he left now. So I will.
It's because you guys scared the shit out of those poor guys, man.
You guys are intimidating them.
Yeah.
You need to quit that.
It's because they found out they're plugged into Skynet. They don't want to come unplugged.
They're plugged into something, that's for damn sure. It's not, I don't think it's called reality.
If you can hear this, you are the resistance.
So we still have several of our fellow humans convinced they live on a silly spinning oblate paroid zipping around through nothing. What y'all gonna do about it?
And they're, what did you call them? Our what?
Our fellow humans, I think.
Oh. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, you're kind of going out on the limb a little bit there, thinking they're actual humans. But I guess it's okay.
Yeah, hopefully it's a safe assumption, God Rock, and who knows? But several of them seem to be convinced they live on a spinning ball. Isn't that crazy?
Right, but that doesn't seem to put them anywhere in the realm of reality, though. I mean, it's, you know what I mean?
But they don't even realize it. 99.9% of them don't even care.
They're living in some unknown realm that's never been seen or felt or touched. They think they're living there. But like, wow, okay. I guess living in Narnia would be fun, I guess. You know, you could just go off the deep end with all your crazy thoughts and ideas and, you know, just live in a fantasy world. I guess that might be fun.
It's true because gravity makes everything into spheres.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Shut down the server. Where's Indigo at?
Well, I'm calling bullshit on that. Doesn't make anything into spheres. So.
Well, gravity makes everything into spheres, and the axial rotation makes everything turn bleh.
Well, I'll just tell you one thing. You're talking to the wrong guy right here. I'm not buying into
And you can't measure it because of refraction and because we're tiny ants on a big ball.
Oh, right.
Right, yeah, well, I can't relate. I'm just not there for some reason. I can't see it.
Look, you can deny science, but you're using an iPhone.
I'm still not there, bro. Sorry. You'd have to drag me kicking and screaming. I'll tell you that much.
What makes you so smart that you're smarter than Newton and Einstein?
Oh, I don't claim to be smart. I'm just claiming I'm not playing that game.
Okay, guys, our friend Pause C is back, VC verified. Welcome, Pause C. Are you there?
Hello, well, yeah, I think so. How are you?
Doing good. What brings you by the server today?
I just wanted to hear what people were saying at the moment. Oh, thanks for the welcome. I've been trying to look for somewhere where I could just chat with people about this sort of thing without without it descending into a slanging match, basically.
Without getting your head bitten off.
Yeah, and also without
here. Yeah, you can accomplish that here fairly easy.
Most of us here are here to have civil discourse. So, do you have any questions about anything or anything on your mind?
Absolutely.
That's good news. I'd like to sort of like just discuss the general state of the contention. Really, I think that one thing that annoys me is this ongoing effort on everyone's part to try and visually see the curvature at the surface, or disprove it at the surface. And I think everyone's just banging their heads together. I don't think it can ever be done one way or the other, to be honest.
Really, you don't think we can measure the surface of the Earth even over water?
Well, the thing is that you can. There is definitely evidence that you can present that you can, you from a point of view of a single argument, make a case in both situations. So I don't think trying to see the curvature on the ground, from a first-person perspective at the surface of the Earth, or the surface, the surface of where we live, is
It's interesting,
it's just not.
because I've never heard a case be made for curvature in all the time I've been here. Never heard one person make a valid case for it. Been here for 3 years.
No, I mean obviously, if you believe in the spherical Earth, then you're kind of making the presumption that there is a curvature.
Well, I just want someone to show it to me in reality. That's all.
Well, that's exactly the point. I think that a lot of people who believe that the Earth is a sphere will cite evidence for it being for the observation of it. But the trouble is that it's not conclusive, is it?
It's not verifiable. That's the problem.
No, exactly. And from my perspective, arguing the case one way or the other, from a point of view of a singular person's perspective of the world in which we live, is a waste of time, frankly.
Well, if you've got if you have empirical measurements and tests, that's never a waste of time. Not in my opinion.
No, I mean there is. I mean, there is observations made that show that you can zoom in on things that should be too far away based upon the calculations for the curvature, if the curvature is there, and you can also make observations that allude to the. I'm not saying they prove it, but they allude to the notion that things are disappearing bottom up. But the problem is that the very act of observation is polluted by any potentially, from a point of view of people's arguments, from things like diffraction, refraction, all these sort of things. They're not presuming light is traveling in straight lines. They're presuming that light is distorted in certain circumstances. It's an argument that can never be won, I don't think, really. One way or the other.
Sir, do you know how much the Earth is supposed to be curving if it was a sphere? By how many feet from point A to point B? Do you know his argument?
I've heard it cited numerous times. I can't remember the amount. It's some of the. There's a.
I'm gonna. You've never used the Earth curve calculator?
Yeah, I've seen the one online. Yeah.
But you've never used it. You don't know how it works.
Yeah, I know how it works. You put in your height, your observation height above.
But do you have access to one? If I told you how much curve should we see from point A to point B at 5 feet observer height over 10 miles, do you know how much curvature there should be? According to the globe geometric model that they teach in school.
I don't know what that is off the top of my head now.
Okay, so let's find out. According to the geometric globe model, geometry determines that there should be how much feet of curvature from point A to point B over 10 miles at 5 feet observer height, which is about the eye height.
5 feet observation. I don't know what it would be.
I'm gonna put
200 feet. Just 200, 300 feet. I don't know. I hazard a guess.
Well, it's not that much, but there is there is a certain amount that should be noticeable. That should be.
Slowly.
We can at least test it. We can measure it.
Yeah, well, you can observe it. This is the point. Yeah, can't you? Make an
We
observation.
should be able to observe it. Something.
Yeah, listen. I'm advocating that, irrespective of whether you believe a flat Earth or a globe Earth, yeah, it's impossible to determine what you're measuring is actually coherent observation of something in the far distance or some distortion through some atmosphere, because I've heard a million things cited as to why it doesn't manifestly indicate what you'd expect from the globe, and I've also heard a million things said about why it's not obviously an observation from the flat Earth. You know, it's kind of like when people say the sun going over the horizon, it doesn't disappear away to a single pinpoint. It keeps a magnified size and then gets clipped. Well, I've heard arguments from both. You know, but observation of these things at these great distances just don't seem to yield a concrete conclusion that you can convince the other side with.
Click on live stream, sir. I linked the Earth Curve calculator, which was made by the Globers. We didn't make it. Flat Earth didn't make it. Yeah, and I want you to put in there 5 feet of zero height and 10 miles distance and tell me what you get, please.
Where I've clicked on live stream, I can see a load of. I'm new to here, so I can see a load of.
I'm Godric, so just click the link of Godric.
Okay, so I've clicked on Godric. I can't see a link. Where would I see that I'm a newbie, so.
Right above where all the names are, there's a room with hashtag livestream voice text. That's what he's talking about. You see that?
Don't click on me. Click on the link I sent.
Okay.
It's a blue link in the live stream, which is right above the voice chat.
Okay. Blue link. Sorry, do excuse me. I'm trying to. Oh, I see. Yes. Okay.
Live stream voice text. You find it.
I want you to. This is how we communicate. Then I want you to put in 10 miles distance and 5 feet of zero height, and let's use miles and feet, please.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. So it's suggesting a hidden height at H1 of 35 feet.
Okay, so my point is we should be able to notice 35 feet of hidden curvature, but we don't. We're seeing stuff. We're seeing people. You know, that's enough to cover. You know, an apartment building.
Yeah. What I would say to that is I've seen people. Don't get me wrong. I'm just running it through as a point of from what I've seen other people cite. I've seen observations made of, for instance, an island or a lighthouse or a building, a tenement building on a distant beach at that kind of distance, even further. And depending upon the weather or some other condition between two different days, you see, or slightly more is revealed or slightly less is concealed. You know what I'm saying? There's not a consistent observation from what I can gather.
So you agree that the horizon that we see is not physical, correct? Is that what you're saying?
In so much as it's not the mechanism. What I would say is the mechanism of observation is there's a variable in there somewhere. It must be because I've seen observations of a lighthouse or an island or rocks or a beach or a bottom of a building. In one photograph on one time of year, and you can see more and you can see less on another time of year. Now, on the basis that we're kind of disclosing the idea of everything wobbling around in an elastic manner, there's probably something to do with a distortion of the visual mechanism by which you must be observing those things. That's the only conclusion I think you can come to. So if there is a variance there, it's going to be very difficult for one side to make an observation and cite that to the other side of the argument and convince them convince them, and vice versa. I think it's a wasted effort because there is that variance in there.
Pazak, can you define, please, the word distortion?
Well, if I make a physical observation of something over a period, over a number of instances in time, doesn't matter what it is.
Physical observation
of some entity at various points in time. If mechanics of the environment, in other words, are fixed. In other words, there's not an elasticity or a positional change in things, i.e., me on one side of the beach and a lighthouse on the other. In this case, an example, if there is a change in the observation of any sort, then there must be some sort of distortion inherent in the observation. Because if there's not a distortion in reality,
what kind of change? Change of color?
No. I've seen people make observations of and not just standing up and holding a camera. They've mounted a camera in a very fixed position on a piece of masonry or something, and they've looked across the sea. And
if the camera was mounted in a fixed position, how can it be very fixed then?
How can it be what? Sorry, how can it be?
If the guy mounted the camera in a fixed position, how can it be very fixed then?
Sorry, I'm not getting it. Very fixed. How do you mean? What do you mean?
You said the camera mounted in a very fixed position. I don't understand that term.
Well, sorry, what I meant was it was mounted in a consistent position, I should have said. Yeah. So between on different days, he put his camera in exactly the same position. Yeah. With respect to
how hard is that can be?
And I'm just saying that if you put your camera in the same fixed position over many days, and you look at the same thing over the horizon, and you can see slightly more, slightly less on different days, then we're either presuming that the thing you're observing is moving up and down, or something about the observation is distorted between the measurements. If I make a measurement of anything on numerous occasions,
so so you're saying I mount a camera like 500 meters from a railway track, correct?
Yes, I think.
Okay. Today I take a picture at 14 o'clock. And at that hour, it happens, the New York City train moves by. And I take a picture of that train. It will be in the picture. Tomorrow, the same, another day, but I take another picture at 15 o'clock. And there won't be any train in the picture.
Yeah.
So that means it's a distortion?
No, because the physical thing you're observing has moved. Yeah? We both agree on that. There was a train there in your field of view for one photograph, and it's miles away. Yeah. I'm talking about a camera on a piece of stonework at one point where you're observing, and I'm talking about an island somewhere else. I'm making the presumption that the camera hasn't moved and the island hasn't moved. So the distortion must be in the observation. If you can see more at the base of the island.
So you are calling refraction distortion, actually.
Yes, exactly. If that's the phenomena, which is meaning that there is a difference in the observation. In the same way as if I weigh something today and I weigh it tomorrow and it's different, the distortion is in the scales. Yeah.
Have you read what refraction is?
Refraction is the an angular. It's a change in the path of light as it passes through medium of different densities.
That's very well defined. Yeah, very good. Unlike many other people, you have almost correctly defined it.
So, but the point.
Correct.
Well, no, I'm not.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure I got a little bit wrong there, and obviously refraction through atmosphere is different. Say, for example, than it is through the classic experiment of a ruler half in water and half out of water, and you're seeing an obvious bend in it, at the meniscus of the water. But the point is
the problem is, sir, that to bend light with refraction, you have to have two separate mediums. It can't be water and then more water, or mist and more mist. It's got to be two completely different mediums. You cannot pass through air and then more air. It doesn't work. It's not bend air, sir.
I can give you an example of where that's actually the case, and that's when you look at a mirage and you see
it's not. It's not the case.
So
you cannot demonstrate it, sir.
Well, what I was going to say was if
cannot be demonstrated. It hasn't been in the 3 years I've been here. I'm just telling you. It takes two separate mediums. Generally, glass is one of them. You can show these examples. They'll put a glass of water on the table and shine a light through it, and then they put salt or sugar in the water. So now you have two completely different mediums that do not exist in nature at all. And they're claiming that is what's bending the light in nature, in the natural world. Where do you have glass and then sugar water? Where does that happen?
It takes different indexes of refraction. If there are different indexes of refraction, then you're going to have refraction.
Yes, and there.
Yeah, but it's not going to bend light. Different type of refraction.
If it's not bending light, it wouldn't be called refraction. That's what refraction is.
No, it is not.
Refraction is not the bending of light; it's the change of the angle of propagation.
Or it's just a dispersal. Sometimes it just breaks it up and
which is caused by different indexes of refraction.
Yes, and what's the refraction? What's the refraction index of the air that we breathe?
Doesn't temperature affect the index of refraction of air? It does, right?
That's what I'm saying.
So therefore, you can have two masses of air with different indexes of refraction, and therefore they can refract the light.
Yeah. I just landed a really good one. It was $28. Excuse me, I'm hot micing.
Yeah, you were hot micing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem because I find is that if people, I'm led to believe that the index.
You can say these things you're talking about refraction, but there's one thing you cannot do, and that's demonstrate what you're talking about. You cannot demonstrate it. It's only words. That's the problem. And if you can, we would love to see it.
I've heard there's a scientific experiment where they shine a light down a tube, and they change the pressure in the air in the tube, and they get a refractive effect in the path of the light. But I'm not entirely certain if that's true or not, or I couldn't cite you the example of that.
That's exactly my point.
Mirage is a better example, I guess. It's a more approachable one, right?
All I'm saying is,
okay, but one moment.
Present it to us, please.
If I can find it, I'd love to. If I could, maybe I can try and see if I can dig it up where it is I saw that.
One moment. As you were saying with the tube, yeah. Let's take 1 mile straight tube. When you look through it, you will see the other end. You will see all the way through it, and you will see light at the other end, correct? When the tube is straight.
I'm led to believe that, yes.
I'm not talking about belief. I'm talking about a straight tube.
Yes.
When you look from one end to the other through it, you will see the other side, light coming from the other side, the image. But because it's very, very long, yeah, probably you don't see high detail resolution what's at the other end.
Because if the light, the beam of light will not be.
Yes, but you see the light coming from inside the tube. It's coming through to your eye.
Yeah.
Now, if you bend that tube, you're not gonna see the light coming from the other end anymore because the walls of the tube will obstruct because it's curved. Correct?
All right, can I stop you there? Can I ask you a counter question? Yeah.
Answer the question that he asked. Is it gonna be obstructed or yes or no?
I still think you'll see light at the other end because you'll get light bouncing.
When you bend the tube, you're gonna see the image from the other end.
If there's a subtle bend in it, then you probably will see some light come through.
Not subtle. Let me tell you.
How does fiber optics work?
I'm not talking about fiber optics.
The tube, not fiber optic.
I'm talking about a tube, plastic tube, hollow on the inside, 1 inch diameter, 1 mile long.
Yeah.
Now the bend is, let's say, 1 meter.
Oh, okay. I see what you won't see the light. Okay, I see what you're saying now. You won't see the light.
Yeah, you won't see.
No,
because there is a big arc curve.
Yes, now, but that's not what the experiment.
Now, what you were saying that if you fill this tube with air pressure, yeah, you're gonna see the image from the other end.
No, that's not what I said at all. That's not what I said at all.
No.
But it's a good example. That's a good thought experiment. But we can change a little bit of that example in order to match what Buzz was saying. If you add holes to the tube and you allow a different density of the air inside the tube, then in principle you could.
You're defeating the purpose of the tube, though. By cutting holes in the tube.
No. The holes are on the sides. They're not at the part. They're not at the part that is obstructing.
Is that an example of reality? Is that an example of reality?
No. Let me be clear.
You're making a thought experiment. That's what the prediction we're making would be.
What does that prove?
No, this is a practical experiment. You make it a thought experiment just now. Thank you.
No, I'm not seeing any tube. Even
it
when
was
you're
not
saying
a thought experiment.
I can
You
see
said
it.
you take a Plex tube, you take a plastic tube like a Plex tube, and it has a slight radius to it. Can you see all the way through it? No, you cannot without straightening it because light does not bend. And then you wanted to take it into a quantum realm of thought.
What? There's nothing quantum about it. There's nothing.
Why do you jump to thinking about things instead of questioning reality, man?
To make more easy to understand our point.
No,
the only thing you're doing is confusing yourself.
Sorry?
Reality is much easier to understand because it's right there in front of your face. It's real.
Yeah.
Can I just say something?
Confusing yourself, man, is what I'm saying.
Can I just say something? Okay, right. Is that all I said initially was that I'd seen some sort of experiment with air in a tube. I didn't know the exact nature of the experiment. And I agree with your bend will distort it. I'll have to find out what the experiment was because I don't know exactly what it was, but I know there's some sort of, it has a tube and with air and it had something to do with it, but I couldn't possibly tell you the nature of the experiment. So I'm not putting a counterposition to the notion that the bend in the tube will mean the view is occluded.
Well, it depends on the refractive index of the medium, right? So with fiber optics, the reason why light attenuates all the way throughout it is because it's bouncing off the inside where it's ultra pure silicon, and then it's dope silicon on the outside that will cause a gradient issue where it causes a refraction index, right? Just like with water, you can use water to be the medium because it refracts. With water, you can shine a light in there and then poke a hole in the side of a 5-gallon bucket or whatever, or I don't know what it is, maybe 16-liter bucket, and watch the water come out. As the water's bending, the light will be at the bottom of it. That's the only time light bends, when there's a medium for it to travel in. But when it's traveling in space, i.e. distance between things, i.e. the air, there is no bending of it. You understand
and again, that's your position, and I'm not going to argue with that because I can't prove anything. I can't prove anything, state anything to the contrary to that. So I'm not arguing with that at all.
Sir, new guy, I need you to be open to learning something from us, as opposed to you trying to teach us something. Okay?
You talking to me?
Yes.
I'm not trying to teach you anything. I'm having a conversation about.
Okay, good. Because this is not an argument or debate.
Okay.
We're taking our time to answer your questions and tell you what's happening from the father's perspective.
Yeah, I'm not being confrontational. I was just saying I don't have. If people tell me that over a great distance, densities of air won't cause refraction, I've got no argument with that because I've got no experiment to the contrary to that. Frankly, I've never tried it.
It's not the air that causes the refraction. It's the water, right? It's the moisture in the air that causes the refraction, and that's real close to the sea level. You don't see that in the sky or anything. And the type of refraction that you're thinking of is not what actually exists. Water or air, light does not bend around a curved surface, is what I'm trying to say.
Sure. I've got no, again.
Like basically, what's more refractive, glass or water? Glass, because glass is a medium that slows the photon down so much that it actually perturbs the projection of an object through it.
Well, refraction is when you move from one medium to another. So there's no such thing as something that's more refractive. It's when it moves from one.
Oh, yes, there is.
But the speed of light is not a constant, right? It's instantaneous because according to material sciences and structural shit, right? Like glass has a high refractive index, which means the light photon slows down slower than the speed of light. And as soon as it leaves the medium, it speeds back up. How does it do that without violating the fundamental law of physics?
Let me just give you one little clue here, sir. These gentlemen on this channel have been doing this research for up to 5 years. Almost every day they talk about this subject. And there has been no one has been able to show us terrestrial refraction in nature, and that's what you have to have.
I know, and I'm not. Listen. This is what's argued, but I've got no experiment to prove it. I don't know how to prove that, and I'm not going to take that at face value because I haven't got any experiment to the contrary. So the argument is.
Yeah, we could come up with some kind of experiment to show that, like, Ares failure happened because it was filled with water. If it was filled with air, it would be a moot point experiment, right?
Yeah, you're talking to some very experienced people here, and so just be advised.
And I'm not arguing with anybody about these things. I'm saying that.
No, he's not arguing. He's just saying that, he doesn't know of any experiment. And that's the thing that I'm trying to say is the scientific community, if they want to say that light bends and claim that light bends, they need to show it and prove it by creating some kind of an apparatus where light bends through atmosphere.
Yeah, I've heard that one exists, but I can't cite it. That's what I'm saying, and I'm not going to take it on face value. Which is come back to the original point I'm making is that if they are citing refraction in there, and they're not going to budge on that position, and you're saying that that's not a mechanism for the variance, then you've got two parties that are never going to agree on that. When you agree on that much, at least.
Well, my friend, listen what I'm going to tell you right now. You're talking about an optical phenomenon. To believe that refraction is making the bendy water flat You first have to demonstrate bendy water anywhere in nature.
I
Show me
posted an
curved
image.
surface of water. Show me curved surface of water anywhere in nature.
I
You
posted
believe
an
that
image.
oceans are? You believe that surface of ocean is bending and curving into a sphere?
Yeah, no, I think
Is that what you
across
believe first? Just tell me. Is that? I'm just asking you. Is that what you believe first? You believe the surface of water bends?
I'm more convinced that the Earth is a sphere than I am it's flat, but not for the reason that I think that I can observe that by looking out on the
So
horizon.
you've observed. Oh, so you haven't observed it anywhere, right? You just believe that.
No, there are positions where there are
Where?
the night sky. The night
How
sky.
high do you have to be?
You can do it on
Night
the
sky
ground.
proves bendy water. Wait, the night sky proves bendy water.
No, I can't prove bendy water. That's the point I'm making to you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You just conceded. Thank you very much. Because it doesn't exist anywhere in nature.
I think we're
So for you to believe that refraction is making, for you to believe that refraction is making bendy water look flat, you first have to demonstrate that water can bend. Then we can talk about refraction making the bendy water look flat. Because that's all it is, just an optical phenomenon.
I think we're at cross purposes here. When I came into this discussion, I said that me or anybody else trying to convince any other party that looking out on the horizon is a mechanism by which you can conclude that the Earth is flat or curved is a waste of time, because you're not going to convince the other party, because each one will cite its own argument against it. That's not what I.
That's so untrue.
What do you mean by Earth?
That is so untrue.
Do you mean terra firma, or do you mean everything in our realm, including the water?
I'm talking about the terra, the observable world around me.
So, including the water, right?
The water, yeah.
We've got empirical evidence that the water's flat, sir.
Technically, Earth means dry land, not the water.
Yeah, all right. So,
but that's just technically, okay? I mean, I like these technical things because it's just like, it makes you think, you know? So one of the fundamental properties of all liquids is when they're at rest, they find a level. They never turn into a sphere.
No,
they always find their level, right? That's how we are able to determine how flat a surface is, by these things called spirit levels and or water levels, right?
Yeah, I know.
All bodies of water
and it's not really, it's not really filled with water. It's filled with some kind of a spirit that does not evaporate, so that the datum stays at the exact point that it needs to be. So the thing is, you know, you can argue all you want that it's a ball or flat, but 71% water, they say the Earth is, right? They say our realm is 70%, around roughly 71% water, right? Which means 71% flat. And then the remaining 29% is like bumpy, hilly, valley land, dry land.
Yeah.
Right. Now, that's not saying that, you know, the seafloor is flat, but however, the water itself is flat. Why would the water?
We know that water must be contained. We know that. The two most basic physical facts of water: it must be contained and surface is level. That's enough to tell us the Earth is flat. Water cannot contort into a spinning ball.
Takes the shape of its container, finds level. I mean, you can do this experiment next time you go to a beach or a rather large lake, and because everybody now has water bottles, right? Take a couple drinks out of your water bottle and flip it sideways, right? And then just set it on the ground, and then try to get like behind it to where, you know, you're on the ground and you're looking at the water bottle, and see if that matches the horizon that you see over the water.
It will do every single time.
Yeah. I mean, this is just like an experiment that you can do on your own. Right? It's not really an experiment, it's more like an observation, because you don't have a control or an independent variable.
No, it's
more of a natural law, something that always happens.
Sure, and I don't. Again, I think that.
So therefore, it can't be curving water. Water is fundamentally flat when at rest. Now, you know, when there's water moving, like say wind or a storm, you're going to create wakes and swells.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with that.
happens.
That's a moot point. I mean, the surface of the water is perturbed by other forces. Yeah, I'm not.
But there are rare incidences, right? Rare occurrences where it's called glass-like conditions. Like today, where I am, there's no wind whatsoever. There's clouds in the sky, and they're kind of cumulus clouds, but not a lot of clouds. So I know that the river right now is going to be a glass-like circumstance. If I had a waterproof camera, I would bring the camera and the water like halfway through the sensor so you can see the flatness of it going all the way through, and you can't see to the end of the river.
Yeah, I can imagine. I know exactly what the phenomenon you're talking about. It's eerie when it is that still, but it is.
Yeah. Especially when you see birds flying over the surface and just barely opening their beaks and getting to drink water. You're like, oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
God is good. God is great. Look at the creation that He did. It's just like.
It's true, and when you see a lake like that and you see a fish come to the surface halfway out, and you can almost see the ripples going away from that, and you think, well, that's you would never normally see that ripple, but it's always there, but you did never normally see it because all the other protuberances there. You're making an observation you can't make normally. The beauty of that is spectacular.
And see, that's like these people that want to sit there and say Big Bang, things coagulating together over several millennia, in fact millions of millennia, right? To come up with some kind of unified theory of dog shit, because that's all it is. It's going off one dog's word to another dog's word.
What's their agenda for doing all that then? If it's not
I don't know. I'm not in those secret societies. How would I know? I'm not a Jesuit. I don't know the Jesuits' reasoning for creating the Big Bang Theory and creating carbon-14 dating.
I mean,
you didn't know that George Lamar was the father of the Big Bang Theory. He created the Big Bang Theory. He was a Catholic priest and a Jesuit dog.
Yeah, I know. A lot of science has got its origin in the Renaissance.
Yeah, same with Libby, right? Libby, the one who pioneered the carbon-14 dating.
Yeah.
He was a not a Freemason. He's a Jesuit Catholic dog.
Yeah, I know a lot of the science in the past 3 centuries has been within the. It's a consequence of a lot more people being religiously convicted. More religiously convicted in the past than they are now. I mean, scientists nowadays are less likely to be,
that's not exactly correct, because what these two people postulated goes against the Word of God. So this is what I'm trying to say. They are perpetrating a great deception. For all of those that are willing to believe it, will believe it, and the whole world will be deceived by it. Right? It's called the Great Deception. Now, it's not just one big thing. Well, it's not just it's not just one big thing, right? It's multiple layers. It's like an onion, multiple facets. Even history, we know history is a lie. Napoleon himself said history is a lie agreed upon.
Where did you read that Napoleon said that in a history book?
Yeah, he said it in his diary when he was dying.
I think, I don't know.
Because they demonized him, just like they demonized Hitler. Just like they demonized the freaking farmers over in Afghanistan defending their poppy fields from the invading insurgents, the U.S. and allied forces. It's bullshit, so that the narrative is bullshit. So you have to sit there and think, well, when we went over there to Iraq, who were we fighting? We weren't fighting the soldiers. We were fighting people that were farmers, right? Vietnam, we weren't fighting soldiers. We were fighting farmers.
Yeah, sure.
If that were to happen here, like where I'm at, I'm in the States. You're probably somewhere else, but here in the States, okay, like say you're in the UK. If France were to all of a sudden invade and say, "Oh, you got weapons of mass destruction," you don't think for a second that the English people would not stand up against the French?
Yeah, of course they would.
Exactly. So it's like, think about it. The TV is a lying wonder, man.
It distorts everything. I think that's the.
Yeah.
That's the.
So And then, like, I know, like, okay, since you said you're in the UK, right? I've been paying attention to some of the things that's been going on there, and I noticed they were sending some Gestapo brown shirt type people around with no Scotland Yard, no law enforcement representation whatsoever, no constable, and just going around and fining people for not paying a tax for broadcast television.
Yeah, the license fee. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of is a very odd thing in this country.
It's all part of the same thing, my friend.
Yeah.
It's because they're trying to get you to pay. Well, you're going to pay the fee, so now you have to watch it. See, the problem is people are not watching the news. People are not watching the narrative.
Yeah, no, to be honest with you, I think that's a little easy to see through when you're here, because that's a cultural thing more than anything, because we've never had, well, in this country when television was set up, it was state run. Yeah, effectively, the BBC was state run, so it was paid for by the owner, because effectively no one initially could afford a TV, as it probably was everywhere else in the world. The government raised revenue to broadcast, to produce and generate television through a license fee, so it's kind of a tax. But and yeah, throughout my life, they've been fining people for not having a license. Which is, if you've got a television, you should pay it. Yeah, but yeah, and a lot of people obviously in this country don't like that, because it's a personal freedom issue. You know, you can't decide to have a television in this country and not pay license because you don't watch the BBC. If ITV, the independent, we've effectively got BBC and ITV and Channel 4 and Channel 5, like 5 terrestrial channels, yeah. And now we've got satellite, obviously, so it's gone through the roof. But initially, there was 4 or 5 channels in the UK up until, unbelievably, about 1990. So, but you couldn't have a television and say, no, I'm not watching the BBC, I'm watching the others, so I don't pay license. You could still get fined. You could still get arrested. So that's always been like that, and that's a particularly quirksome thing about the British sometimes, or the English. You know, that they will have these really weird, laws and bylaws like that. And in reality,
are you familiar with the purpose of broadcast television?
Well, I mean, it's a mechanism for feeding information to the masses based upon whatever it proposes is entertainment, but it's effectively media.
I believe
broadcast information.
I believe there's 2 competing ways of interleading the signal in with the waveform, right? You had PAL and you had NSTC, which had to do with the refresh rates of the lines. Yeah. So you get a better picture with NFC or NFTC, which is what we have in the States and Japan, but the rest of the world runs on PAL. So it was 2 competing things, right? So the NFTC or the NFCA or whatever the hell it is,
NTSC.
It's NTSC. I was going to
NTSC.
Yeah, thank you.
I've worked in television in the technology behind it, so I know the difference between the 2 signals. Yeah, and the quality was
that was pioneered by General Electric, which was a former DARPA company before DARPA came out. And this whole thing is one of these things just to promote propaganda. In fact, in the 70s, it was exposed on 60 Minutes with Walter Cronkite, Project Mockingbird. Or Operation Mockingbird, right? And this was about the CIA using the broadcast television to brainwash the population. And guess what? It's not just our government that did it. All governments have done it.
Oh yeah, it's happened in this country. I mean, even during the World War II in this country, radio was used as a propaganda tool. And
but this is a subject that we have to discuss behind closed doors, guys. You know this, okay?
Hey, I have a question since you worked in television.
Yeah.
So, Apollo, the so-called Apollo mission, they sent down their signal supposedly to Australia at 10 frames per second, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't know that about that. No, when I started working television,
so they said they upconverted that. They upconverted that to broadcast format.
Yeah.
Now, what would happen if you upconverted 10 frames a second to 30 frames a second. What would that look like?
I'm no expert in video composition at that level. I worked on set-top boxes. I'm just a software engineer. But
Well, it's like, where do you get the extra frames? That's the thing.
Yeah, I don't think.
Where are the extra frames? It would be in slow motion.
I don't think.
Because 3 frames, just think about it for a second. You have to duplicate each frame twice. So you're going to see that frame for, a 30th of, you're going to see 3 frames for a 10th of a second. They're the same frame.
Yeah,
right? So it's going to look like it's in slow motion. I just thought maybe you knew a little bit more.
No,
Sorry.
I've got no insight of that. I can't see how you'd interpolate meaningful information between the frames if that's the case. I don't see how you would. Not with technology in the 1960s, anyway.
It's impossible to do. It doesn't matter what technology. You can't, where do you get the extra information? You're missing fucking 2/3 of the frames.
If you're looking at.
And why manipulate it at all? Give us the real footage.
Yeah, again, I'm just saying that you can nowadays with using AI, you can interpolate things moving between positions, but you can't. You're right. You can't generate information, textual information that's not there. You can't take an extremely out of focus image and then bring it back into focus in a meaningful fashion. You can emulate what would be there, but it's usually discernible. It's kind of it's an observable thing. Your brain's not deceived to that kind of level of complexity.
Yeah, and I've seen the AI that you're talking about, and whether they could use that for a general purpose is unknown. They probably use something specifically geared for what they were doing.
I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you this much: there was absolutely nothing available like that at that time. Absolutely guarantee it. There's no.
Oh, of course.
There's no concealing. For instance, the JFK Zapruder, the video.
Yeah, it's fake.
yeah, I know. And there's no question about it that in the analog realm, they had the expertise, the money, and the time, if they wanted to modify that. They absolutely categorically didn't have the meaningful time or resources to do it digitally at that time. They had some digital photography at that time, but it was so ridiculously behind what you would equate to nowadays. It's ridiculous. Your mobile phone nowadays, when you pick up your mobile phone now and you've got 5 lenses on the back, the phone isn't taking a photograph. It's actually calculating a photograph, in so much as it's using a technological composite of different optical properties and textures and focal evaluations of the frame you're looking at, which is where you can do things like it can actually do night shots and day shots seamlessly, and it can also do jitter removal nowadays. They're getting to the point now where you'll never go back to an expensive optical camera like an SLR, because you can do so much more now with computing. But they would have had none of that available back then. Not in the moon landings, not in JFK.
Well, I mean, you can make an argument that analog is better than digital anyways, as far as special effects, depending on the person doing it.
Sure. I mean,
so there's a movie from the 1925 called Ben-Hur.
Yeah.
It's in black and white. So there's a scene in that that's completely fake. It completely uses rear projection.
Does that film predate the Charlton Heston film? Does it?
Yeah, it's from 1925.
Okay. Okay.
Heston's probably born in 1925.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's black and white. They won the Academy Award and stuff. They use all these miniatures real close to the camera, so they look large because of perspective.
Yeah,
the entire scene is fake, dude. But it's like people running around a stadium on horses, and it's almost impossible to tell that it's fake.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's an amazing piece of art. When I first saw it, I was like, "This is fake." I couldn't even believe that the whole thing was fake. There's nothing that's real other than the actor, but everything else was composited.
But interestingly, on that kind of
Yeah, look, it's Ben-Hur 1925. There's a website that goes into like how they did it a little bit.
All right, cool.
Call it all inclusive or extensive.
Yeah.
It's just they went into like it's kind of like the website's kind of about movie special effects, so they just basically did like a 1-page like write up on kind of some of the techniques they used.
Yeah. Well, my experience in television is on the set-top boxes, the kit in your front room, and the satellite. The signals coming out the sky, going in on your dish or whatever, on your cable. And one thing I do know is that I've seen it. I've worked on the software that is going forward is working out whenever there's an advert break, everybody gets completely different adverts based upon metadata supplied by the internet, which is about what you like to look at and what's more likely to result in a sale for you. In the same way as you've got adverts down the side of your browser now, television's going that way. So that ultimately, when you go to your adverts, you won't have you'll have adverts that may be unique to you across the whole country, or at least across a certain. That's so I've seen all that mechanism in place. I've also seen mechanisms that.
Look, listen, before you go on, there's a website, right? So in America, we got basically two political parties, Republican and Democrat.
Yeah, I know.
There's some couple college professors that wrote a paper on this that like because of the algorithms, like if you're a Democrat, Republican, you'll see completely different things. And you can actually, so you can go on their website and like pretend to be a Republican and pretend to be a Democrat and like compare like what one would see versus the other. It's crazy, man.
But it's the same with all your.
Well, think about it. We're getting different information, though. Like, we're getting different information. Like, this shit's going to start wars. Like, they need to chill the fuck out.
Yeah. Well, it's like the difference between, there's completely partisan TV. So they'll report the same thing with the same people and the same events, but on one side it's completely the other people's fault. And on the other side, it's the other side's fault. I have to say that in the UK, it's not quite so bad. There's a huge bias with the media, as but it's more. For example, I've voted in general elections, which is like your presidential elections, every 4 years, and I'm like 50 now. But I've voted for the left, the right, the middle at different times, based upon who was going to be actually more likely to be beneficial to what was needed at the time. And I think most people in the UK, and Europe's probably the same, they tend to be leaning in one way or the other, but they are shiftable. There is in the UK, I reckon, of the people who vote for the right, the Conservatives, I reckon probably about a third, not quite half, will probably likely always vote that way, the same way as their parents voted. And on the left, it's probably a smaller majority nowadays because it was typically the working class, the unions, and from the 20s and the post-war period that were pretty hardcore left-wing socialists. But the vast chunk of people in this country just are in a wash in the middle. You know what I mean? They kind of move one way or the other.
Because they have different issues, right? They do the same thing kind of in America. They're like, okay, say I could be like a crazy liberal. But if I'm against abortion, that one single issue, I can't vote for any Democrat, right? Because they're pro-abortion. So it's like, what do I do? Like, I'm in the middle.
We don't have in this country we
have these single issue politics. That's what they call it, single issue, where people vote on a single issue, and we're down here.
We don't have it quite so bad. We don't have it quite so bad in this country. We still have the same leanings that I think the right is less inclined to accept. The right is anti-immigration more than pro-immigration, like the left. The left is we have completely socialized medicine in this country. We have had all my life, and frankly, I don't think you'll find many. Well, you'll probably find a small proportion of people who in this country who change it. But if anybody tells you that anything even remotely approaching a majority in this country would want to move away from socialized medicine, then they're lying to you, because it's just absolutely not the case. And I'm not just saying that from some agenda. That's the vast majority of this people. 2 years ago I had bladder cancer, and had countless observations, surgeries, going on for like 6 or 7 months, and I've got private medical insurance through my company because I've got a reasonably good job, working in tech. But I didn't need to use it. I got all the specialists I needed, and the hospital treatment was excellent, and all on time. And the whole process over 8-9 months cost me about, I think it'd probably be the equivalent of about $20, and that was parking fees. And
yeah, parking costs more than that here.
Yeah. So it's very difficult to convince people in this country that getting a massive, great big, greedy insurance infrastructure working in the middle.
It's no good. Don't copy this.